Good morning. This is the live internet stream of the 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith, the owner and president of the digital team who's producing today's live stream. We have roof reporters, ground reporters who you'll hear today, including Sean Green of WDEL, who's already on the ground waiting for the first couple to come over, Nick Alessandrini, who will be on the roof for the first couple hours. And then it's going to be Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen from WSDW, Matt Janis from ESPN, the U of D, and the Big East Tournament, Nick Halliday, Mike Rossi, and Mike Lang. So we'll reintroduce those folks as they arrive throughout the day. This is the 12th annual event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. It's taking place at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. So if you know folks who are in Wilmington, have them come down and check it out. There's going to be folks going over starting right now through 4:30, 5 o'clock this afternoon. Supporting sponsors are Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheraton Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and the Delaware Rock Gym. Each of these participants, and there's 98 all-time high in the history of Special Olympics Delaware, 60 first-timers. They've raised more than $1,100 to be part of this opportunity to rappel 17 stories or 222 feet down the side of one of Wilmington's tallest buildings.
Always an amazing day. You always have the most beautiful weather, and now you have a record number of edgers. Unbelievable the way that this has grown, and so honored to be here again.
And that is Jimmy Smith, as I introduced him before, and he is thrilled to be here. So thrilled he drove all the way from Cleveland, Ohio to be part of this. And I asked him earlier in the broadcast, you know, Jimmy, how much longer are we going to have you? Because you started it when you were here in Delaware, and I thought you'd be here forever. And I found out that is going to be the case anyway.
Yeah, I said to you, you said how much longer? I said forever. And this is one of those events where, you know, we started it, and it has gotten so much attention from over the edge events and Special Olympics events that we just got to continue doing it. It's so fun to do, and it's not that far. It's 7 hours. I don't get out of the car. We just go straight anymore. I've done that trip so many times. I love being here, and I love that you guys keep having me back. So always and forever. And
we're thrilled to have you, obviously. And the viewers can see on your screen the person on the right getting ready to go over the edge is Karin Jakubowski, and she's the principal at North Star Elementary. On the left is Marlene Weidman, and they're going to be getting ready to take that first step over. And I'm going to bring in Sean Green from WDEL, who is volunteering his time to be here with us today, a familiar name here in the state of Delaware and even regionally with WDEL. And Sean, you were talking about how you did this 11 years ago, or the first one. So, yeah, it was about 11, 12 years ago. And what's the feeling that's going through the mind of both Karin and Marlene, who are up there getting ready to kind of drop over and rappel down the building?
It's so tough to tell, John, in terms of how they're going to react. I'll tell you how I was. I'm afraid of heights. You convinced me doing the polar bear plunge every year that, hey, this is right up your alley. Well, it's a different thing when you look down 200 feet and you see the ground. But when you make that first step, when you pull off the side of the building, it is an adrenaline rush. You get a unique view of the city of Wilmington. We drive the streets, you see the tops of the buildings, and you really realize how beautiful the city of Wilmington is. And, for these edgers, if you have a fear of heights, it's a great opportunity to conquer it. For some of these people, they rock climb all the time, so this is almost nothing. But, you think about what this cause is about for Special Olympics and the athletes and the struggles that they have and what they overcome. What's going over the side of the building with these great professionals that make sure that they're going to be safe from the top down here to the bottom.
And we have a lot of people who tell us just that the reason they do it is because they are inspired by the athletes or somebody that is involved in Special Olympics. You can see on your screen there on the right, that is going to be Marlene Weidman, who is coming down. She's already taken the first steps over. And Karin Jakubowski on the left there, she is going to be, actually Karin Jakubowski is the one that's taken the step over, and then it's Marlene Weidman taking the first drop over, as they say. It kind of when you back up and at this point you're going no matter what. And so just a very interesting perspective there, looking up from outside, you can see there. And so the shot that you're looking at now that is taken from the street up on the building, it's Marlene Weidman on the right, and it is Karen Jakubowski on the left. Marlene is a restaurant manager at Catch 54, which is part of the Sodale Concepts conglomerate of restaurants. And she had wanted to thank her supporters, Kelly Green, and apparently there was an anonymous donor, and I'm not sure if that's anonymous, that she wanted to keep it anonymous, or that they actually don't know who it is, but whoever that was, she wanted to thank them for that first donation. And there you see Karen Jakubowski. She is the principal of North Star Elementary, and she was encouraged to do this by Mrs. Kristen Dassel, who is a special ed teacher at William Penn High and has helped coach Special Olympics athletes for years. And I believe Mrs. Dassel's class is actually watching the broadcast. And boys and girls, there's no reason why you couldn't encourage Mrs. Dassel to do this next year, and you could come and watch her go over the edge.
Or you can watch the broadcast, of course. That's the purpose of the broadcast. But yeah, the bosses and teachers and principals and whatever it is, faith leaders, it's so awesome to see everybody donate and grow this event. And I think that offering something like this, as this is patting ourselves on the back here, but as good as it is, it really makes it easy for people to know that they'll be able to see that experience. And the other thing too is it lives forever. So if you edge, this is not just live and then over. You can watch these again, over and over and over again, and have this forever.
And so, again, the screen you're looking at on the right, that's Marlene Weidman. And on the right, on her way down, is Karen Jakubowski. On deck is Mackenzie Frail and Brenna McCloskey. If you are waiting to see who is up next, we're going to be broadcasting all day. And we realize the audience is tuned in to see specific people, and we'll do our best to make sure you get to watch them go as much as we can, as well as looking to interview them. Sean Green is going to do that at the bottom of the broadcast here for us. And again, this benefits Special Olympics Delaware, more than 4,200 athletes who participate year-round in 16 sports. And so quite a great cause for this to happen. As I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, we have 98 people, which is 10 more at least than the previous high. On this day exactly. So 60 first-timers that will be doing this, and that's a record as well. We've never had more than half the field be first-timers, and so excited about that. And what that also tells you is that there's 38 people who had such a great time doing this that they are coming back to do it again. So our first two kicking us off again, Karen Jakubowski on your left and Marlene Weidman on your right. So 2 of 98 heading down, and it'll be a constant flow of people going through here as we make our way into the morning. Perfect weather for this over-the-edge event. It is warm. It is sunny. There is absolutely no threat of rain throughout the day, and so the conditions are ideal for these folks to go over the edge. And we get asked all the time, how long does it take for people to go down? And you're seeing with these first two the answer to that question. It all depends on the person coming down. We have some people who make a quick descent, as Marlene Weidman has done, and she is a second-timer. And then Karen Jakubowski is taking more of her time. This is her first time. And you can see Marlene getting ready to land there. And when she does, we're going to give her a chance to ungear. And as she makes her way over to the microphone, we'll head down to Sean Green in just a couple minutes. And that's kind of going to be the flow of how things go here. And Sean's going to catch the excitement of what's going on. We also will have a reporter up top. That'll be Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio, and he is getting in position up top. And once he is, we will try to get interviews of people before they go over. So we want you to have the before and the after. And it looks like Marlene is getting ready to head over to Sean Green. And so we are going to, as you watch Karen head down, we're going to switch the camera ready to go over to Sean Green. And it looks like Sean is ready. Sean Green, we'll send it to you.
Take us through, what was it like going over the edge?
It was amazing. Second year I've done it. Beautiful day. I did it last year in the afternoon, which I heard was a little bit better in the afternoon than the morning. It was just great. I know that I'm safe. You know, you've got everything prepared, and I'm safe, and it was fun.
Did you get to enjoy it a little more this time? Was it different the first time versus this time?
I did. I lost my footing on the wall last time, so I was dangling a little bit more than I wanted to be. So this time it was a lot better. So
What's it like seeing Wilmington from up there?
it's beautiful. Looking down at the river, it's amazing. Beautiful city. Thank you.
Why are you here?
To help raise funds for Special Olympics, it's a great cause.
Is there anything special behind it for you?
Not particularly, no.
So,
Adventure, and a good cause.
why should someone do this next year?
Because it's a great cause, and it helps a lot of people that wouldn't have opportunities otherwise to participate in athletic events.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, that is Marlene Weedman and Sean Green from WDEL. Marlene, having finished her second trip down the side of the building, as she mentioned, she went in the afternoon last year, the morning this year. And, you know, it's one of those things, people will give you their opinions about morning versus afternoon. And sometimes if you're the type of person who likes to do it and get it over with, obviously the morning is the time to go. But the afternoon, it brings a little bit different perspective. There's usually more of a crowd here, et cetera, et cetera. But no matter when you do it, as Marlene pointed out, it's an opportunity for you to do something most likely you've never done before, or if you have, it's been here in Wilmington, Delaware. This is the only way you can rappel 222 feet or 17 stories down the side of the building. And so it is an opportunity to do that. You can go to the Special Olympics website, SODE.org, and sign up for next year. You make a $50 deposit to register, and then you have the entire year to raise the rest of the money. You can see Karen Jakubowski making her way down here. We always ask folks, what else have they done in the daring category? And Dr. J, as she goes by, and Sixers fans can certainly understand the why you would want to be affiliated with Dr. J, but she's a master certified rescue diver. And get this, she has slept on the roof of her school for a school challenge. And Jimmy, I don't like to sleep in a bed other than my own, let alone on the top of a school roof.
I have to hear about these accommodations, though. Is this with just a sleeping bag, or is there a mattress? Or hey, I've never actually heard of that as a fundraiser for a school, but I might take that back with me up to Ohio. That sounds like that's interesting. What was the weather like? Did they pick the right day? That's really cool.
Maybe you could offer to sleep on the roof for your kids' school as a fundraiser. They'd probably get some money raised for that.
I'm going to need to talk about the accommodations, though, as I said.
Maybe more than an air mattress.
Yes, please.
She has also kissed a cow, which is another popular fundraising event that we have seen through here. And so as people have gone through here and told us about their fundraisers and things like that. So you can see Karen Jakubowski getting ready to land. Mackenzie Frail and Brenna McCloskey are going to be up next. And once Karen gets herself unharnessed and over to Sean Green, we will send it back down to him, and we'll wait for that to happen and give her a chance to catch her breath. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Year 12, 98 people, all-time high. Going to be going over the edge. 2 are down, 96 to go, including Special Olympics athlete Jerry Foskey, who will be up on the rope very briefly here. And we're going to send it down to Sean Green. Sean Green is with Karen Jakubowski, principal at North Star Elementary. I would imagine her students are watching her, and she can give them a shout-out if she would like. Sean Green, down to you.
Dr. J, what was that like?
Oh my gosh. So, well, I almost couldn't sleep last night. And at the top, I had all these nerves. I was totally felt sick to my stomach. But literally, when I went over the edge, I was like, oh my gosh, I could do this. It was awesome.
It seemed like you really savored it. You came down a lot slower than the previous edger did.
Oh, it was fun. Yeah, I actually was just enjoying it. All my nerves went away right after that scary moment of going over. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can do this.
Did you get a chance to really embrace that view up there?
At the top, yes. Coming down, I did not look down because that is a little scary to me.
What was it like when you then got to the bottom and realized, all right, my feet are going to touch terra firma again?
Yeah, no, this was awesome. I want to do it again. Yeah, it was so cool.
What do you want to say to your students? Is this something they should be doing?
Oh, I just want to tell them that, like, I was nervous. I do not like heights, but I did this because I want to show you that you can face your fear, and it doesn't matter what it is. No matter, you can learn it just one step at a time. You guys, you can overcome anything. If I can do that, you can do anything.
And we've got something for you right here from Special Olympics.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Oh, wow.
Karen Jakubowski has completed her first rappel down the side of the building. We'll see if she's a repeat edger next year, or maybe she can convince somebody else to do it from her school. If you're watching this out of school, one of the things we love to do is have school people do it as a team building event in the school. The kids help raise the money to send a teacher, a faculty member, staff member, administrator over the side for Over the Edge here. Mackenzie Frail and Brenna McCloskey are on deck. If you're looking, when you're looking at the building, it'll be Brendan McCloskey on your right, Mackenzie Frail on your left as they come down. I know Nick Alessandrini is up on the roof, so we'll get an opportunity to talk to a couple folks before they go over the edge.
Trying something new here with a little picture-in-picture with them being separated right now.
Nice.
So you have a look of up top. My favorite shot still there, the main shot there up top with all the ropes and the beams and things like that. And then,
that's something we weren't able to capture in the past when we didn't have the camera up top with a roving reporter. And we got some shots up there, but it's always nice to talk to those folks before they go over as well.
I know everybody just wants to see their person at all times,
right.
And so this, maybe this is a better way to do that now.
So the person on the right coming down is Brenna McCloskey, and she is a teacher in the Meadowood Transition Program, which is in the Red Clay School District, and she was responsible for getting a soccer team to the soccer event and some students to our bocce event back in the fall. Some of her daring and crazy activities include running half marathons, wakeboarding, hiking, zip lining, and paragliding. She'd like to thank her friends and family that support her wild habits as they go through. And I don't want to forget that Karen Jakubowski, she wanted to thank Kristen Dassel for encouraging her to go over, and also Nathan Palkovitz, the principal at Heritage Elementary, everyone who helped donate to get her to go over the edge.
Can only imagine all that kind of, the part where you are being talked to and your back is to the street, right as you're about to do this part right here and kind of lean over. With all that testing and talking they're going through, I know they're going through all the safety things, but I would zone out because I would be very nervous.
If you ever got up there and actually did it.
Yeah, if that were ever to happen by accident. But that right there, like, just let me go. Let me just go. You told me it's all safe. It's gonna, it'll lock up for safety. Just let me be.
And that is Mackenzie Frail you see up there in the harness. And this is her second year. Brenda McCloskey, who's on the ropes on her way down the building. You can see her, and she is, this is her third year, so probably a case where Brenna recruited Mackenzie, and Mackenzie's back for a second year. As we mentioned, more than 30 people will have been here for the second time at least who are going over the edge today. Mackenzie Frail is also a teacher for the Meadowood Transition Program and a supporter of Special Olympics, obviously, through that program. She's done some parasailing, so that's kind of her daring thing that she's done, and she wanted to thank everyone who donated and supported the cause because of her passion for Special Olympics. She loves to see the athletes and the coaches' faces as they compete, and as I mentioned, their team just competed at the Newcastle County secondary 5-on-5 soccer tournament that was held just a couple weeks ago. So a chance for them to see every day as special ed teachers the benefit of this program and what Special Olympics brings to them. So again, there on your left is Mackenzie Frail, and on your right is Brenna McCloskey. And so you have an opportunity to see them as they come down. We are going to send it up to Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio. And Nick, who you got with you?
Hey guys, Nick Alessandrini up on top here. I am now joined by Jerry Foskey. Jerry, you've been a Special Olympics Delaware athlete for 34 years. You've done bowling, basketball, cross country, etc. Even took a trip to Iowa for some softball action. How does this compare to some of the other stuff that you've been doing in the past?
There's something new for me, but I'm trying to get back to the athletes. I mean, I've been an athlete for, like you just said, for 34 years. And this is my first time doing it, but I'm going to have some fun doing it.
You said you're going to have some fun up here today, so what are your kind of thoughts here as you get ready to do it? You said it was your first time. How you feeling?
A little bit nervous, but, I mean, I've been practicing at the Rock Gym in Bear. I'm just want to thank them for helping getting me ready for this. And it's a good day, not a little bit wind, but it should be fun going down.
Yeah, it should be. It is a beautiful day. I just made my way up here, and it is a beautiful day for it. And now let's bring over Louise Stowe. You have a word with you here as well. You and Jerry are doing well. How about yourself this morning? It's almost that time. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
And is this your first time here participating? Fourth time, so you've done it before. Does it get easier every year?
No. It doesn't get easier. I get more nervous because I know what's going on.
So you just said that. Walk us kind of through maybe the first couple times that you've been there. What was your initial thoughts the first time that you did it?
The first time I did it, I think there was just that whole adrenaline kind of going, and it was just like, yay. Second time was kind of okay. Third time I did it with my husband, and that was really nerve-wracking. And this time I'm doing it with Jerry. He's one of our athlete leaders. I work for Special Olympics, so he's one of our athlete leaders, and he's representing our athlete leadership. So we're really excited for him to be going over.
And you said your fourth time, as we just mentioned. Any advice to anybody watching that might be coming up here a little bit later on today?
Just have fun.
Absolutely, there. Have fun. It's going to be a great day. We've got Luis and Jerry. They're heading up next. John, we'll send it back to you downstairs.
Thanks. That's Nick Alessandrini of Delaware Live Sports and also iHeartRadio. Is Jerry Foskey, a longtime Special Olympics athlete. I've been involved with Special Olympics on the staff for more than 33 years, and Jerry was one of the original athletes that I met way back when. He's stayed involved throughout the years and just a wonderful guy. And he's somebody who shows up at events to help out, even when he's not participating. Just a great all-around athlete. Jerry Foskey. And Louise Doe, as a member of the Special Olympics Delaware staff, has been with us for 3 or 4 years as the director of volunteers. And you know, we kind of always joke one of the responsibilities of being a staff member is to go over at some point. Most of us, I believe, if not all of us, have only gone over one time for one reason or another. And Louise volunteered to go this year, and we didn't even realize when she did that she had already been over 3 times. So give Louise Doe credit. And Jerry and Louise both have raised the minimum of $1,100, just like every other person who has been part of Special Olympics. And so you see the rope view there of the Brennan McCloskey on the right and Mackenzie Frail on the left, making their way down here as we are underway. They are the third and the fourth of what will be 98 people who go over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. You heard Jerry Foskey mention he had an opportunity to do some training at the Delaware Rock Gym, and we can't thank the Rock Gym enough for allowing us to do that. They have from the get-go. It gives people who have never done anything like this at least an opportunity to go and get the sense of what it feels like to rappel down. Now, they can't simulate the 17 stories, but they at least have the opportunity to work with the gear and get a sense of what it is when you're releasing the pressure on the rope to lower yourself like that.
Yeah, removing variables, I think a lot of the times over the years we've heard the gear is so different, so different than what you could even assume it would be. Like I don't have an understanding, and I've been doing this for almost 10 years. Of what it actually feels like. So having that, we hear the Rock Gym every single year of places that people have gone to, or the place that people go to. And that's got to give you a little more peace of mind, but it is different.
Yeah.
When you go up there and you see basically all the way down to the beaches from up there, it's a whole different stressor. I've been up to the roof in the nearly 10 years that we've done this one time. And it was the first year, and they just wanted to show me where everything was. And I have not gone up since.
And you saw the view, and it hasn't changed, so you figure there's no
I
reason to go
assume they
back
haven't
up
built
there.
any other big buildings, so I feel good about what's going on up here. And you know what? I'm seeing it from up top. I got the cameras up there. I don't need to see anything. I'm good.
That's funny. So it's interesting when you see, and we'll talk about people. You know, Jimmy does not like heights. I don't mind heights, and I did this. I believe it was the second or third year that we were doing Over the Edge. The year after we started the live streams, I decided I'd be a more impactful and effective broadcaster if I had actually done it. So I did it. And like I said, I'm not afraid of heights, but you'll be surprised how many people we will tell you throughout the day who are afraid of heights. In some case, deathly afraid of heights. Wrong term to use maybe in an event like this, but you get my point. One of them is Danny Hall, who's a member of the Delaware State Police. He's done it every single year we've offered this, and he does not like heights at all. And he's not the only one that will do this, but again, people will tell you that it's our athletes that inspire us to do this type of thing. As you see, Brennan McCloskey on the right and Mackenzie Frail on the left. Look like they've kind of caught up to each other, Jimmy, and kind of making their way down side by side. They do teach together. Why not go over the edge together?
Yeah, I think we see that a lot of times. You could tell when the people don't know each other, or maybe it's some sort of competition that they'll leave each other in the dust or whatever. It's good to see people go together, because you got to imagine. See, I see them looking to each other quite a bit, or just by happenstance they're looking that direction. But you got to be talking to your partner, talking them through it. It's an incredible thing. I mean, that is a very high. I believe we've heard this many times from Over the Edge, that it's the perfect height. It's high enough. It's not too low to where it's over in 30 seconds. It's any higher and it becomes exhausting. So it's the perfect height.
It is. Tweet us at SO Delaware, hashtag SO Delaware. If you're watching somebody going down, we will give them a shout out if we catch your tweet. And that way they can hear it when they will go back and watch it, because they all do. We have people tell us that all the time. They will. Some of these people will have a watch party tonight where they'll have people over and they will watch it together, or maybe on the weekend or something like that. So we would love to give them a shout out. Just use hashtag SO Delaware when you do, so that we can read it over the air. And if you're watching this and you're thinking, boy, you know what, that's pretty cool, I want to do this next year, you can sign up now at SODE.org. There's a link there to get signed up for next year. If you're waiting for somebody, we realize this is a broadcast that people are tuning in at a certain time. We let the rappellers know what time they are going down, and so they have the opportunity to tune in. Jerry Foskey and Jackie Cole, Jennifer Taylor, Jennifer Schellenberger, Louise Doe are all on deck. So if you're tuned in to watch them, it'll be Louise Doe and Jerry Foskey will be next. As you see, Mackenzie and Brenna make the landing here, and we've got Sean Green from WDEL who will be with them in just a few minutes to find out how it was for them. Mackenzie doing it for the second time, Brenna doing it for the third time. As you can see, they are both have landed, coming down in tandem. There's a crowd. You can hear the crowd noise in the background. The crowd will vary during the day, just like the viewers on the live stream will. Some tuning in to see specific people, others walking by and saying, hey, what the heck is going on there? And somebody just tells them to look up, and all of a sudden they've got their attention for that. And so, again, Mackenzie Frail and Brendan McCloskey have landed. Jerry Foskey and Louise Doe are on deck. Brennan and Mackenzie sharing the successful descent against special education teachers in the Meadowood Transition Program in the Red Clay School District. And you can see Sean Green there. Sean, we'll send it down to you as soon as you are ready. Would love to have you talk to both Brenna and Mackenzie. Sean Green from WDEL, it's all yours.
I'm with Brenna and Mackenzie after coming over the edge. You guys are a team. I guess you guys made sure you had to get to the bottom together. What was that experience like?
Start and finish together. It was hard waiting for her, but
What makes you guys keep coming back? You guys are repeat customers here. Why come back and do this again?
Our students here, we want to support them and do everything we can to make sure they get to participate in sports as well.
When you see them watching and they were cheering, could you hear them up there? When could you hear them?
definitely. They're screaming our names.
When you get like halfway down, we could hear them.
You know, what is that experience like? You guys have done this before. Does it get different each time you do it?
Yeah. The top definitely doesn't get easier.
What's the hardest part about that top part?
Letting go.
Letting go.
Letting go. You walk backwards and you let go. It doesn't feel like you should be able to do that.
You have to hold on to the ropes the whole time, and then they're like, let go. You're like,
So when you let go, then what is that feeling like once you get away from, oh my gosh, this doesn't feel right, and then all of a sudden, wait a second, this is going to work?
Just a rush of adrenaline. It's just so exciting, and it's an amazing experience. Yeah, our whole body hurts.
What do you hope to show to your students by doing this?
You can do anything. Yeah, put your mind to it, and you can do it.
Is there anyone you guys want to thank for being out here?
Our awesome friends, fam, kids, staff worker, every single person that donated, no matter how small the donation, you got us here, and it all goes to these wonderful students.
Are you guys going to be back next year?
For sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
That's Mackenzie Frail and Brenna McCloskey. You can hear the applause in the background. Going over the edge. Second time for Mackenzie Frail. Brenna McCloskey the third time. They are 2 of 98 people. 4 have gone over already. 60 of them first-timers. We've had 1 first-timer go already. And Jerry Foskey, Special Olympics athlete, will be going over briefly. You can see them on the top there. Jerry Foskey is on the right, and Louise Doe is on the left. And they are getting harnessed in and getting ready to go. Always have people ask us if they can volunteer for Special Olympics. You sure can on June 9th and 10th. It's the Summer Games at the University of Delaware, our largest event of the year. We have many volunteer opportunities on both the 9th and the 10th. Visit SODE.org to learn more about that and to sign up. Again, that's SODE.org.
So that little sequence right there, that's what it's all about. The nice crowd, students there to celebrate at the end, hugs, smiles, medals. I mean, that's that shot every single time people come down is so awesome, and especially with teachers, you know, an entire classroom down there.
And then
it's
school
really cool to
watching.
See. Yeah,
And
right.
school watching.
Just know that everybody else is back at school.
And so you see, if you're looking at the building, you see Louise Doe on the right there. She has already taken that, what become known as the sit back, where you sit back and you know at that point there is no return. And you see Jerry Foskey there also in your Photoshop, that he is in that position now. And people will tell you when you're in the position that Jerry is in, that's the hard part. The hard part is over, and you know at this point you are just slowly letting yourself go down the building. There is a lock system so that if you do go too fast, there's an opportunity it will lock up, and it just keeps people from flying down too fast, and it's a safety mechanism, and then it's easy to get out of that, and you just continue to weigh down. So it literally is the opportunity. It literally is an opportunity to be completely safe and rappel down a building like this. So. And we understand Sean Green has a special guest. We're going to go to him. Sean Green, take it.
Fire Chief John Looney with us here, and I saw you watching the first couple of edgers. What's it like watching them do this?
Oh, this is outstanding. We come out here every year, and actually a couple of our guys actually volunteer along with some of the WPD officers that volunteer for the event. This is great. It's great for the, my niece just went over, and, it's phenomenal to see her come over. This is the second time she's done it, but it's for a good purpose. She's dedicated to her students, so that's why she's out here. This is great. I mean, it brings people together.
Can you describe what rappelling in your line of work? Is this something you've done before?
Oh yes, we most of our department is trained in high-angle rescue. We meet the national certifications. Myself and many others on the job, we've higher buildings than this. Doing our training and actual, true emergencies at times.
You do it in a serious way. How much fun is it to do it when it's not a rescue situation?
This would be great. I think my Captain Marcel, who's with me today, he says next year I need to challenge the police chief, and the fire chief and police chief need to go over together.
Sounds great to me. Chief Looney, enjoy the day.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Sean Green. Let's head up onto the roof. Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Sports Live and iHeartRadio.
Early in the morning, you guys are on top of a big building right here. How you feeling, Jennifer? We just talked about it. This is your second time participating in Over the Edge. What's the difference as you get up here this year?
I'm actually a little bit more nervous. I feel like things are moving slower, the sun is brighter, but it's going to be great.
And what kind of inspired you to be involved in this event?
Working with my students. Shout out to 206.
There you go. Shout out to 206. Jackie Cole, you and I graduated from St. Mark's High School back in 2013. We were both members of Blue Gold back then, so you've been involved for a while. How did that all come to be?
I just noticed a bunch of my friends got into it, and it definitely looked like a good time, and I'm really excited that I became a part of it.
And this is your first time participating here. How are you feeling ahead of the big day?
I'm definitely feeling a little bit anxious, but I'm excited to have my friend with me, and I'm excited to do it for my kids.
All right. Thank you guys so much, Jennifer and Jackie. They'll be heading to the ledge here shortly for Over the Edge. Back to you guys downstairs.
Thanks, Nick. And Louise Doe has landed, a member of the Special Olympics Delaware staff, but had done this even before she became a member. She's our director of volunteers, but has been a longtime coach with Special Olympics Delaware. Started out coaching our young athletes, which is the youngest age group, 7 and younger. And so she knows the true meaning of why she raised the $1,100 to do this. Jerry Foskey is heading down as well. He's been an athlete for Special Olympics for 34 years. He does bowling, basketball, cross-country skiing, bocce, volleyball, and softball. He attended the 2006 National Games in Iowa, where he played softball. He's also a volunteer for Special Olympics, whether it's at events or helping out at practices. He's a member of the Wilmington Wizards and part of the athlete leadership team for Wilmington, where athletes are given an opportunity to give their opinions and thoughts on what should happen in Special Olympics. So Jerry Foskey and Louise Doe. Louise has finished. Jerry Foskey is on his way down. Very impressive by Jerry. Showed no hesitation in sitting down up on top of the ledge. And when I say sitting down, I mean sitting down to the point where you are over the edge, and then you are just getting ready to lower yourself out. Jackie Cole and Jennifer Taylor are on deck. Jennifer Schellenberger and Megan Schellenberger will be on shortly after that. We are almost exactly on time here. So again, Jackie Cole, Jennifer Taylor up next, followed by Jennifer and Megan Schellenberger, then Danny Hall and Monroe Hudson from there. This is the 2023 Special Olympics Delaware Over the Edge event. If you're watching somebody, want to give them a shout out, use hashtag SODelaware on Twitter. You can also comment on Facebook. This is the 12th event here in Delaware. In those 11 years, this being the 12th, 852 people have gone over the edge and raised $1.6 million for Special Olympics Delaware. 98 people, an all-time high, are going over today. 60 of them for the first time. And Jimmy, you know, everything in the world, people wonder, how is the rebound going to be after COVID? And it's safe to say the rebound was pretty big here.
Yeah, I mean, because event-wise, COVID-wise, you're kind of far away from people, right? You're on the side of a building. But and I just saying that to be funny. I cannot believe I mean, I remember when 60. You have 60 new people this year.
Yeah.
I remember when 60 was the total number.
That was the hope, right?
Right,
Yep.
and that was the wishes. And now you have not only do you have more, you have almost 20 more than you've ever had. So unbelievable growth. Bounce back is just an understatement of all understatements. So amazing event. The only opportunity in the state of Delaware to do this, to rappel down a building, you know, is right here, right now. And so if you're interested, if you think, hey, I can do, I see some people in the chat saying, hey, I think I can do this, and some people in the comments are saying, I'm definitely not going to do that. But if you want to do it here in Delaware, this is the place to do it. And I don't know, is there anything like this in Philly even?
There is a group that does it in Philly. I'm not sure who it is, but we, meaning Special Olympics Delaware, own the rights here in Delaware. So this is the only opportunity you will have to do this is here in the state of Delaware. As you see Jerry Foskey come down to the finish, a Special Olympics athlete. We've had several Special Olympics athletes go over the edge in the past few years, since the beginning. Not every year. But Jerry, I can tell you, was one of the ones who did it with the most confidence, at least from what we can tell sitting inside the broadcast room at the bottom of the building.
Yeah, well, we're about to find out when he heads over here to Sean. As smile, I think that means a great success here as he gets medaled up, and we'll head over to Sean here.
Each of the over-the-edge people receive a special medal handed out by a Special Olympics athlete at the bottom of the rappel. We're going to send it down to Sean Green. You heard Nick Alessandrini talk to Jerry before he came down, and he seemed very confident. Sean Green, we'll send it to you to see how that rappel went for Jerry Foskey.
Jerry, how much fun was that?
Awesome. That's the first thing on my bucket list to do.
You know, when you took a look from the top of the city, what was that view like for you?
Awesome. I mean, coming down, doing it for the athletes and stuff, it's like,
you know,
all the money stays in Delaware. That's why I love this program. I just became an athlete leader like almost a year ago.
What convinced you to do this?
Convinced me?
Yeah.
I want to get back to my athletes. I'm part athlete. I'm part of the Special Olympics family and been in almost like 34 years.
What was it like when you kicked your foot off the side of that building and you were just hanging on?
It's like adrenaline rush coming down. I mean you have a problem, but it's fun. I mean, thanks for Special Olympics putting this on. Every year they do it, and all the athletes are grateful.
Why should your fellow athletes do this next year?
I don't know. I mean, if they want to do it, do it. I mean, I did it, and I had a lot of fun coming down.
Would you do this again?
Probably.
Well, Jerry, congratulations.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that's Jerry Foskey, an athlete with the Wilmington Wizards, going over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. He actually works for Bank of America in their support services group. Been an athlete for 34 years. Wanted to thank his family and friends and the local businesses who supported his cause. So now you see in your picture on the right, that will be Jennifer Taylor getting harnessed up there, and on the left is Jackie Cole. They are both teachers in the Red Clay Consolidated School District. Jackie with the Meadowood program, and Jennifer Taylor didn't tell us the exact school, so she may be an administrator, not completely sure of that. But anyway, another example of two teachers or two staff members who are doing this over the edge event. We're going to see groups from not only the Red Clay School District, but later on the Lake Forest School District and also the Cesar Rodney School District. There's some teachers coming from the Milford School District and a couple more that we'll talk about as they come. But this has become an opportunity for schools to rally together, and all the schools who have teachers participating here today have Special Olympics programs in their school, and they are part of a national program called the Unified Champion School Program, and which is an opportunity to continue to support inclusion using Special Olympics as the foundation. And so if you're watching this and you're involved with a school or you have a child in school and your school doesn't take part in this, it's an idea to have to support a great cause. But what schools will tell us is this is a great school and team building event that they do. So teachers out there, parents out there, think about getting your school involved in this. Basically, the students and the faculty rally to raise money for whoever goes over. And for a lot of school districts, Jimmy, it's become an opportunity where they've got a waiting list of people who want to go over.
Unbelievable. I think that the way that you've created opportunities for people to be involved in all different ways. You know, people that just want to get started or are looking for something for their peer or for their son or daughter or for their adults, there's so many entry points into Special Olympics that you guys have done a good job programmatically of creating opportunities to just dip your toe in the water and literally jump into the water. So, this is just one of those ones. You don't have to have any involvement in Special Olympics. You could just do this because you want the adrenaline rush. It's unbelievable, all the different ways, from polar plunge to this to just the games, coaching. There's so many great ways.
Go to SODE.org to find out how you can become more involved. Jackie Cole and Jennifer Taylor are on the roof getting ready to go. Jennifer Schellenberger and Megan Schellenberger are going to go next, followed by Danny Hall and Monroe Hudson. So if you're tuned in to see Jennifer Schellenberger, Megan Schellenberger, Danny Hall, or Monroe Hudson, they are coming up next. And one is on the way down here. If you look to your right, that is going to be Jackie Cole, who is taking that position of there's a point of no return. And then on the left is going to be Jennifer Taylor, ready to go down next.
Yeah, so if you're referencing a timing sheet that you may have or have gotten a hold of, we're about, 15 minutes behind as of right now, just based on the sheet I have. So if we heard some comments looking for one roper in particular, that's where we're running. But you're not going to miss it. And if you do by chance, you can just come right back here to YouTube and watch it again.
And the pace is variable. And we talked about this when we first opened up the broadcast, that it depends on how quickly the people go down or not quickly. There's no race. We've seen everything from a 3-minute rappel to a 25-minute rappel. And that's just the way it is. There's no pressure to go down fast or slow. And it just sometimes it throws the timing of everything off a little bit. But inevitably, Jimmy, it always seems we catch up. We finish on time.
Yes.
Somehow it happens that we finish on time.
Right. For every 25 minutes leisurely walk down the side of the building, we have a 3-minute sprint. So it will end up working itself out here. We've had some go a little more leisurely this morning. And you know what? If I were to do this, I think I'd want to take it in once I came to terms with it. But I also think I'd want to get it over with. So I don't know. You also have to, it's tiring. It's a very tiring thing on your arms. So, you may start at a certain pace and slow down. I feel like it's a lot of times the other way around. People start slow, trying to get off the ground, literally and figuratively. And then also they speed up towards the end because they're just at the finish line. So,
Sean Green, you've done this before. Talk to us about the speed.
Yeah, and really it comes down a lot to wrist strength. There's actually a release that you have control of, that you squeeze it a little bit, it has you go down, you squeeze it a little more, let you go down a little bit more, but you can't just hold it, because if you go too fast, there's a lock that will force you to stop, basically, and then they have to undo that lock. So you can't go down straight like Spider-Man, like an emergency rescue type of thing. But really, you do have complete control of how fast you go down, and it is a wrist thing. And yeah, you'll see some people go down really quickly, and some people embracing that view as they're going in front of these offices. You can see through those windows, and you can see people. You're going right in front of somebody's office on your way down. So some people want to embrace that, and some people are just trying to get down. And yeah, it really is, each person has their own individual way and individual pace to go down, and thankfully they do control it. It's these great safety volunteers do a wonderful job to make sure everyone gets to the ground, whether it takes 3 minutes or 25.
Sean, talk to us about that, kind of getting oriented with that lock. How long before you truly trusted what it was doing?
It took me probably about a quarter of the building. Now, when you're up there, you do get a training 1-floor building. There's a little auxiliary roof up there, so you do get a chance to test it really quickly, but not in terms of an elongated period. But yeah, it does take a little while to get a feel, because it seems like it's really it takes pretty good wrist strength. If you ever got one of those wrist V-shaped strength devices, it's kind of like that, and you do have to get used to it. But for people that have good, strong wrists, and that's something I would recommend, maybe doing a little bit of wrist exercise going into this. You wouldn't think about it, but that is definitely something you need to think about when you're doing this over the edge.
So we're going to have to release like a workout tape for next year for everybody. Just squeezing stress balls might even be enough, right?
That'll probably get the job done as well. Yeah, just something to test your wrist, because you'll see a lot of times when people touch the bottom, they're they're shaking their wrist out. It's almost like if you've watched American Ninja Warrior when they're trying to shake their hands out. You know, when they shake their hands out after doing, you know, one of the peg walls or something like that. It's that same kind of concept. It will tire your wrist out by the time you're done.
You're going to have to start asking everybody about their training regimen when they hit the ground. How much do you train for this?
Yeah, I thought training for the polar bear plunge was tough.
Jackie Cole on your right, Jennifer Taylor on your left coming down. It's Jackie's first time, Jennifer's second. You can see they're kind of trying to stay together as they come down, both teachers in the Red Clay Consolidated School District. If you're just tuning in, I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith, the producer of today's broadcast, and the digital team. The camera crew is Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, and Will Ansley. They do a terrific job. Just getting rolling here. We're a little bit less than an hour in, and 98 people, when it's all said and done, will have gone over, 60 of them for the first time. Those are both all-time highs, the 98 total and the 60 of them being first-timers. We've got Sean Green on the ground, Nick Alessandrini on the roof from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio, and, of course, Sean Green from WDEL, trying to catch people before they go and when they get down, just to get their thoughts on what is going on.
Hey, you got all the sports talent here. We're turning this into a sporting event.
Well, Special Olympics,
Yeah,
we always
that
try to stay focused on it as a sports opportunity more than anything else. It does a lot of
We got
other
all
things.
the big timers out here today.
Coming out will be Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen from WSDW. They're at 11 o'clock. Matt Janis of ESPN, the U of D, and the CAA. Nick Halliday of Delaware Live Sports. And then our last group will be Mike Rossi from WJBR and Mike Lang from Delaware Live Sports. So long day here, but a very productive day and a day that is going to raise thousands and thousands of dollars for Special Olympics.
What was kind of the sentiment from you guys as you went through with the registrations and it crept up and nearly got to 100? What was that like for you guys?
Well, and you know, it's a type of thing where we're given a sold-out number, and we're at that sold-out number, and so there's always when we get reports in the weeks leading up to it, there's always, well, we have this many, but a handful haven't raised the full amount of money, and so inevitably it's minus 10 of however many people are signed up. That didn't happen this time. In fact, we had the week before, we had some people give us their credit card for the $1,100 or write a check for the $1,100
Wow.
and say, I'm in. And so that was the excitement in our office, is the fact that for the first time ever, we have sold out the event.
And this pays for everything, right? Because there's no costs induced by families involved in the Olympics and anything. I mean, that's incredible.
And we'll talk more about that in a second. We're going to send it on the roof to Nick Alessandrini of Delaware Live Sports.
And welcome back up to the roof. Thanks, guys. Nick Alessandrini now joined with Jen Schellenberger. Jen, you just had a little training session here over there on the wall. How'd that go, and how are you feeling ahead of the big day?
It was good. It was good practice before the real thing.
And now we'll welcome over your sister, Megan, here as well. Megan, this is year number 2 for you, correct?
Correct.
So how's the mindset coming into year number 2? How'd it go last year, and what are you expecting this year?
It was really good last year, so I'm excited this year. I was more nervous last year, so I'm ready.
And what has inspired you guys to be here today?
I'm a special education teacher, so I'm doing it for my students.
And I see you got your sister to join you here today. How'd that whole thing come to be?
I did. I needed someone to go down, and I was like, looks like you're doing it.
And Jen, how was that call when you got that call and she said, hey, come to the roof with me?
I actually did. She was like, we needed a 4th person. I was like, I'll do it.
Well, there you go.
I was jealous last year. It looked like it was a lot of fun. And
Well, it should be fun again this year, guys. We'll enjoy it down there, and we'll send it back to John and Jimmy downstairs.
Thank you, Nick. Jackie Cole and Jennifer Taylor have landed, so Jennifer Schellenberger and Megan Schellenberger will be next. Coming down, Danny Hall and Monroe Hudson after them. If you're just tuning in, about 10 or 15 minutes behind schedule. Typically happens in the morning, and then eventually we get caught up late morning heading into the early afternoon. We talked about, Jimmy, how you said how it is completely cost-free to be with Special Olympics, but we also see Sean Green is ready. We're going to send it outside to Sean Green.
Jackie and Jennifer, I saw you guys just do a tandem high five there. What was it like going down that building?
Definitely one of the most exciting experiences of my life.
Yes. Exciting and scary all at the same time.
So, Jackie, it was your first time. Take us through those seconds when you kicked your foot off the top of that building.
It was wildly calm. I was very nervous up until I stepped on that edge, and then once I stepped over, I was ready to do it.
Where did the calm come from?
I literally have no idea. I think I just was thinking of my kids and thinking of the songs I'd be singing them to talk them through any hard time. So it just helped.
And Jennifer, it was your second time. Yeah. How was this one different? Did you get to enjoy it a little differently this time?
I honestly, some of it was a blur last year, so I honestly am not sure. But it was equally as exciting and just the adrenaline rush afterwards.
Why are you guys out here?
For our students in the Meadowood program at Forest Oak. Just to, yep, go ahead.
Hey guys, can we just give a quick shout out to room 311 and 310? Hi guys.
And 206, woohoo!
What do you want to say to those students?
That we love you, we love what we get to do for you. You guys are such an inspiration, and thank you.
Yes, and their other teacher, Ms. Schellenberger, is coming down right now. She's on our team also because crying is cool.
Why should someone do this next year?
Wow, that's a loaded question.
It's just such a great opportunity to provide for our students. It's just, and just the being able to do it ourselves too and accomplish something like that.
And one other question. I did this 12 years ago. You can see through that glass. Did anyone wave to you on the way down?
No, somebody had their back to me. I'm like, oh, she's just ignoring everybody. Except the floor, to the 10th floor, the other edgers are waving.
Yeah, it was cool.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Jackie Cole and Jennifer Taylor from the Red Clay Consolidated School District, the Meadowood program, just a couple of dozens of people from schools who are going to be part of this, and we are going to send it up to Nick Alessandrini from on the roof.
First time, all right. So did you get him to do it with you? Or?
We worked together, and then we're on.
All right, welcome back up to the roof, guys. Nick Alessandrini, and of course, now joined by Danny Hall and Monroe Hudson. Guys, we just talked a little bit here. You had a little instruction session. Danny, this is your 12th time doing it. How's it feel to be back up here for number 12?
Still nervous, but I will say, for me, this is the best I've ever been at this point. I'm usually more nervous, so happy to be here.
Well, that's a good sign there. And Monroe, obviously your first time. We just talked about a little training session over there. How are you feeling ahead of your first appearance?
I'm excited. First time and good training. Great to go down with my good friend Danny, and looking forward to the opportunity.
Danny, any tips for Monroe here for his first time today from you for going 12 times?
Just please stay with me as we go down. Don't go in front of me.
There you have it there. Stay together. Guys, good luck down there. We'll send it back to John and Jimmy downstairs.
All righty, thanks, Nick, as Monroe and Danny are on deck, getting harnessed up there at the top, and you can see already leaning over, that is Megan Schellenberger. Her sister Jennifer is still getting harnessed up. Again, teachers from the Red Clay Consolidated School District. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith, who heads up the production of today's event with the digital team, and he's got a big crew here of camera folks: Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, and Will Ansley. We've got Sean Green from WDEL reporting from the ground, and Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio up in the air.
And a big shout out to Tom and the crew there from Showworks. Incredible equipment that they provide here for us to use. I was able to do this all those years ago when I was at the University of Delaware using equipment provided by the athletic department. I do not have that equipment anymore. So a big shout out to Showworks. If you need live streaming or anything else, they have unbelievable amount of really high-end professional equipment. So give them a call. Showworks does great work.
What started out as just you and I in the control room here, and I think it was one camera, has turned into quite a production.
Yeah, so we've done it all, but really I think we've always had, the thing that has always been cool about this is we've had this shot, the shot you're seeing right now, going on top of a building like this with a camera, and all the communication back and forth is not simple. And so again, shout out to Showworks. But we've been doing the video portion of this from the start, having this live shot up top. I think has really added and really made this different from others, because a lot of people, you can do this shot all day, but it's the emotion of landing, it's the emotion of going over that we're capturing, being both right by the landing zone and up top. So, and then the big ad last year and into this year is the reporter. So thank you so much for donating your time and being a part of this, and again, doing Delaware stuff, man. People coming together and supporting an organization like this. just such a Delaware thing. And I can continue to say that every year, because every year I live in Ohio, I see how special the things that happen here and the things that are here are.
And so you can see on the left there, that is Jennifer Schellenberger and Megan Schellenberger on the right as they are heading down, teachers in the Red Clay Consolidated School District.
Think they're related? I think they might be related. So Jennifer on the left, on the yellow, Megan on the blue. You're a busy guy this year. Thought everybody would leave you alone knowing that this is what you're doing all day, but you're
lots of people ducking in, but
phone calls and ducking in.
It's good stuff. It's media coverage. We know the News Journal
awesome.
was here, and there's going to be a Philly news station here getting some coverage.
Excellent.
And so this event, it's one of these events, Jimmy, that it grows, but it never gets old. You know, it's the 12th year, but we still get
new
the
people are
media
involved.
coverage.
They've never heard of it, and as it continues to grow. So you're can we go to a second day? I don't know why I'm asking for that myself, but
well,
what's the plan when you start getting everybody's
if
knocking on
it
the door?
continues to grow and we continue to sell out, it gets to a certain point where what we most likely would do is we have the Wednesday. Remember when we first started this, we had a media day on Wednesday, and that's when the rope people come in, they get things set up, they do some training, and so we have an opportunity where we could push some people to
half
Wednesday.
day on Wednesday?
Exactly. It would become more of a half a day. So
we can't start any sooner. I'm telling you that right now.
No, exactly.
No,
so
waking up at 6 is not a normal thing for me.
No, and it'd be dark, and so
that's right.
And we don't want to go into the evening. So don't let the fact that we're telling you it's sold out keep anybody from signing up next year. Because
sign up.
The
Make
reality
them
of
have
it
a
is,
second day.
The reality of it is, 30% of these people won't do it next year for one reason or another, and it's usually not because they don't want to do it or they're scared to do it. We hear very few people, and it's a question we always ask after they go is, would you be interested in doing it again? And they're always excited to do it again. But sometimes life gets in the way, and you can't be here on Thursday, the second Thursday of May, which is when it is every year, and that's just the reality of it. So, again, you can sign up now at SODE.org. You would just make a $50 deposit, and you would have the rest of the year to raise the other $1,050, which is what it takes to be part of this 17-story, 222 feet rappel down to 300 Delaware Avenue building. And again, this event is sponsored by TD Bank, which has a branch right here at the bottom, and they're doing some fun stuff outside throughout the day today. Brandywine Realty Trust, which manages the building, and we can't thank them enough. And what's kind of neat is the person who was one of our first contacts to get this event in this building is now a member of the board of directors, or has been and will be again. And that was purely because he saw from watching this that first year, and he actually went over the edge, just the purpose of it and the reason people do it. And so he has become entrenched, even served as president for a couple years of the board of directors, and that's Larry Maister. And so just a very unique relationship that Special Olympics Delaware has with Brandywine Realty Trust to host this event, including during COVID, when this building was in large part empty, they still were able to accommodate us. And then also the Newcastle County Fire Service is the third of the three sponsors who we can't thank enough for raising what will be more than $100,000 easily.
It's magnetic, when you see the crowd out there and you see the students or the athletes supporting a coach or a principal or a teacher. It's magnetic, and so it's awesome that he took the jump from just kind of being the guy who was saying, yeah, you can use the building. Sure, we'll put some anchors in the side of it. Yeah, that sounds great. And to taking those extra steps when really that was not ever really requested of him. And so now, unbelievable. This is a great starting point for a lot of people. Polar plunge is another one. It's a great introduction to what this means. I think, you really see the relationships between people here after this 3 to 15, 20-minute jaunt down the side of the building. You kind of see what this means to the athletes and what it means to the people that are coming down.
Yeah, we always talk about the financial piece of all of our events. How much does the plunge raise? How much does Over the Edge raise? And that's because all the money that is raised from these events stays here in the state of Delaware and pays for everything that our athletes, coaches, and teams need to give our athletes and to provide a wonderful experience, whether it's equipment for training facilities themselves, the competitions, everything is completely free. And we are the only state in the country where that's the case. Now, I'm not saying that in other states there's athletes who don't get to participate because they can't afford to, but the local area programs have to raise the money to make up for the registration fees. That's not the case here in Delaware. It does not matter what your family's financial situation is. Every single dime stays right here in the state of Delaware to support more than 4,200 athletes, hundreds of coaches, thousands of volunteers, and the families that will tell you Special Olympics is the most important thing in their child's life when they're part of it.
And that's another Delaware thing. You know, I think that that's the community feel of this place. You know, the state of Ohio actually has two separate kind of governing bodies of Special Olympics. You know, there's a northern, there's a central that kind of gets Cincinnati and Columbus, and so it's different. Delaware is the right size with the right kind of thought process and support of everything that it does. That, you know, that might always be the case. That's something that only Delaware can do, and not just because of the size, but because of the way people feel about supporting the things going on in the state.
And again, if you want to support somebody coming down the side of the building right now, it's Jennifer and Megan Schellenberger. Up deck is Danny Hall, Monroe Hudson. After them, it'll be Kathy Thompson, Rob Thompson, Marie McIntosh, and Tyler Thompson heading down the side of the building. And so if you want to support them on Twitter, use hashtag SODelaware. We'll give them a shout-out if we see it. And that way, when they watch the broadcast later on, and they all do, we're told, whether it's just themselves or whether they have a watch party, which was kind of cool. We heard of several watch parties that happened this evening because this gets put on deck on YouTube as soon as we end. And so they are able to go home and watch themselves do this and listen to comments that we will make as you get it. So again, it's hashtag SODelaware as you see the Schellenberger sisters heading down. Jennifer's first time. She is on the left. Megan is on the right. It's her second time. So I assumed Megan convinced Jennifer to come down with her. They are both teachers in the Red Clay Consolidated School District, just two of several Red Clay teachers and dozens of teachers who are going to go over the edge throughout the day today.
Well, hello, Schellenbergers in the future when you're watching this tonight, tomorrow, this weekend, or whatever it may be. You did it. Well, wait a minute. Almost. Megan's, we're waiting. And you did it. Congratulations. You are back on the ground and went over the edge.
So the Schellenbergers have landed. Danny Hall and Monroe Hudson are getting harnessed up top. It's Danny Hall's 12th time, and you heard him say that he is less nervous than he's ever been, and he gladly admits he's been nervous every single year. He does not like heights at all, and he's given me permission to talk about that because it just reaffirms that he does it because the athletes inspire him to do so. And so Danny Hall will be making his 12th trip every single year. Only two people have done it every single year. Danny Hall, one. Marianne Evans, who we'll go over later today, the other. And you can see the Schellenberger sisters getting their medals from one of the Special Olympics athletes. And they will be heading over to Sean Green. And Sean Green from WDEL, we are going to send it down to you right now. Take it away, Sean.
With Jennifer and Megan after going down the edge, and, you know, take us through that moment when your foot was no longer on that building and you were truly over the edge.
It's like exhilarating, just kind of being up there. You don't really realize it when you're at the top until like you start like looking down and you're like, oh wow, I'm really up here. But it goes fast and it was fun.
Megan, what did you learn this time going down that maybe you didn't experience the first time?
I think last time I was a lot more like hesitant of pulling on the handle, but I feel like I kind of cruised a little bit faster this time than I did last year.
So your second time, her first, how did you get her to go over the edge?
We needed a fourth person, and she's done things like skydiving before, so I figured she'd be fearless and would go with me.
It's for a great cause too, so I was happy to be a part of it.
So where does this rate in terms of adventure sports for you?
This is definitely up there. This was fun, yeah. I've never done anything like this tall, so I'll be excited to do it again next year.
What's that view like from up at the top?
It's really pretty. You can kind of see like the whole state.
So people are watching this. Convince them. Why should they be on top of that building next year?
It's for a really good cause, so it's fun and it helps out a great cause.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Crying is cool. Crying is cool. I love those shirts.
the Schellenberger sisters, Jennifer and Megan from the Red Clay School District. Jennifer completing her first, Megan her second trip down. Danny Hall is up top. The shot you see there, Danny Hall is on the right, and that's Monroe Hudson on the left. Danny Hall, a member of the Delaware State Police. He's a coach, a volunteer. He's involved in just about every part of law enforcement for Special Olympics Delaware that there is, from being on committees to active at every single event we have. You can see Danny Hall. He wanted to thank Mary Catherine Hopkins, Harold Denman Smith, and Susan Greisbach for their donations toward his call. Monroe Hudson is the commissioner of the Delaware Department of Correction. He's also a volunteer supporter of Delaware law enforcement for Special Olympics and is actually the 2023 chairperson. And again, these are all volunteer opportunities and positions that people hold for Delaware law enforcement for Special Olympics. And Monroe wanted to thank his friends and coworkers for their support, and a special thanks to the Department of Correction family and FOP Lodge 10 for contributing to his call. That is Danny Hall making his 12th trip down the side of the building. He has made that sit-back position, and so it's all systems go on the left, and on the right you can see Monroe Hudson getting ready to do the same. If you're watching somebody and you want to give them a shout out on Twitter, please use hashtag SODelaware. We're following the trending in the feeds, and we'll give them a shout out so when they watch themselves later, whether it's on their own or at a watch party with family and friends, we can let them know that you were watching. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2023 Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith of the digital team, which is producing today's event with help in the background by Showworks and a plethora of camera folks and reporters that we have and will introduce to you throughout the day. Currently, it's Sean Green on the ground from WDEL and Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio. We have 98 people going over the edge today. Monroe Hudson and Danny Hall are on the ropes. Kathy Thompson, Rob Thompson, and Marie McIntosh are on deck. We are about 15 minutes behind schedule if you're following the timing that the people who you wanted to watch have seen you. The timing is based solely on how quickly or not people come down the roof. There's not a time limit. There's not a suggested speed. It's whatever makes them comfortable. And the reality of it is, as we mentioned earlier, Jimmy, we always end up on time when it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's crazy. We'll have our little flows here, and it will catch itself right up. Some people will tune in, and you may have to see a couple other people before your person goes down. Sorry. That's the way it is. But just sit back, enjoy the day. Take the rest of the day off. I'm calling your boss right now. I'm sending that email. Send. There you go. You're off the rest of the day. Just sit back and enjoy as we all cover a great tradition here the second Thursday of every May.
17 stories, 222 feet down the 300 Delaware Avenue building here in Center City, Wilmington. The 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware provides sports training and competition opportunities for more than 4,200 athletes who compete year-round in Special Olympics. And we are getting ready to send it up onto the roof. Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio. Nick, looks like you have a couple people getting ready to go over the edge.
I do, guys. Thank you very much. I'm here with Marianne Evans and Elizabeth Evans. We heard a little while in the broadcast, the room around the building is you've done it every year. Marianne, how you feeling, and what number is this for you?
Well, I still feel nervous, but it's for a good cause. And technically it's 11, but it's 12.
And does anything change with the mindset? You're back up here on top of the roof. I know everything's maybe coming back to you now for year number 12. Any advice to everyone that will be doing it for the first time this year?
Enjoy it. It's fun.
And I'm also here with Elizabeth Evans, second year doing it. How was it for you last year?
It was good. Unfortunately, my grandmother wasn't here due to COVID, and we were planning on doing it together, so I'm very excited for us to be here together this time and be able to do it together.
Well, we're looking forward to it. You guys are almost up, so enjoy the on-deck circle here. We'll send it back downstairs to Jimmy and John.
Thanks, Nick. And as Marianne mentioned, and I had forgotten that she actually did miss last year because of COVID. Unfortunately, it was the morning of the event. She tested positive, but we still give her credit for doing it every single year. She raised the amount of money that was necessary. And so it technically counts because even though she didn't go over, she registered. And so she's an all-timer along with Danny Hall, who you see coming down the side of the building there. Danny Hall is on the left and Monroe Hudson on the right. And so they will be making their landing. Monroe for the first time, Danny Hall for the 12th time. Coming up next, as we mentioned, are going to be Marianne and Elizabeth Evans are up there. Not sure if the Thompson family, it looks like Kathy, Rob, and Tyler, will be up there next or not. Sometimes they shuffle the order a little bit for one reason or another, but we'll keep you posted on their ET arrival, estimated time of arrival to the edge, I guess is the best way to put it. As you can see, Danny has landed along with Monroe Hudson. We heard from both of them up top, and Sean Green will try to get them as well on the bottom. 98 people going over today, 60 first-timers. Monroe Hudson is one of them. And so we've already had 4 or 5 people who have gone over the edge there. And so we are going to send it over to Sean Green of WDEL.
Commissioner Hudson, what was that experience like?
That was awesome. It was awesome. Just what I expected.
Can you take us through when you went over the edge, when you lost contact with that building, what that rush was like?
Yeah, it was just an awesome experience. I've rappelled before, and it's always the first step over the edge. It's the most difficult. And once you get in the groove, it's easy.
Well, yeah, rappelling, usually in a more scenic environment. What's it like doing it in an urban setting in Wilmington on a Chamber of Commerce day like this?
It was just a beautiful day to look out onto the water and see everybody below. It was awesome.
Why are you here?
It's just a great cause. I serve as the chairperson of the Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, and it's just a great way to give back to our community and give back to a great organization.
And why is that so important? Obviously, the police give out all the medals at the Special Olympics events. Why is this something that the law enforcement community has embraced so much?
It's just a great way to give back, and you see firsthand the difference you're making, whether you're volunteering, participating in fundraising events, but you get to see the smile on the athlete's face, and that's what makes it worthwhile.
Are we going to see more people from the Department of Corrections next year?
Absolutely, yes.
Congratulations.
Challenges out there.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sean. And again, Monroe Hudson wanted to thank his Department of Correction family and FOP Lodge 10 for helping him raise that $1,100. And Sean now has Danny Hall. Sean, to you.
12 times. I did this the first year, and I called it quits. How are you doing this a dozen times?
Just for the athletes. I mean, I don't like heights. It doesn't get it. This was the best I have done up there, but if they can do their different activities and face life that they do, then this is the least that I can do.
We've been talking on the broadcast about people being afraid of heights. I was afraid of heights. How do you get past that and enjoy what is really a unique view of the state of Delaware?
I don't look. I look straight ahead. I don't look down. So until they pull you off right here at the whatever third floor, I just keep looking straight ahead.
What is that feeling when your feet hit the ground when you're in that kind of mindset?
Happiness. True joy.
Why is this a cause that you care so much about to continue to do it every year when it's something that maybe you don't overly like doing?
I've been a volunteer for Special Olympics for the past 35 years, and I will keep volunteering for my last breath. They're the best people in the world, the best athletes, the best sportsmanship, and we all can learn from them. So I just kind of honor and salute them. I'll continue to do everything that I can for the athletes.
So make the pitch for someone coming out and joining you for your 13th next year.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Come on out. It's a fantastic time, fantastic athletes, and just fantastic. Everybody in Special Olympics is family, and that's the greatest thing that I can say. We all need as many family members as we can.
Anyone you want to say thanks to on the broadcast?
Just thank my mom and Mrs. Grace Bach for their donations. So thank you. And Mr. Harold Denman Smith as well. Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Danny.
Thank you, sir. Nice meeting you. Thank you.
Danny Hall, a recent Volunteer of the Year for Special Olympics Delaware. a lot of our law enforcement officials who are part of Special Olympics, they do tremendous things. Nobody does more than Danny Hall when it comes to doing things beyond handing out medals at events and providing safety for our athletes at events. He's a coach. He's been a friend to Special Olympics athletes, getting them to practices and things like that. So, Danny Hall, congratulations on completing your 12th Over the Edge event. Mary Ann Evans is next, along with Elizabeth Evans, getting ready to come down. Mary Ann is going to be on the yellow rope, which will be the rope on the left if you're looking at the building. Elizabeth Evans will be on the blue rope if you're looking on the right. Elizabeth, her second year, and of course, Mary Ann, her 12th. Mary Ann's daughter, Leanne, has been a longtime member of Special Olympics Delaware. Mary Ann has also done the polar bear plunge for 27 years, and she's also skydived. And, Jimmy, we've talked about that before, some of the daring things. You know, we've had people rappel in cliffs, you know, in the oceans and all kinds of stuff like that. But I always think that if you've skydived, this is a piece of cake.
And we've heard that it's, you know, this is up there. We actually just heard one of the Schellenbergers who had dove. Has sky divin.
That I'm sure is not correct.
That's not right. That this is right up there. You would think that, you know, this would be below that, but I think in the moment you're like, wow, that was really something. So, we've heard some things too I've never heard of too, like, you know, like some of the deep cave diving and things like that.
Oh,
that's happened before.
What it was, yeah.
I don't know. I'm just making things up now. The stuff I'd never heard of, but this has got to be below skydiving. Skydiving's an absolute no. I always say that every year. I'm not even going to finish my sentence. But skydiving's an absolute no. There is no amount of money that could be donated to anything that I think I'd be mildly comfortable with jumping out of a plane. Nope.
And I've said the same. I've gone over the edge. I was fine with it. It was exhilarating. I was a little nervous. How can you not be nervous if you're on a building getting ready to rappel, no matter how many times you've done it? But skydiving is something I would never do. And I've said that, and I've been very open about that. And again, it has nothing to do with the fear of heights. It's just knowing that this event, and they have for Special Olympics alone, the Over the Edge USA people have done 272 events. They've had more than 10,000 people go down the side of the building somewhere in the country, raised almost $26 million, 1.6 of that here in Delaware, and they've got a 100% safety rate. And so that's what's most important to me. Sadly or unfortunately, when people skydive, you can't say that. And so with this event, it's a 100% safety rate. And I mentioned the 272 events. That is just a small percentage of what Over the Edge USA does. They do it for nonprofits all over North America. They're actually based in Canada, and they do it all over North America. 100% safety rating. And so it's an opportunity for people who have always wanted to do something like that to do it here in the state of Delaware, and more importantly, do it for a great cause.
Skydiving's there's like birds and stuff. You know, it's just not, you just can't control your situation like you can here. You know, there's birds too, but they're not going to be on the side of the building, let's be honest. So, you know, this is a little more, you know, bungee jumping's another one. It's like, no. It's not supposed to do that. You know, this is below that, but this is still one of the more exhilarating things you can do, you know, with heights.
And so that's Elizabeth on the right, Mary Ann on the left. Mary Ann's a veteran, 12 years, actually 11, as she pointed out. She actually didn't do it last year due to COVID. Elizabeth, this is her second year, did it by herself last year. She is the niece of Mary Ann, so we have an aunt and a niece. And we've had a lot of family relatives do this event. We've had father-sons, we've had grandparents and grandchildren, sisters, brothers, spouses. We have a couple spouses going over later together. And so just an opportunity, you know, people thinking outside the box of who can I get to do this with me? And then we've already mentioned the large number of school people who will be here today. I'm not sure of the exact number, but I would guess to say almost half of the 98 people are affiliated with our Unified Champion School program across the state of Delaware.
It's a great date idea, you know, too. An expensive date, but it's I mean, one of a kind, right?
It's too bad you're already married, Jimmy. We could have had your wedding at the top of the roof.
Yeah,
and we could have come down together.
Because if I'm not good with heights, I know I'm married to one also not good
Elizabeth would like to thank her family and friends who donated so that she was able to participate this year. Marianne Evans, the same thing. Lots of generous donors who have contributed to her over the year. Elizabeth rides horses and water skis, so nothing too daredevil-y. Water skiing's a very difficult thing, probably much harder to do than what she's doing today. And as we mentioned, Marianne has done the skydiving before.
I'd water ski for sure.
You never have?
Never have.
No?
I know that beats you up pretty good, right?
Well, it depends on where you do it. I've done it on a lake where it's not too bad, and I did it in Jamaica where it beat me up pretty good.
Your knees, right? Yep. Taking some shots.
We are going to send it upstairs. Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio.
Thanks, John. I'm here with Kathy and Rob Thompson here for year number 2. So second consecutive year for you guys. What's kind of the difference, you think, being back up here the second time instead of the first?
Having a little bit of knowledge about what's going to happen, and for me, it's tough to kind of get down. So I now know how to do that. I got to help pull the rope up behind me.
There you go. There you go. Give some tips. That's what we like to hear. Yeah. And Rob, how about you? Year number 2. How you feeling as you're just in the on-deck circle here, moments away from getting on the edge?
Good, good. I mean, I think the familiarity definitely helps suppress nerves as compared to how it was last year. So yeah, I'm feeling good and I'm ready to go. So.
All right, sounds good.
Last year he was waving to everybody in the office as he was going down.
I'm gonna do the same.
See, he's ready. If you're in the office, turn around because Rob's going to say hello back to John and Jimmy downstairs.
Yeah, a lot of people in the offices watching this happen. They tell us this is one of their favorite days of the year. I'm not sure a lot of work gets done here in the 300 Delaware Avenue building, which is managed by Brandywine Realty Trust, one of 3 sponsors, TD Bank and Newcastle County Fire Services being the other. And so, again, we've talked about this building and what it means and what it took to create this event. It's not only, hey, we're going to show up and rappel down the side of your building. The Brandywine Realty come back and do this without the costs of putting the equipment up there that we did that very first year to secure it and make it the 100% foolproof, safe event that it is. And so the Brandywine Realty Trust group that manages this building, they put the gear up there that the Evans aunt and niece, Marianne on the left, Elizabeth on the right, coming down. Marianne for the 12th time, Elizabeth for the 2nd time, all to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Every dime from this event, and it will raise more than Pete, completely free as you see them descending. And Marianne on the left is the perfect example of someone who knows the importance of Special Olympics. And Elizabeth also, because it's Elizabeth's aunt that Marianne is the grandmother of Elizabeth. And so it's a grandmother, granddaughter that are coming down. And as we mentioned, there are a lot of family members who take part in this event. As you see them coming down on deck are the Thompsons. Went a little bit earlier than they were supposed to. If you're tuning in, they were scheduled to go at 9:50, which was pretty much exactly when they took off. And so we are not on schedule, but only running 10 or 15 minutes behind. If you've tuned in to see Missy Snyder, Stephanie Cummings, Jason Payne, Julie Williams, you haven't picture shot, different angles that we're showing you. We have camera up on the roof. We have a camera out in the landing area for the post-rappel interview, and we have a camera that's more toward the street where you can actually see the folks coming down as you do there. It's 12th year. If you're on Twitter and you're watching, use hashtag SODelaware so we can give a shout-out to whoever you're watching. This event has raised more than $1.6 million for Special Olympics Delaware. 852 participants have taken place, 60 of them going over for the first time. If you're just tuning in, I'm John Busby, a member of the Special Olympics Delaware staff, along with Jimmy Smith, who is the producer of today's event. For the digital team, our camera crew includes Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, and Will Ansley. Hang up yesterday while Jimmy was en route from Cleveland, so when he arrived, it was all set, and we were ready to go this morning. Started earlier than we ever have because of the sold-out group of 98 people. Wanted to make sure we got everybody in. Elizabeth getting ready to land. Marianne for the 11th time. Elizabeth for the 2nd time. And we know they'll be more than happy to talk about Sean Green and can give a firsthand experience of what Special Olympics means to Marianne's daughter. The Edge event here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building as we watch Elizabeth now make her landing. And they get ungeared and will head up. SODE.org, or if you're interested in coaching or volunteering in some other way, same website, SODE.org, but a great way to give back. And, of course, if you want to donate to Special Olympics, go to the same website. There's a donate button, and you can make a donation right then and there. Each of these participants have raised at least $1,100. Many have raised more than that, and we appreciate that. You can see Marianne and Elizabeth getting a Special Olympics medal from one of our athletes, and that's a new tradition we started a few years ago. And as soon as they are with Sean Green, we will send it down to him so he can talk to a mother of a Special Olympics athlete and an aunt of a Special Olympics athlete. And so it looks like Sean is ready. Sean Green from WDEL with Marianne and Elizabeth.
Well, Marianne, I remember talking to you the first year this happened, and you were nervous then. 12 years later, what is it like continuing to do this?
Well, I was still nervous, but it's such a good cause and a good feeling that I'll keep coming back as long as I'm able, and bring my granddaughter with me.
Does it get different anytime? Do you see something different coming down this time, experience it a little different than other years?
No, I still get nervous, but it's not really different. It's just exciting, exuberating, really. It's a good feeling.
Elizabeth, you got talked into this a previous time. Why did you come back and do this again?
It is a good cause, and I have fun doing it, and I enjoy going down and raising money and supporting Special Olympics, and I'll continue to do it as well.
So you're
And this time to look around while I was coming down versus last time when I just wanted to get it over with.
How were you able to get past those nerves?
I don't know. It is a good cause, and I know that I've done it before, so.
Sell this to somebody who's watching this, and maybe a loved one, maybe a friend, maybe someone for some of the next people that are going over. Why should they go over the edge?
Because it's an adrenaline rush, and it's a fun time, and you're doing it for a good cause, so there's no reason not to.
And you've done 27 polar bear plunges, which is somehow 7 more than I've done. How do you rate those two things?
Exuberating. I love the cold, and I don't supported us financially and spiritually and whatever. Everybody's so wonderful and so generous when we're collecting our money. I appreciate everyone's donation. And a shout out to Leanne Evans, my daughter, who got us here in the first place.
Elizabeth, for you?
I'd have to say the same. Thank you to everybody that donated and has supported me going over the edge today, and a shout out to Leanne as well, because we wouldn't be supporting Special Olympics to the magnitude that we are without her.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Elizabeth. And thank you, Marianne, going over the edge for the 11th and the second time. Kathy Thompson and Rob Thompson are up in the air, getting ready to working her way down to what people say once you're leaning over, you got the arms out. That's the postcard shot, we call it, when they put their arms out wide. Kathy is going to be on your right, and Rob is on your left as they start making their way down. Kathy retired after 40 years as an attorney at the DuPont Company. She's actually a member of the Red Clay School Board, so again, another instance of somebody within the school system supporting this over-the-edge event. Of course, several Red Clay teachers, faculty, and administrators having gone already over the edge, and lots to come from other districts around the state, as you can see them reach out with their arms wide. Kathy's a big supporter of Special Olympics Delaware. She wanted to do this with her son, Rob, who's been a referee for Special Olympics at various games. Some of the daring things Kathy has done: she's done some long-distance bike rides. She's done sailing, skiing, scuba diving around the world, and hiking everywhere. And she wants to thank her son, Rob, and the Red Clay Consolidated School District for the support of her coming down. On deck is Marie McIntosh, Tyler Thompson, Missy Snyder, and Stephanie Cummings will all be heading over the edge. We're running about 15 minutes behind schedule probably, but again, that's all based on how quickly or not people come down the side of the building. Nothing anybody can control, and certainly nothing that people make a big deal out of either way. The whole purpose of this event is to enjoy it enjoy the rappel down, enjoy the experience from start to finish. And we are told every year by people who go over the edge that the professionals from start to finish, because of the people involved behind the scenes that you won't see on the broadcast and you won't hear from them. And those are the overedge techs who came into town on Wednesday, or on Tuesday, I should say, actually, spent the day Wednesday prepping the building, prepping all the equipment and everything that goes into making this an enjoyable and, most importantly, a safe experience for everyone involved. As you see the Thompsons making a quick trek down the side of the building. And again, that is Kathy on the right and Rob on the left. Both have landed, both finishing their second rappels. So not first-timers like 60 other people will be of the 98 who may go to a commercial break, but we're on hold. We're waiting to hear when the next people will come. And so we'll wait. We're looking forward to talking to Kathy and Rob Thompson once they get over there. And Sean, we'll turn it over to you.
With Kathy Thompson after she completed her second over the edge, why did you come back and do this again?
Because I do it with my son, and it's a whole lot of fun, and it's a great cause.
You know, how was this one different? Did you experience something different this time? Did you get to enjoy it a little more this time around?
Definitely, because last time what I found was I had to feed the rope behind me so much. I was really struggling. This time I just went down. It was great.
But did you prefer the faster version? The people who've done this, Rob, and in terms of there's almost like a little bit of fitness to this, that your wrist, I mean, how does your wrist feel after doing this?
It doesn't feel too bad. Definitely last year it hurt worse, but I feel like I applied less pressure on the main rope, and yeah, not too bad.
So who talked who into doing this originally?
I did. So what I say is my husband will do a lot with me, but when he won't, I bring out the big guns, which is my son.
Being involved in Red Clay, obviously you're on the Red Clay School Board. How do you want to get more people involved? Obviously we saw Meadowood out here today. How do you get more of Red Clay involved in this event?
I have to keep talking it up. I talk it up to people. So many people are afraid and they won't do it, but Karen Jakubowski did it today because she was getting over her fear. So we just have to talk it up and get more people to realize it's not a height thing. It isn't, and the cause is so worthwhile.
You know, Rob, for you, when you hear that pitch from her, what made you say yes?
Or a lot of it's about having a callous mind and just saying, I'm going to do it, and I think more people should.
Yeah, so make the pitch for somebody to come in here and join you guys next year.
It's fun. It's a challenge. The people are great. The cause is wonderful. It's just a great experience.
You guys want to send some thank yous out?
Thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone, and I don't know who do you.
Special Olympics people that are putting this on.
And to that end, the people that are doing this, the 100% safety record, and these techs. I mean, how much does that give you confidence when you're stepping off a 17-story building?
A ton, because they're up there checking. You get checked twice inside. You get checked 3 times outside. You get to try it. It's just a great experience. You feel very safe.
Thompson and Rob Thompson there, and we appreciate them being part of Special Olympics. We've got a few minutes here where we're going to have a break as the next crew gets ready to go. So we're going to send it on the live stream. We're going to send it to commercial and give you an opportunity to see and hear a story about why people are going over the edge today and how it impacts the Special Olympics athletes. So again, I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith, and we will be back after this short break. Thank you for tuning in. This is the 2000.
These athletes from around the country, they are good, but nobody bites the dust with me. Jillian Lauren Matthews.
Jillian's she's been a joy from the time she's been born. The fact that we had a little girl was just very exciting. You know, and her 2 brothers were excited. Even when she was little, before we knew what was happening with her, she was just a happy kid. So that was one of the things that threw us when you hear autism, you hear they're not social, they don't interact. That was never really her.
She was about 3 and not talking. Everybody said she's got 2 older brothers. What does she have to say? They speak for her. but it was the pediatrician who suspected something wasn't quite right.
And then they came up basically with the speech problem. So she went for speech therapy, and then they also started to notice that she drooled a lot and had some other little mannerisms and things, and in further investigation found that she had some low muscle tone. So that's when they started also speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy.
Help her.
One of the first things the kindergarten teacher, the autism kindergarten teacher said to me, which kind of made your stomach just sink. She said, you know, I know it's hard. She's coming into this classroom and going with this diagnosis. You have to change all your thoughts and your dreams of what it could be having a little girl. Jillian came home, she was 14. With the paper, Special Olympics was doing something called Get in the Game. And a mom, she wanted to get something started for Special Olympics in our county and was disappointed nothing was. So she talked to the rec program there and they started a track program. So Jillian started, that's how she started in Special Olympics. From the time she was little, she could be playing and all of a sudden she'd get up and then run back. And finally when she got verbal enough, the doctor asked her, he said, why do you do that? She said, it helps me think of things.
Running was always something that she seemed to like. And with Special Olympics, it took off.
It's given her confidence in herself. To see the growth and the independence, like I said, when she went to the USA Games, I didn't even think to apply because I thought she can't go on her own. She can't be without me. She can't come, you know, she can't do that. And little by little, we worked on it once she found out she was going.
It was actually the first time I have ever gone on a plane without my family, and in fact, it has been the first time I have ever gone anywhere without them.
Once she came to see us, one of the first or second day, you know, you're thinking, oh, is she going to be bursting into tears?
Bad at first, but I had a fun time getting to know a lot of athletes that I've never met before.
And when I think about that kindergarten teacher saying, you know, just get yourself ready, this, you know, things are going to be different, your lives are going to be different. Well, they are. They're different.
Look at us now. Somehow ended up the head of bowling. Cindy's on the committee that meets among athletes. We've become part of it as well as her.
You set your mind out to do. She can do it all, and that's because of Special Olympics, really.
I just love doing Special Olympics on my own terms, just as any athlete would need. It made me feel special and knowing that I can do anything.
Welcome to Over the Edge.
Being a teacher is like going over the edge every day, right? You never know what challenge is going to come your way. You're always up for something new and unexpected, and you never say you can't do something. So I'm hoping today to model that for all the kids back at OBL.
Over the Edge is the perfect activity to enable students, staff, and even families and friends to rally behind a member of the school community who dares to do something brave and extraordinary. And what a great lesson to teach the students of today who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Go out of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, and make a difference. You can do it.
We're so excited. This is the first year that we've actually had Special Olympics Delaware teams in our building, so we got involved that way. And then we got our children involved in Over the Edge to continue to support Special Olympics by having hat days, selling bracelets for them, the fruit of their effort.
The kids have been excited. We have a countdown outside my classroom door, so the kids yesterday they were like, oh my gosh, one day, it's really tomorrow. They like can't believe it. So now for the kids to be able to watch us go over the edge and do something a little crazy, but to support what our students have and what Special Olympics gives them is a great opportunity.
Some schools have one representative, while others create pairs or even teams. It's the thrill of adventure for the people going over, and the excitement it generates in the school that matters most.
We're excited to be here. This year it's been the 2 administrators going over, and I think that that's really helped that now the other teachers are willing to say, hey, I want to do that next year. So we'll hope to continue to send people here to Special Olympics Delaware to go over the edge.
A student or a group of people in your school community who, together, can make an impact.
The whole point of this event is coming together and being together.
This isn't just a plunge, it's a jump for joy to benefit the athletes of Special Olympics Delaware. The coldest moment of your life will support the biggest moment of theirs.
His name is Gift of God, so he's a gift. He's a gift every day. Always brings a smile, always brings a hug, always a kiss, sometimes not at the right minute, but always has one. Matt was delivered, and as soon as he came out, I kind of noticed that he was different from all the rest of our children. Of course, that brought a lot of fear into me. Tried to keep a straight face and keep her calm. And she's like, something wrong, something wrong. And he wasn't crying, he wasn't doing anything.
They placed him in my arms, and I know he has Down syndrome. It's just something that I know. But my experience in the hospital was that nobody wanted to acknowledge that. Nobody wanted to celebrate that. It was all very dark. Having a doctor tell me that Matthew is going to be his own man. And that is so profound for us. I think we live by that every day now. As he grew, time keeping up. And he's on the soccer field, and he's not comprehending, he's not fast enough, and they're at one end of the field and he's at the other end of the field. And swimming, he just was swimming with kids much younger than him. And there's just all those things, that gap with his typical peers kept growing. And so the opportunities
Olympics
for him
Delaware.
kept
My name
shrinking.
is John Busby,
As
along with Jimmy
those things
Smith,
disappeared,
who
Special
heads up the
Olympics
production
grew.
team, the digital team.
It has given him a lot of opportunities in
And so we
a
had
team
a slight
environment,
break there
an
for
individual
happens for a
environment
variety
to
of reasons, but we've
learn
got
to work with
two
others,
people who are up
others
and
with
ready to go.
disabilities as well.
It is Marie McIntosh and Jason Payne. You can see them up there on the top, and Jason Payne on the right. And so we've got two people getting ready to go over, but I'm also told we've got somebody up on the roof ready for an interview, so we're going to send it up to Nick Alessandrini.
Here on the wall, how you feeling moments away?
Good, good. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Going to be a lot of fun.
And what has inspired you to be a part of this great event today?
He probably wouldn't want the recognition, but my good friend, Captain Danny Hall, Delaware State Police. This is his 12th year going over as a trooper. His last year as a trooper, so paying homage to him and having a little bit of a thrill doing it.
That's right. He was here up here just well, there you have it. Tyler Thompson with some advice there. Tyler, appreciate it. Good luck. Moments away from heading over the edge. We'll send it back down to John and Jimmy.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Tyler Thompson wants to thank his amazing supporters for this amazing opportunity. Marie McIntosh, she has done this. This will be her 7th rappel. She's a retired teacher in the Christina School District, longtime volunteer coach. In fact, asset to Special Olympics Delaware, a member of the Special Olympics Delaware Hall of Fame. Some of the daring things she's done is she has done some zip lining, and she wanted to thank Shirley Malloy for contributing to her cause here. And so first rappel, and that is Jason you see there on the left starting to make his way down. He is the principal at Major George S. Welch Elementary School, which is one of the more than 100 Unified Champion School programs here in kind of a sense of humor there for Jason Payne. He wanted to thank the families of Welch Elementary School who pulled together to raise the money for Special Olympics Delaware. And again, he's on the left as you see him coming down, and that is Marie McIntosh you see in the picture-in-picture getting ready to take her first squat backward. Take that over the edge who are ready to go. And so we will keep both of the people going over the edge, Jason and Marie, in your picture, but we are going to go back up top to Nick Alessandrini.
Alessandrini now with Chris Kulak. Chris, third grade teacher at Nellie Stokes Elementary today. Are they going to be tuning into the live stream today? Are they checking you out?
Absolutely, yeah. Hopefully they are. Obviously, shout out. Great job, please.
There you go. That's right. Do a great job on your state testing. That always comes first. And Chris, you did the polar bear plunge last year, correct? And this will be your first time doing over the edge. So what's kind of the mindset? Can you take anything from polar bear plunge into the rooftop today?
Just have some fun. Hopefully I'm going to enjoy it all the way down. Don't go too fast, but at the same time, enjoy the scenic views.
There you have it, Chris Kulak, a moments away from heading over the edge. Appreciate your time. Enjoy it. Thanks for being here, and we'll send it back downstairs.
Thank you, Nick. Nellie Stokes Elementary wanted us to let people know, and the reason for that is because the safety vests that people use are different sizes. As you can see, Jason Payne landing there. We'll talk to him in just a couple minutes. But the safety vests have to fit securely, as you can imagine. So if you are size small, you can't wear a size large safety vest. And apparently for the first time ever, there are more people of the same size. And so we're waiting for a certain size of vest to get back up to the roof or to the prep room on the tent else. And anything Special Olympics does, certainly this over-the-edge event. And so that is one of the reasons we are hopping around a little bit. So we're going to try to keep you in touch with what's going on. Marie McIntosh is going. Tyler Thompson's going to go. And we've got an interview up top. We've got an interview at the bottom. Let's go to the bottom first, where Sean Green is ready with Jason Payne. Sean, over to you.
Elementary must be watching right now as their principal has just made it over the top. Jason, what was that last 5 or 6 minutes like?
A lot of heavy heartbeats. I could feel it in my throat, but it felt great. It was really awesome.
So when your feet step away from that building, take us through that moment.
So the hardest part is letting go of the building. When they were like, you let go of the building, I'm like, I don't know, like, let go. But then once you actually sit down, it actually was not too bad.
Take us through that sensation. I experienced that 12 years ago, and it doesn't make any sense. How do you describe it?
So yeah, it was one of those moments where like I need to just take a deep breath and then realize I'm okay, and that I'm going to be okay, and then you just kind of make your way down and kind of enjoy the moment.
Did you get a chance to look in some of those windows? What did you see?
So hello, Welch Elementary. I made it. Woohoo!
what do you want to say to them?
Yeah. Boys and girls, thank you very much for the money that you raised so that me, Mrs. Snyder, and Mrs. Cummings can do this. Remember, you can do anything you set your mind to and accomplish your goals. Great job.
Are we going to see more of you guys out here next year?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Jason Payne, principal of Welch Elementary. Nick Alessandrini, who do you got up top?
Of Stokes Elementary. Now, we just talked a little bit here before we went on the air. It's your first year. How you feeling?
I am super excited. I'm just excited.
And we talked about it also. You also have skydived before, so maybe not too nervous, maybe as some other people. It is your first time, but where do you think the similarities are going to be there?
The height. The height and just looking down. So that's about it.
And how did you get involved? What inspired you to be here today?
I like to do adventurous things, and I heard about this from my principal, Freeman Williams, and so I signed up to do it.
Stokes Elementary well represented this year in 2023 at Over the Edge. Kimberly, good luck. Moment.
Start and stop, start and stop, stop and start. The second time I did it, the rope handler, Tony, turned me around, okay? And so now I'm trying to turn myself around, and I couldn't. So I thought, that's fine, I'll just look at the street. So I came down looking at the street. So this time, I mean, obviously, all these practices are so good, and you're not worried anymore, you know? Yeah, it's great.
So you had that experience, but that's 5 times ago. Why do you keep coming out here, and why is this something that you make something that's part of your year?
I have always been a supporter of Special Olympics.
Why?
Because I was a special education teacher, and I began 40 years ago and worked with my students and became part of that organization as a coach and volunteer.
So sell someone who's watching this on why they should do this next year.
Phil, do you hear me? I think you should do this next year because you would love the experience.
Phil, we look forward to seeing you, and Marie, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Head back up to you. Somebody getting ready to go over the edge.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Again, we are picking up the pace here on Top of the Roof. I'm now with Julie Williams, BCBA. Julie, we just talked about it. It's your first time again. You got a nice group participating here at Over the Edge. How many of you guys are there?
We do. There's 12 of us from CR School District.
All right, well, that's great. We're thrilled to have you here. It is your first time going over the edge, but we just talked about it. You've been cage diving with sharks, stingrays, etc.
It's a little scarier, but I'm excited.
And how did you get involved? Obviously, you mentioned 12 members in your party here today. How did you kind of get involved? What inspired you to be here?
So I've always kind of had a thing for Special Olympics, special education, and a couple of our team members did it last year, and one did it, for several years, and she kind of talked many of us into doing it. So.
Julie, thank you so much. Any shout-outs before you head right over there and heading over the edge here momentarily? Now back to Jimmy and John.
Alrighty, thank you. That's Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio. And Nick has to take off. We appreciate him donating his time to be on the roof and getting the thoughts and in some cases prayers of the people who are getting ready to go over the edge. So Nick of WSTW, the Wake Up Crew. And so, again, we appreciate Nick being here. And so from the view that you see right now, we have Tyler Thompson, who is on the left, and then it'll be Chris Kulak, a third-grade teacher at Nellie Stokes Elementary, who you see way up top, who hasn't made the start down yet. Supporters for this amazing opportunity. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. This is the 12th Over the Edge event here in Delaware. The event has raised more than $1.6 million, which stays in the state of Delaware to support the more than an athlete. And we're the only state in the country who can say that, as Tyler Thompson makes his final descent and lands in the landing zone. More than 850 people have done this event over the years. 98 will do it today, 60 of them for the first time. Tyler Thompson is one of those 60 doing it for the first time, and we will be interested to hear what he has to say when he gets over to Sean. And we will hear from Tyler in just a few short minutes. And Chris Kulak is on the way down. Again, a third-grade teacher at Nellie Stokes Elementary has participated in the polar bear plunge. Wants to thank all the individuals and small businesses who were part of it. Sean Green, we're going to turn it over to you live with Tyler Thompson.
And we're going to catch up here with Tyler Thompson after going over the edge. And I see the Smyrna Fire Company shirt there. So going over the edge, a little bit of a, what was it like being atop of Wilmington like that?
It's different. For me, nothing out of the ordinary, perhaps, or nothing unusual. You know, just a good thrill, good morning forward, and enjoy the ride down.
So describe that feeling when you're pushing off of a building. What is that like, and how do you get yourself to a point where that is comfortable?
Yeah, well, it takes a while to get comfortable with it, right? So I have a little bit of training that's done it, but for those that have done it for the first time, it's a little weird when you push off and you sit down and you think you're going to fall, perhaps like a trust fall exercise, and you have to realize that you're not going to. So it's definitely uneasy at first, but you get used to it and you just go with it.
So why are you out here?
Last year going over the edge as a trooper, and I've wanted to do this for a while, just have always kind of missed it, and so I wanted to do it for him this year and hopefully do it for years to come. But I enjoy a good thrill, and it's for a good cause, so it just goes well together.
So you said you've been thinking about this. What did you heard about this event? What did you heard about being up there at the top and being 200 feet above Wilmington that maybe was different when you're actually that person?
Yeah, nothing really scared me about it. I've done some rappelling and some rope work, so it was kind of on the bucket list just to go have a good time and do it for a good cause.
Anyone you want to say thanks to?
No, I thank you for all my supporters who just enabled me to do that, to have one heck of a time, and thank you everybody who supports Special Olympics Delaware.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Sean. That's Chris Kulak making his descent down the side. Third grade teacher at Nellie Stokes Elementary. Been a polar bear before, as we mentioned. And we're bouncing around a couple. Julie Williams, Amber Martin, Dylan Otto, Missy Snyder, Stephanie Cummings, all to come. If you're just tuning in, as I mentioned, at the same time, so we might have had to delay somebody who was a size small as an example. I'm told Kimberly Lucas is up top and ready to go. Chris Kulak has finished up, and he's coming to the bottom here. And we'll have Sean Green check in with him again. Sean Green from WDEL. Appreciate him donating his time to be here this morning. The will be getting themselves in place here, and we'll hear from them. Just got off the air at WSDW, volunteering their time to come over. We appreciate that. Again, this is the 2023 Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith, the producer of today's event, part of the owner and president of the digital team. And she already has taken that squat backwards and getting ready to go down there. And we're going to wait for Chris Kulak to come over, and we're going to have Sean Green do one final interview before he wraps up his early morning shift. And Sean, one final time to Sean Green of WDEL.
Chris, your first time. What did you hear about this, and how was it different when you?
I heard about it through my school last year. I switched districts, but I got roped into it, pun intended, by the lady on the yellow rope, and enjoyed every bit of it.
You know, when you talk about having the nerves, was there a point where it felt comfortable, and what caused that to happen?
You got to trust the gear. You know, when you are up there, all the gentlemen that are up there helping you out, just put trust in them.
How helpful are they? And you know, we don't get to see them do their work, but how good are they, and how did they help put any fears at rest?
I just want to thank, real quick before I forget, all the folks that made the donation for me to make this possible, because without them, I wouldn't be here.
Are there some names you want to say?
Just a couple corporations real quick. Fight for Orchards, K4 Wiring, just to name a few, but all of those other small donations from families, friends, and so on.
Why should someone do this next year?
Help each other, not be self-centered, have an open mind about this stuff, and hopefully we'll get more people next year.
And I'll see you in the Atlantic Ocean in February?
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Chris.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you to Sean Green for being part of today's event from WDEL. And taking Sean's spot is going to be Nancy Johnson from WSTW. So let's give Sean a big hand for being here if you're outside on the patio. And welcome to Nancy Johnson for being part of today's event. Her co-host, Joe Allen, is heading up onto the roof. So you'll hear Joe, and then you'll see him eventually when he leaves his shift. But again, we appreciate lots of on-air personalities. And again, Nick Alessandrini has left the roof as well. And so we appreciate them all volunteering their time, either just coming off a shift or going onto a shift on the air. And so appreciate them, all supporters of Special Olympics year-round, but then part of today's event to provide what we think is a critical piece of you getting to hear the thoughts of the people before they go and when they land.
Yeah, the broadcaster interview roving reporter thing was such a great ad, great idea. Also, I know you know so many of the broadcasters in the state, doing it yourself and being in the media and in the sports world of things. So that was a great idea of yours. And then you get some of your friends out here working together and all coming together for Special Olympics is so cool.
A fun thing. So we got Julie Williams on the blue rope. That's the rope on the right. And we have Kimberly Lucas, who is on the yellow rope on the left. Julie works for the CR School District and Your Way ABA, and she's done cage diving with sharks. I'm not doing that. Snorkeling with manta rays, I'm not sure about that, and underwater scuba scooters. Don't know what underwater scuba scooters are.
Or the second two. The first one, what kind of sharks? What are we talking about?
Doesn't
here?
matter. That is my question.
I think you could take most sharks out there, John. I think you'd be surprised.
I'll let you do it first and let me know how it goes. Julie wants to thank Your Way ABA for sponsoring herself and her team from Caesar Rodney. If you're looking for a home ABA therapy in Delaware, check them out, she says. Kimberly Lucas also works for the Caesar Rodney School District at Stokes Elementary as an attendance clerk, supports Special Olympics. Caesar Rodney, a big part of Special Olympics in the Unified Champion School Program, which promotes inclusion throughout public, private, and charter schools throughout the country. And Kimberly has done the polar bear plunge, and she's another person who has done skydiving. And so, again, we've discussed Jimmy would do skydiving, maybe. I would not. She would like to thank Katie Bennett with State Farm, Pfeiffer Orchards, Wyoming Millwork, Simon I, K4 Custom Wiring Solutions, C&M Builders, Diamond State Pole Buildings, Your Way ABA, Steve Bilbro Realtor with Lester Realty, Sophie's Story Embracing Epilepsy, and Certified Flooring. So all those supporters, the folks have to raise $1,100 to do this Over the Edge event, and they do it in a variety of ways. Some do sponsors, individuals, some do businesses, some do larger company type things. It really all depends on the person. And so we've got Kimberly Lucas and Julie Williams who are going over the edge. That is Kimberly on the left, about halfway down, and that is Julie Williams on the right, who are just making her way, making her start. Kimberly's a first-timer, and so is Julie Williams. So we have two first-timers going over the edge, 2 of 60 people who are doing this event for the first time this year.
That number is crazy. 60 new people. It's been, repeat year after year after year. That's a great thing because this thing's going to grow out of control here. Now everybody gets that little taste, and they always want to come back.
About halfway through this 12 years, we were told that we had one of the top repeat customer rates in the country. And basically, over 30% of the people that did it for 1 year came back and did it for a second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth years. And so that's an incredible rate. And, you can do the math. Out of 100, if 30% come back, that gives us 30. Mm-hmm. And if we have 60 new people next year, we're back at 100. But most likely, I would think out of these 60 people, higher than 30% of them are going to come back just out of the research, out of the history.
Let's put it this way. The word is out. People know. And it is really, really growing here.
If you are a daredevil, this is the only way you can ever legally rappel down the side of a building and completely safe rappel down the side of the building here in Delaware is through this Over the Edge event. They've done 272 events around North America to benefit Special Olympics. To give you an example, Special Olympics Honolulu has done 14 of them, and we're told that building is more than 50 stories high.
Ooh.
And we've talked about how in Delaware here, the over-the-edge techs tell us 17 stories is almost a perfect height because it's just high enough to give you feel that this is something crazy that I'm doing and a challenge, but yet you're not exhausted halfway down. Like they say, sometimes they say they happen on those buildings that are so tall.
That is 3 times. That's too much. 50 is too much.
I can't do the math, but I don't know how many football fields that is. I know that it's, it's 222 feet, which is what this is not quite a football field,
No, right.
but it's still pretty long. Special Olympics in Raleigh, North Carolina, they've done 14 events. Massachusetts has done 13. Delaware, as I mentioned, has done 12. Connecticut done 12. Phoenix 10, and Maryland 3. So it's an event that Special Olympics has embraced across North America. And Over the Edge was created to benefit people who run nonprofits. As you see, Kimberly Lucas finish up her first ever rappel down the side of the building, and Nancy Johnson of the WSDW is with us, and she'll be interviewing the folks down at the bottom. Nancy has done the rappel herself, just like Sean Green had done. Joe Allen, who was up on the roof, has also done it. Don't think Nick Alessandrini had done it, Jimmy. We'll have to get him. We'll have to rally a team to raise some money to have him do it next year. But again, we appreciate all the volunteers who are contributing to today's event. And Nancy Johnson, are we ready to head out to you? Let's hear from Nancy.
All right, hey there. I'm Nancy Johnson from 93.7 WSCW. Got to point to the camera. I'm used to being on the radio, Kimberly, where it doesn't matter where the camera is. It's just where the microphone is. But most importantly, you are now officially on the ground.
It was a blast. It was a blast.
It was a blast. Now, you are the attendance clerk at Caesar Rodney and at Stokes Elementary for the school district, and you just kind of do what you can to support the cause for Special Olympics. Why is that?
I actually worked with some students that had special needs over Germany and in Abilene, Texas, and they just hold a special place in my heart. So,
well, you certainly did some pretty amazing things right now for these individuals that hold a special place in your heart. So I see here you have a lot of folks you want to thank too, as far as supporters are concerned. You want to go ahead and tell everybody who you'd like to thank for being here today.
Yes. We have Katie Bennett with State Farm, Pfeiffer Orchards, Wyoming Millworks, Simon I, K4 Custom Wiring Solutions, CNN Builders, Diamond State Pole Building, Your Way ABA, Steve Bilbro, Realtor with Lester Realty, Sophie Story, Embracing Epilepsy, and Certified Flooring. And then all my Stokes peeps and all of our donations that we've gotten from all the other people.
Well, thank you very much, Kimberly, for going over the edge for such a wonderful cause. Is this your first year?
This is.
Are you going to do it again?
Absolutely.
See, it's addictive. Not for everybody, but definitely for you. Thanks for coming out, Kimberly. Congratulations.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Kimberly. Kimberly have done some skydiving, and now she can say she's rappelled 17 stories down the side of the building. That's Julie Williams, who is about halfway down, coming down. Next up on the yellow rope will be Missy Snyder, making her way down as well, as it is almost 11 o'clock in the morning, and we've done some jumping around as far as the order, if you're just tuning in, purely because of the sizes that are available for the vests. And basically what that means is if they have 5 smalls, 5 mediums, and 5 larges, that once we give out all the smalls, we have to wait for a small vest to get back. And we have, a lot of common sizes apparently in this first
In all
group.
the years we've been doing this, I've never thought about that as a thing.
No,
and
but
it's never been talked about.
Right. So we have a lot of one-sized people. and of course, you can't go in a vest that doesn't fit you. As you see, Missy Snyder on the roof preparing to come down, and Julie Williams is finishing up as well. Something up top on the roof. It's Joe Allen.
Almost 1,000 views so far here on the broadcast. 130 people watching right now. In the comments, where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? We'll start reading some of those as we go. I'm seeing a lot of Mr. Payne support for Jason Payne.
And SO Delaware, if you're on Twitter, use hashtag SO Delaware. We'll give you a shout out. We know all these people watch themselves. It goes live, basically, or I should say not live. It goes taped as soon as we are done live.
Live to tape.
Live to tape on the YouTube. And so people love to hear their shout outs when they have them, whether they watch it in the privacy of their home or have, we heard of a couple get-together parties that people have. Last year in the evening after they went home and caught their breath, so to speak, and got a chance to do that. So Missy Snyder is up top getting ready to make her descent down. And she's a second grade teacher at Major George Welch Elementary School. She went on a hot air balloon ride. And Jimmy, I watched this hot air balloon. It goes over my house about twice a week. Other than skydiving, that's number 2 on my list of things I will never do.
Yeah, just because it's a balloon doesn't mean it's not really high in the air.
Balloons pop, though, right?
They do. Birthday balloons do.
Yeah, so I will be out of balloons. All right, let's go to Nancy Johnson on the ground.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I think we have another first-timer here, Julie Williams. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now you are with BCBA, Cesar Rodney School District, and Your Way ABA. You are a supporter of Special Olympics. And hold on here. You've cage dived with sharks, snorkeled with manta rays, and you've done underwater scuba scooters. I don't even know what those are. But how does that compare to going over the edge today?
Going over the edge was much more terrifying than being in the water with animals.
You say animals. Can we just say sharks?
Well, with sharks,
What
sure.
kind of sharks?
They were reef sharks.
Oh. What kind?
Reef sharks.
Are reef
They're
sharks
not great
dangerous?
white sharks, is what we're saying.
No, they're not dangerous at all. They eat all the stuff that's sick and dying in the ocean.
A shark is a shark.
A shark,
Yeah,
a
that's
shark
fair.
is a shark. You see that fin and you're like, ah! Well, congratulations. How do you feel? Are you going to do it again?
Deciding. Not sure.
Girl, I'm with you. You do it once, you got your feet on the ground, you went over the edge. You can check that box off.
Sure can.
Well, congratulations. Thank you again for coming out today.
Thank you.
Alrighty, from one co-host of the Wake Up Crew to the other, Joe Allen on the roof. Welcome, and thanks for being with us.
Oh, my goodness. It is wonderful to be here today. And what a beautiful day it is. I feel like all week long, it's been kind of rainy and it's been kind of chilly. And then here we go. We've got over the edge. It's sunny. It's like 80 degrees today. We're up 17 stories here. And I feel like you can see all the way to Philadelphia from up here on the roof. Just an amazing day. We got a group of people that are actually going through the training right now, right to the left of me here, waiting to go over the edge here in just a moment. So we're going to say hi to some of these people in just a bit here from the roof and over the edge.
Alrighty, Joe Allen, thank you for being with us. We got some people on deck. That's Missy Snyder, who you see coming down, a second grade teacher at Major George Welch Elementary. Her principal went over the edge a few slots before that, so both people from the same school supporting Special Olympics. If you're watching this at a school that doesn't do it, maybe your school should.
Kimberly Hastings, just in the comments here on the live stream, watching from my first grade classroom at Welch Elementary on the Dover Air Force Base. So thank you for tuning in, checking in. And if you're watching, 146 of you right now, 145 of you, let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting.
And Missy Snyder, her supporters were the students and staff at Welch Elementary. Again, a great opportunity for schools to rally together. Kids, students, there's got to be somebody in your school you'd love to see go over the Edge event and raise the money to help them. 1,100 people raise the money to get them to go over. We'll have stories throughout the day. We've seen a large group from the Meadowwood program go over, and we've got other districts coming up. We're going to go right back up to Joe Allen on the roof.
I'm here with Dylan Otto from Pfeiffer Middle School. How you doing today?
Great. How are you?
I'm fantastic, man. So what do you do for Pfeiffer?
I teach 6th grade social studies and special education.
That's fantastic. Now, is this your first time doing something like this?
Yes, this is my first time.
So why would you want to go 17 stories down the side of a building? How'd you get involved?
They voted for me. It wasn't really by choice. It was for
Oh, like the kids made you do it?
voted for me. Yeah, they picked me.
You think any of them are watching right now? Can they see this?
They're definitely watching, and they're probably excited to watch me go over this building.
So on a scale from 1 to 10, how nervous are you today about this descent?
Honestly, probably like a 3 or 4. I'm not too nervous because we've done a lot of training and stuff to get ready, but I mean, I haven't looked over yet, so we'll see.
I know, when you do, like just from here, like I said, it's a clear day. You can see like across the city for sure. Is there anybody you want to thank or shout out?
I just want to thank all my kids for voting for me to do this. It's a really awesome opportunity. I think it's going to be really fun, and it's for an awesome cause, too. So I just think that's awesome, and make sure you guys do your work today.
Well, fantastic. Dylan, thank you so much, and good luck to you today.
All right, that's Dylan Otto from Pfeiffer Middle School. You mentioned they had a lot of practice. We want to thank the Delaware Rock Gym for providing all of our rappellers the opportunity to practice. They offer 2 different nights where they can go for free and just get the feel, not of 17 stories, but maybe 2 or 3 stories of what it's like to come down in this rappel. So one of our supporters, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics in the Sheraton Suites of Wilmington, downtown. Other supporters, of course, this is the 12th annual Over the Edge event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith of the digital team who is here, our camera crew, Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, and Will Ansley. As you are watching come down there, that is Missy Snyder, I believe, still making her way down the 222-foot long, or feet, I should say, long, 17-story building here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. If you're watching this and you know somebody who works in Wilmington, tell them to come see us on their lunch break. There's a fun group of people out on the patio. We're stuck inside, out of the elements of which.
Yeah, we're not stuck. We're gratefully inside.
Well, in which today this is a perfect weather day, really outside. We've had.
I
some
didn't bring
iffy weather
suntan lotion today. It would have been a problem.
So we want to be in the shade, I guess. So we're in good shape in here. You can see camera people on crew showing you the bleachers full of the crowd out there. As we see Missy Snyder making her way down. Just to make sure that you don't think you've missed somebody, we're bouncing around time-wise, again, based on the size of the safety vests that are available. So if you're tuning in to see Stephanie Cummings, Amber Martin, you just heard Dylan Otto interviewed. He's almost ready to go. Gwen Clark is still yet to go. Ashley Maddox still waiting to go. Miss Ray Failing, that's Miss Ray Failing. Megan Polischetti, Trista Jester. So it's hard to tell where we are schedule-wise because they've been jumping around because of the size of the safety vests, and that's purely the reason why some people are going out of order. Nothing anybody can control. I liken it, Jimmy, to when the pilot says we have an issue, so we're going to stay here on the runway. If you don't have the right size vest for me to rappel 17 stories, I'm good waiting for the right size.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stay on the runway. If you don't mind, I'm going to wait for the appropriate fit because it's just not safe, 1. 2, it's not comfortable, even if it were safe. So you got to wait for your size. That's fine.
We want people to enjoy the experience. You see some of the volunteers there in the landing zone getting Missy Snyder out of her gear. She'll be over with Nancy Johnson in just a second. We hear time and time again from the people who are doing this, whether it's their first time or their 12th time, that this is what makes this even more of a great event is that the over-the-edge people, they treat every person going over as if it's their first time and as if they are scared and as if they need to be reassured and guaranteed that they're going to be safe getting to the bottom. And so that is one of the most important things. And again, we hear time and time again what a great job they do. So we thank them for this. And now we're going to head out to Nancy Johnson.
Yeah, we are. Missy Snyder, I'm loving all these first-timers. Girl, how you feeling?
Exhausted but exhilarated. Thank you so much.
Of course. Now, you are a second-grade teacher at Major George Welch Elementary School. Your most daring thing you've ever done before was go on a hot air balloon ride. How does going over the edge compare to being a teacher?
Well, no, it's awesome. Both are I really enjoyed teaching. I really enjoyed this experience.
Well, congratulations. Our first year. Are you going to do it again?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, thank you for going over the edge and supporting Special Olympics.
Thank you so much.
All right, are we ready to go up on the roof to Joe Allen?
So, yeah, we got a group of ladies here ready to go. I'm sorry, you're Gwen?
Gwen, yes.
And where do you work, Gwen?
Caesarani School District. I worked at the John S. Charlton School.
Wonderful. Now, you're all together, right? You're all in the same group, and your name is?
Megan.
Okay.
Ray. And Ashley.
All right, now, who's the first-timer here? Is anybody a first-timer? Okay, so we got Gwen here. It's your very first time doing this. Why would you do this today? Like, who talked you into doing this?
That is a very good question. It's a fear that I have of heights, so I figure if I can get through this, I can get through anything, just like our students.
Sure. What about you? Why are you doing this today?
I made a deal with her last year that if she did it, and I would do it this year.
Oh, I got you. So this is your second year now. So you got to go through with it, and you do it. So on a scale from 1 to 10, how are you feeling?
Amazing. 10 plus 100. Yeah.
What about you? How are you feeling today?
I feel great. This is my third time going over the edge. I started this mess with us, I guess.
Have any of you ever done anything like this before? Have you gone skydiving or rappelled before, or done anything equally as scary that you can think of?
Zip lining, hot air balloon, open cockpit plane. I like adventure.
All right. My goodness. That you certainly do. Do you have anybody you'd like to shout out today or say thank you to?
Definitely thank you to all of our sponsors, Caesar Rodney School District, John S. Charlton School, friends, family, everyone watching today and supporting us.
All right, Gwen, thank you so much. Megan, what about you? Anybody you want to shout out, say thank you to?
Just the same.
Well, we had a lot of great sponsors. We had Simon I, Wyoming Millwork, Pfeiffer Orchard, Sophie's Story. We had State Farm, K4, Custom Wiring. We had Lester Realty, and we've had Certified Flooring. We had quite a few sponsors that helped us reach our goal to get over the edge today. We had a team of 12 here from Caesar Rodney School District, so we're really proud of that.
That's incredible. I love how you are cool as a cucumber up here. You're like there's not a nervous bone in your body as you get ready to repel 17 stories. And Ashley, what about you? Anybody you want to shout out or say thank you to today?
Well, I did want to shout out to Caesar Rodney School District, but we also raised money from Robinson Elementary as well, so shout out to my old school there. We're just super excited. We're here for a really good cause. Part of the person, people who donated is my daughter also, who has multiple disabilities, so we're here for them. We're here for everyone. We just want to make sure that athletics stay in the community, so it's all for a good cause.
Awesome. Well, ladies, good luck to all of you. Thank you so much today.
From the roof to the ground, Nancy Johnson, to you.
Oh, my goodness. We have another first-timer, Stephanie Cummings, who's a fifth-grade teacher Stephanie Cummings, fifth grade teacher at Major George Welch Elementary. And this is your first time over the edge?
Yes, it is. It was amazing. Thank you.
Your children were seemingly very happy that you landed.
Yes, I heard mommy the whole time.
Now, the big question is, I know this is your first time, and you have a lot of support in your family and your students. Are you going to do it again?
If my dad does. He already did it once, so maybe I'll get him to do it with me next time.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Well, thanks again, and thanks for letting your mom go over the edge, guys. Can you say hi?
Say hi. Talk into it. Say hello. Can you say hi?
You're shy. It's okay. It's okay. They grow into it. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming out and supporting Over the Edge.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
All righty. Thank you, Nancy. And in here in the production room, we have a special guest, Lisa Kirkwood, who is the Senior Vice President and the Regional Vice President in the state of Delaware for TD Bank. TD Bank, of course, one of the three sponsors of this event, has been from the start. And Lisa, one of the questions I have for you is, why is community service so important to TD Bank, especially post-pandemic, when there were a few years of not being able to do much of anything in the community, whether it was for Special Olympics or anybody else?
Thank you, John. Since the pandemic, I'm proud to say that TD Bank has been recognized with the top score of 100% in the 2022 Disability Equality Index for the 8th consecutive year. DEI is a nationally recognized benchmarking tool that evaluates corporate policies and practices focused on disability inclusion and workplace equality.
All right, that's Amber Martin you see coming down on the left side of your screen. She's a 6th and 7th grade science teacher at Pfeiffer Middle School in the Caesar Rodney School District. We saw a lot of red clay teachers go over early in the morning. This is a Caesar Rodney block, apparently, here in the late morning. And Lisa, back to you for a question. What is the atmosphere like today outside where TD Bank is the festival sponsor, something that came back the first time since COVID, weren't able to do it last year, and then the branch out here. This is something that doesn't happen every day, where you go to the bank in the middle of Wilmington and watch people rappel 17 stories.
You know, my team is ecstatic to be outside because it has been a while since we've been in full force. We've got our TD mascot coming soon, which is exciting. The folks are out there ready to take pictures of the climbers and their supporters as they come down. So very excited about that. Everyone's proud to be coming together to support this great event in our community.
All righty. As we watch Amber Martin come down, you see Dylan Otto in the split screen getting himself harnessed up. And so, Lisa, one last question for you, and then we'll let you go. There's a couple of TD Bank representatives going over the edge today. What's the feedback you've heard about the thrill of this event? Because every year we have at least one person from TD Bank go over.
Absolutely. My team is ecstatic to be going over. They get the support from Maine to Florida financially and emotionally, which is fabulous. Fortunately, this year, too, our two climbers, our two edgers, are going to be going down at the same time at 2:30.
Oh, neat.
So I think the entire bank is going to be watching and listening.
That's great. Well, Lisa Kirkwood, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for TD Bank's continued support of this event. Folks, if you're out there on the sun deck and you see somebody from TD Bank, make sure you thank him for being a big part of this event in its 12th year. Thank you, Lisa, for joining us.
Thank you, too.
All righty. So on the ropes, you see Amber Martin, who is about halfway down, and Dylan Otto, who has taken that first squat over the edge and will be heading down as well. He gives the thumbs up and the two arms out. That's the signature postcard move. They'll be heading down. Dylan is somebody from Pfeiffer Middle School. And so, again, an example, a continued example of what it's like for schools who get part and take part in this wonderful event in its 12th year. And speaking of wonderful, an event, Sean Green has made his way from outside, where he was gracious enough to join us for interviews all morning, inside here into the control room, Sean. And I can't thank you enough for being part of this event.
Absolutely. What a blast this absolutely is. And just hearing the happiness of the people when they reach the bottom, when they get off that top. I mean, there's just few activities that bring this kind of joy.
Yeah, it really has become an event that we thought originally might be exclusive is the wrong word to use, but just because of the way Delaware's laid out would be a Newcastle County event. And yet we just had all these teachers from Caesar Rodney School District and people from downstate. And so it really has expanded statewide.
And I think it speaks to what you guys are doing with Special Olympics Delaware now. When I do the polar bear plunge now, you've got 40 schools involved, the unified basketball, the unified flag football. These tournaments just continue to grow in the school communities. And these are teachers being role models for students to show what can be done, because we know students are watching this video right now.
Yeah, it's funny. We talk about how there's more than 1,000 people tuning in, but that doesn't count the 30 people in each classroom. And so the numbers, we really can't measure the numbers because of the number of students who aren't tuned in 30 different ways, but only by one way. And so it really is a neat thing for the students to be part of this.
No, and as we watched the two edgers go over here right now, you think about everyone's got a different experience, a little different way of fear levels, and just how to put it together to get from the top to the bottom, and people overcoming fear, people with high joy. I mean, just it's really an event that has so many different stories, and yet happiness, relief, and then the cause just all come together so well in this.
All right, Sean Green, we won't keep you any longer. We know you got to get to work again. Appreciate you coming out, volunteer time. We hope to see you next year.
Indeed.
Second Thursday in May. Get it on your calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Green from WDEL. We appreciate him stopping by and being part of this big event. You see two people coming down. That's Amber Martin on the left, Dylan Otto on the right. Amber would like to thank her students, the athletes, the Unified Partners. A Unified Partner is a peer without a disability that takes part of Special Olympics. And Pfeiffer is one of the biggest supporters and participants in the Unified Championship School program. Amber has done some things. She calls one of her daring things being a middle school teacher for 12 years, which probably other middle school teachers can agree with. She's also a rookie director at a local dirt track where she instructs students ages 4.5 to 12 how to race cars. So a pretty cool thing there that she does. And she wants to thank all of her students and participants from Pfeiffer Middle School who completed funding by student donation and sales from school dances, spirit events, etc. And knowing that her school community was able to raise money not only for one person, but for herself and her colleague Dylan Otto, who you see on the right rope there really is a tremendous effort from Pfeiffer Middle School. So, again, if you are listening to this and your child's school is not involved in this, maybe think about how you can get them involved coming up here. So 2 people coming down, 98 total people will do it eventually, including 60 first-timers coming down the side of the building here. Alrighty, we are going to head outside. And Nancy Johnson, looks like you have a special guest standing next to you.
I do, and he doesn't have any gear on either. I feel like, David, you need to change up your look here a little bit.
Well, I slept much better knowing I'm not rappelling this year. So I'm happy to be here and cheering on the other people doing it this year.
And I know, obviously, you are highly involved with Special Olympics. What is it that you do, and why is an event like this so important?
Sure. So I'm the president of Special Olympics Delaware. And so this event is so important because it raises money for us to continue to offer our programs completely free to our athletes. They don't pay for anything, from practices to uniforms, to area competitions, to state competitions. And it's because of events and all the people out here today raising and supporting Special Olympics.
Well, thank you for having us, and thanks for, putting such a fabulous event on, because we couldn't ask for a better day. And what better way to show our support for our community than doing something like this?
Absolutely. The weather is beautiful. This has so much energy, whether you're at the top about to go over or down here watching. I just love the energy from this event.
Keyword, down here watching.
I like this spot better, yes.
Thank you.
David Halley and Nancy Johnson securely on both feet at the bottom. Up top, we've got 4 people ready to go, waiting to go, getting harnessed in. Joe Allen has talked to them already. And so Nancy will await them after they go over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. If you're just tuning in, it's the 12th event. My name is John Busby, joined by Jimmy Smith, president and owner of the digital team, who has been at the development of this live stream from the beginning. We were trying to figure out how many years we've actually done the stream, the event. Of course, this is the 12th year. So we're thinking it's either the 9th, maybe the 10th year. Added some things to it, including our roving reporters up top and on the bottom. And speaking of that, it looks like Nancy Johnson has a couple people she's ready to talk to.
My goodness, it's not every day that you've got a teacher and 2 teachers. 2, I wasn't sure. You guys look so young. One's a teacher, one's a student. Well, we got Amber Merton and Dylan Otto, both from Pfeiffer Middle School. Is this your first time?
It's both of our first time, yeah.
And how did it feel?
We were just saying we would do it again.
Yeah.
You would totally do it again?
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, did it help that you guys were doing it side by side?
Yeah, definitely. She got down a little bit further than I did at first, and then she kind of talked to me, and we got to the same level, which was awesome.
So you were making it a race?
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him, I said, you're not going to beat me.
Well, thanks, guys, for showing your support, like bringing your school and your student body in support of this wonderful event. And we're going to hold you to it next year. You guys got to do it again.
Sounds good. We just need the Pfeiffer students to step up again because they fully funded us to go over today, just our student donations. So
that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Imagine that, students wanting to raise money to send a teacher rappelling 17 stories down the side of the building. I would have chipped in with some of my teachers.
It's like the new version of a dunk tank. I think it's easy to come together, support obviously the organization, but then you get to watch your teacher or principal, boss, whoever it is, go down the side of a building. Count me in.
Doesn't get much better than that. So we've got 4 people up on the roof waiting to go. And then they are going to do a rope check, which only takes about 10 minutes. And that's just a safety thing they do all the time. We'll do one in the morning. We'll do one probably about halfway through the afternoon. But we do have 2 people up top who are waiting to go. We've got Gwen Clark on the blue rope, which on your screen is on the left. And we have Ashley
I think it's Ashley Maddox, yeah,
on the right, ready to go down there. Gwen is a nurse at the Charlton School, another Red Clay school, or excuse me, a Caesar Rodney School District school. Red Clay went over in the morning, Caesar Rodney going over now, Milford and Lake Forest later in the day. Apparently, Gwen had an anonymous donor that chipped in $853.46. And although anonymous, Gwen wanted us to make sure that the anonymous donor, that she knows who that donor is. And so certainly a generous thing that anonymous donor did. And Ashley Maddox, she's the supervisor of human resources at the Caesar Rodney School District. She was an administrator at the John S. Charlton School, which has hundreds of Special Olympics athletes that participate in a variety of sports there. And so she is a big supporter of this event. She says this is pretty sure it's the craziest thing that she's done, but she's been on roller coasters and in racing cars, but especially loves doing it for a good cause. And it's also in honor of her daughter, Sophia, who fights hard every day to conquer epilepsy, and a rare genetic disorder and other medical disabilities. So
how nice is it to see all the support from an entire school district? That's the ground floor a lot of the time for Special Olympics efforts. And you have almost entire staffs from large school districts here in force.
Yeah, it is. It's something we've watched grown and seen schools raise money in a variety of ways, from doing penny wars, as they call them, where you put pennies in a jar and whatever jar fills up, that class gets a pizza party or something like that, to going out and getting major sponsors, like the Lake Forest School District did, and some of the Caesar Rodney School District did as well. And you know, it's just there's different ways to do things. As you see, Gwen Clark up on the left, or excuse me, on the right, on the blue rope coming down the wall, and Ashley Maddox up there on the left as they are getting ready to come down as well. So two more people coming down of the 98 that are here today. This is Gwen's first time. It's Ashley's second time. As you can see, Gwen giving that pose where they lean back, put their arms out, and we have volunteer photographers. And we want to thank our volunteer photographers who are here today, all our volunteers that are helping make this event happen. We've mentioned the volunteer reporters that are bouncing around on the roof and down on the ground, but certainly we also appreciate the other volunteers that are a part of it, including several Special Olympics athletes. Jerry Foskey, one of their peers, went over the edge early this morning. One of several who have gone over the edge. Several athletes have gone over the edge over the years. Jerry will be the only Special Olympics athlete that does it today. But also we have some Special Olympics athletes giving out medals to the folks after they go over the edge, and also escorting the edgers when they arrive up to the 10th floor to check in. And so it gives our edgers an opportunity, if they're not already involved in Special Olympics or special education in some way, it gives them an opportunity to meet our athletes and be able to learn more about them and what makes this event so special to them as well. So we've got Gwen Clark on the right, Ashley Maddox on the left heading down. And there's two more people up on the building, I believe I was told, that are going to come down. Then we're going to do a quick rope check. During the rope check on the live stream, we will go to a commercial where you get to learn more about some Special Olympics athletes. Yep. 4.5, we'll say. Yeah, whatever it takes. And we're bouncing around, so I want to update you. It's 11:30, but here is a list of people who were scheduled to go over before this time, but have not. And again, if you're just tuning in, the reason for that is because of the availability of the sizes of the vests. The vest has to fit you perfectly, obviously. And so we've just, it's the first time it's happened in 11, this now the 12th year, where we've sort of run out of sizes, where all the smalls are either on the building, on the roof, or at the bottom, and they're waiting for them to get back up. And I say smalls, I'm not sure what size it was, but safety number one thing. And so I'm sure the people that have been delayed a little bit on top of on the 10th floor to go up top are more than happy to wait until they get the right size vest for them. So here's who has gone. Right now, Gwen Clark is on the building. Ashley Maddox is on the building. Ray Failing, Megan Polischetti, Trista Jester, Megan Hicks, Stephanie Ball, Rebecca Torbert, Rebecca Gregg, and Dorian Klaus, all scheduled to have gone prior to now, but they are still here, still going to go. So if you're tuned into the live stream, hang tight. You will get to see them. And obviously, if you're outside, you know they haven't gone over yet, but they will for sure. So please keep that in mind. If you're just tuning into the live stream, you haven't missed anybody if you haven't seen them go over. The ones who have not gone over yet are a little behind schedule, but it's for safety reasons more than anything else.
And then again, this lives on forever. So you want to watch last year's, the year prior, this year's later tonight. That is always doable right here on the Special Olympics Delaware YouTube channel, along with other great content, helping tell the stories about the athletes and administrators and those that support.
I want to talk about Ashley Maddox's daughter. I started talking about Sophia. She's got her journey called Sophie's Story or Sophia's Story on Facebook. And this is what her mom, Ashley, who is on the ropes right now on the left as you watch her coming down. She fights hard every day to conquer epilepsy, a rare genetic disorder, and many other medical disabilities. She keeps smiling and lives life to the fullest as much as she can. She is a warrior and a true example of not letting anything hold her back. Sophie loves to be active and participate in sports. Her strength is encouraging and truly remarkable. Sophia, thank you for reminding everyone that we are stronger than we think. That's from her mother, but certainly a message that we would agree with. Also wants to thank people who donated: State Farm, Katie Bennett, Steve Bilbro, Realtor with Lester Realty, Pfeiffer's Orchards, staff and families at the David E. Robinson Elementary School in the Caesar Rodney School District, friends and family, and of course Sophie's Story. And again, if you are interested in reading more about Sophie, just Google Sophie's Story on Facebook and to create more awareness about epilepsy. As you can see, both Ashley and Glenn making their final descent onto what we call the patio. You can hear the cheering in the background. Nancy Johnson is on deck to interview both of them. And again, another example of schools helping to raise money for Special Olympics because they've seen what Special Olympics does in their school. And so you can hear the cheering down there. I'm sure the classrooms are watching at the Charlton School to see their nurse, Gwen Clark, go over. And also, there's probably the Caesar Rodney School District is watching to see Ashley Maddox go over as well. So we can't thank the Caesar Rodney School District enough for making the efforts, the money that was raised through students, parents, families, events at the schools to allow these teachers to go over. They're willing to do it. Just need people to help them raise the money to do so. So, again, if your school is interested, or a company or a business, you know, if you're watching this from one of the companies here in Wilmington, watching it out your window or whatever, nothing, you know, we always say you can toss your boss as an example. If you can find somebody willing to go over, you can probably rally people around to do that. So the last two people before the rope check are getting set up on the roof. We are going to go to Nancy Johnson out on the patio in the landing area. Nancy, to you.
Oh, thank you very much, John. Man, I have some, I have an enthusiastic over the edger, and I have one who has sworn she's never going to do it again. Ashley Maddox and Gwen Clark, first of all, congratulations to both of you for making this huge event happen by going over the edge. Now, Ashley, this is your second year. What is it that makes you want to keep doing it?
Well, it's really all about the individuals that we're here for, to be able to continue athletics in our community. Personal to myself, I know he was saying it about my daughter with multiple disabilities. I want her to be included in everything that everyone else has an opportunity to. So inclusion at its best. We just want to keep sports in the community.
And Gwen, this is your first year.
Yes, ma'am.
And was it Ashley that got you to do it?
Actually, it's a group of us from CR that came. There's 12 of us all together. So I figured if they can do it, I can do it.
Now the big question, will you do it again next year?
Question mark.
There's nothing wrong with cheering on your colleagues safely from the ground.
Exactly. I agree with that, yes.
Well, thank you both of you so much for going over the edge for such a wonderful organization, Special Olympics of Delaware.
Thank you.
From the landing area up top to Joe Allen on the roof.
Thank you very much, Sean. Yes, we are 17 stories up on the roof here. I'm with Trista Jester. Trista, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fabulous.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, where do you work?
Lake Forest South Elementary.
Okay, is that why you're a part of this? How did you get roped into doing this today?
Lake Forest has a pretty big team. We like to see our kids be part of Special Olympics here for the past couple years, and just the smiles on their face that Special Olympics brings to them.
Now, we're standing on the roof together, you and I. You just did the trial run that they have up here on the roof, so you went a few feet down to practice and see how the ropes work. How are you feeling? Like on a scale from 1 to 10, how nervous are you?
A 1. I'm an adrenaline junkie, so I'm excited for this.
Do you do other things like this? Like what have you done in the past?
Rock climbing pretty much is the similar thing.
This is old hat for you. This is not a big deal at all. Awesome. Is there anyone you want to shout out or say thank you to?
Yes, I want to shout out to a couple businesses that have sponsored me: Terry Kreiser and Associates in Felton, Delaware, the GIE Association here in Dover.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, good luck to you, Trista. Thank you. All right, back to you, John.
Hey, Joe, can I hang on to you for just a second for a weather report up there on the roof? Your co-host Nancy's down here at the bottom. She's putting sunscreen on. She's got, she's working in and out of the shade under the tent. It's perfect conditions down here for her. What is it for you up there on the roof?
My connection with you, John. What was the question?
I was trying to get a weather report for you.
Oh, my goodness. It is beautiful today. And like after the week we've had where it's been kind of rainy and kind of cold every day, it's got to be 80 degrees. There's a nice breeze going, so it's not too hot, but just sunny. And I don't know if you can see behind me on the camera here, but I feel like you can see straight away to Philadelphia. It's so clear today. Just a picture-perfect day.
We can, and thank you for that weather report. Up top, we have Ray Failing, and she is going to be on the yellow rope, which is to your left. And then we have Megan Polischetti on the blue rope on your right. And Nancy Johnson, I understand you have something to add.
I have something to add.
Yeah, what's the weather report down there then?
Oh, well, the weather down here is delightful. It is has a strong gravitational pull because we're on the ground. That's the kind of weather I like, whether it's raining, snowing, sleeting, feet on the ground. But no, it's actually a gorgeous day. Like, we really couldn't ask for better weather for something so special to our community, supporting such a wonderful cause, such as Special Olympics of Delaware.
Now, Nancy, I'm going to put you on the spot, if you don't mind, as we're watching Ray Failing and Megan Polischetti come down. When we first met, and I convinced you to do the polar bear plunge, and you so graciously and willingly did, and a bunch of other stuff for Special Olympics, you swore that you would never go over the edge.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, I get an email from you that you're interested in going over the edge, and I thought I had been hacked, and I'm starting to get spam emails from Nancy Johnson. What changed your mind?
You know, I think it was actually something very organic that happened on the air. We were talking about, like, what haven't you done in your life, or like something about dares, like what dare that you did that went wrong or something. I can't recall the context, but I got dared. I got challenged by a listener who said, all right, Nancy, here you go. You need to go over the edge. And I'm like, dang it. dang it. And that's how it happened. And, you know, I say this to anybody that will listen. As far as the Special Olympics of Delaware is concerned, I can't do enough to show my support for this wonderful organization that's in our community. And then you, John Busby, yourself, I say to everybody, anything John Busby asks me to do, I will do.
Does that include asking Jimmy Smith to go over the edge next year?
I don't hold the same sentiment as she does.
Well, thank you, Nancy, and we obviously appreciated when you did go over. I remember it. It was I told people it was one of my favorite moments in the 12 years of this event, knowing how much you didn't want to go over, and yet, like a lot of people, you ended up going over, inspired by the organization for which this benefits. So, thank you very much for that.
Of course.
Ray Failing on the left, Megan Polischetti on the right. Ray is a special education paraprofessional with the Charlton School and the Cesar Rodney School District, so another member of the Cesar Rodney School Districts. She's been at Charlton for 13 years and coaches the high school team for unified cheerleading and unified track and field. Cesar Rodney High School is a national banner school for the Unified Champion School program, and so Ray, a part of that. Daring stuff she's done. She says she drives her Jeep off-road, and she's been zip-lining in Hawaii, been up in a hot air balloon, again, something I'm not ever doing, and flown an open cockpit by plane. Jimmy, here's why I would never do the open cockpit by plane is because something tells me that's not a 747. It's probably more like what I see fly over my house heading into the Middletown airport.
I don't think your insides could handle an open cockpit 747 that high in the air, so that's why that doesn't work that way with the pressure. I just planes, like heights in general. Like I'm not. I mean, you know, use a drone in my professional career. Enjoy the view from the drone from the ground. But that's I don't know what it is. It's just I remember the first time I went up there and I got to see all the anchoring and how it all works here at this building for this event, and my brain was like, you should go look over the edge. You know you're not going to like it, but you should go do that. And I did, and I didn't like it. And I big kudos to everybody that's Ray, Megan, big kudos to you for being up there and looking down and going over the edge. There's, I don't know, John. You could grease the wheels all you want, make it super easy for me, just have me cut in line or whatever it is. I still don't know. I don't know.
All righty. Well, Ray is doing it. She wants story embracing epilepsy, which you've heard me talk about. Your Way, ABA, K4 Custom Writing Solutions. Katie Bennett, State Farm, Pfeiffer's Orchards, C&M Custom Homes, Diamond State Pole Buildings, Certified Flooring, LLC, Lester Realty with Steve Bilbro, my friends and family who have supported me. And I understand we've got another interview ready to go up top. Joe Allen, turning it over to you.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm here with Megan Hicks today. It's your very first year doing this. You are a special education coordinator for Lake Forest South Elementary. What do you do? What is that?
Oh, I do all the things with with IEPs, working with special education students. I run meetings, create programs, all the things.
Just busy all the time. How did you get involved? It's your very first year doing this. How? Why?
So we have a group from Lake Forest Central who started the team last year, and then a group of us from South decided to jump in and be a part of it too.
Okay. Have you done anything like this before? Anything daring, or is this like your first real adventure?
No, like a roller coaster is the most exciting thing I've done.
And you just decided to go from roller coasters to 17 stories in the air, going down on a cable.
Yes.
All right. Is there anybody you want to shout out or say thank you to?
Atlantic Maintenance Group gave me a large donation. Lake Forest South Elementary School staff, students, and families all donated so we could be here as well. And, of course, my family and friends, too.
All right, fantastic. You're next in line to go and rappel here. On a scale from 1 to 10, how nervous are you today?
I'm very nervous, but excited.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck to you today.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Joe. Ray Failing, Megan Polischetti making their way down toward the landing area. Megan's the assistant principal at the CR Countywide program in Cesar Rodney. Her students participate in Special Olympics. She had many of the same supporters that Ray Failing did, so we won't repeat them, but we certainly thank them for their contributions toward Special Olympics. They are the landing has been made by the final two before the rope check. And so how this works is for the next 10 minutes, you're going to see two people, one on each rope, come down. And they're just going to check the ropes, make sure they're secure, and everything's as tight as it was when we started at 8:30. So just a short break here. But before we go to break, we're going to wait till Nancy has the two folks here, and we're going to have her talk to them. And then we'll take an official 10-minute break. But we'll be picking up right after that when we'll have Trista Jester, Megan Hicks, Stephanie Ball, Rebecca Torbert, Rebecca Gregg, and Dorian Klaus in some sort of order be up after that. And Ray and Megan getting their medals for Special Olympics. Quick photo opportunity there. And then they're going to hop on over here, and we're going to turn it over to outside to Nancy Johnson from WSDW.
Yes, well, we have Ray Failing. You're the special education paraprofessional at John S. Charlton School in the Cesar Rodney School District. That is a mouthful.
It is a mouthful.
Now, how does that compare to doing what you just did right now?
It's just as exciting.
This is your third year?
Yes.
All right, so how many people did you get to participate this year for the first time?
We had 12 on our Cesar Rodney team. 2 of us have gone over before, so that's 10 brand new people that just went over the edge today.
Oh my gosh, you must really sell them very well.
I'm really proud of everybody for taking this step and going over the edge.
It really, really is exciting, especially for such a wonderful cause. Now, Megan, how are you feeling? It's your first year. Your feet are firmly planted on the ground. You can say whatever you want now.
I'm better now.
You better know. Well, thank you guys for, showing your support and gathering the folks in your school district to come together for Over the Edge and Special Olympics of Delaware.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Nancy. We are at an official rope check. Not sure they did this intentionally, but I believe that was the last of the Caesar Rodney teachers, at least in that morning group. When we come back, it's going to be the Lake Forest School District show coming up after that. And so I hear some cheers as I mentioned that outside. Lots of people out there. Want to thank all the schools, all the Edgers who are part of Special Olympics. It's not just a school event, clearly. Just had a lot of teachers go over in the morning, but a lot of individuals who have gone over the edge. 60 people for the first time, 98 total when it's all said and done. We appreciate your support of Special Olympics Delaware and encourage everybody out there watching and listening. You might want to do this next year. You can sign up now at SODE.org. On the live stream, we're going to show you some commercials. There's a TV out front if you want to go watch it over there. And we'll be back on the air probably in about 10 minutes as we will head into the afternoon session of the 2023 Over the Edge event.
Oh, the day David was born, it was a terrible storm. But he was born December the 6th, 1983 in Montgomery, Alabama at Maxwell Air Force Base. When he was a little boy, a baby, he was active, he was always smiling and grinning, and he was very loving. When he was 1 year old, we were on a trip and David had a grand mal seizure. There were no indications that he had any problems at that point. His language was developing normally. Just thinking about what it looked like, I thought he was really dying. From that point on, his language, the few words he knew, were gone. That was my first indication that something might be wrong, but I thought it was just a seizure disorder. Age 3.5, when he entered autism, we realized that language was his greatest barrier, and we began to work on the language. He had a babble no one understood. He had no recognizable words. It was 9 before we heard a first word, and it was done with a communication card and me repeating a word. And when I said water, because he wanted water, and he said water, oh, finally there was a breakthrough, and David was able to at least repeat one word that he understood, water. It still took us until age 13 to get him to string more than one word together and form a simple sentence. And based on his language capabilities, they found through testing that David had Landau-Kleffner syndrome, which is a neurological impairment in the brain that affects the speech center, which robbed him of his language at 1 when he had that seizure, and also his ability to understand spoken language. When David turned 20, I put David in Special Olympics, first thinking he would just have a social group, he would get out of the house, he would be physically active, but Special Olympics is so much more than that. It gave him a pool of people that he could hang out with and make friends with. And through his sports in Special Olympics, he gained a passion for powerlifting. And he took that powerlifting and used it to gain independence. He's had a job now for 10 years at Home Depot. Through his powerlifting, he became a strong young man. So now they use that resource to do heavy lifting at Home Depot. That helped him with his manhood and his development. But the biggest thing that Special Olympics did that I never expected it to do was to give David the confidence of speaking. A person who was unable to communicate at 9 and only had a 3-word sentence at 13, David went from that to stand before hundreds of people and deliver a speech.
Special Olympics is an important part of my life. I play 7 sports and have won many medals. Good luck in your sports. We are all winners.
Special Olympics is more than sports.
Thank you.
I cannot find the words to express what Special Olympics has done for David.
Hi, my name is Ian. I am a junior at Middletown High School. And this one, Bruce.
At the beginning, it was pretty tough. When he was a toddler, he was almost nonverbal for a little while. You know, when something was wrong or when he tried to tell us something, you know, and he couldn't get it across, he would hit his head. You know, he would kind of take it out on himself because he couldn't figure out how to convey the information over to us.
Yeah, we tried sports when he was like first grade or second grade. You know, we tried to do the, you know, like the local teams, like the local soccer teams, and you know, tried those out for some practices, and he wasn't able to follow the directions and wasn't, you know, physically like the other kids that were on the team.
Instantly, the other kids sense that type of situation, you know, and they tend to automatically segregate themselves. And he's like, he's kind of out there by himself.
Where we lived at the time, Special Olympics, there wasn't really that wasn't offered. So then we moved to Delaware with his right the summer before his freshman year in high school, and it was the best thing we ever could have done. Bowling has always been his thing, so maybe that's sort of how we started him into it, was the bowling with Special Olympics, because he has always just loved bowling. Now he's doing the bowling with it, he's doing basketball, he's doing soccer,
football,
you know, flag football, and he absolutely loves it, and it's, you know, made it to where he's, you know, part of a team and he's doing athletics, which we weren't sure that he would be, you know, be able to do that, be part of a team.
When me and Isaiah, when we played flag football last year, Isaiah, he threw me the football and I catched it and I made the touchdown. That's our one thing that we will never ever to forget about each other.
And there was the smallest space I had to put the ball in. So I zipped the ball in there. It was pretty hard throwing ball too. Zipped it in there between two linebackers. Ian caught it and he scored. He turned around and had the biggest smile on his face, like, what did I just do? I'm like, you did what you were supposed to do, Ian. I mean, you caught the ball, man. And so he did a handshake and he went to the sideline.
Yeah, and during our pep rally, it was a school-wide pep rally, so 9th, 12th, the whole school was here, teachers, staff. The focus was just on our unified team. So I mean, this place was rocking. The students in this school are amazing, and they really cheered on. I don't think I've ever heard this gym as loud as it was then.
On pep rally days, they got to wear the jerseys and wear a tie, and you know, that's right, and be just like them, you know. And I mean, you could just see it on their faces, you know, their heads held high, you know what I mean? And it just made you feel so good to see that.
It's great to kind of just like sit back and just see, you know, yeah, how he's just embraced, like really just how he is embraced and he's not looked at differently, and see where he, you know, is now, and like, you know, all the doors are open, and I think possibilities are endless for him.
This isn't just a plunge. It's a jump for joy to benefit the athletes of Special Olympics Delaware. The coldest moment of your life will support the biggest moment of theirs.
His name is Gift of God, so he's a gift. He's a gift every day.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the live internet stream of the 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. The first rope check is complete, successfully, obviously. As you see, Trista Jester, a special education clerk from the Lake Forest South Elementary School, is on your left as you look at the building, and Megan Hicks, who is the special education coordinator for Lake Forest South Elementary School, on your right on the blue rope coming down. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team who heads up today's live stream production, and our roof and ground reporters who you will hear from throughout the day. Currently, we have the WSDW wake-up crew here with us. Nancy Johnson on the ground and Joe Allen up on the roof interviewing people before they go over, and Nancy talking to them when they're finished. Our camera folks are Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, and Will Ansley. You probably won't see their faces necessarily, but believe me, this live stream would not be possible without them. This is the 12th annual event, and it's sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust, TD Bank, and Newcastle County Fire Service. We are at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington, which, of course, if you are outside looking up, watching people come down, you know that. But if you're tuned into the live stream, you can put it in Google Maps and get a sense of where we are. Supporting sponsors of this event are Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites Wilmington Downtown, and Delaware Rock Gym. Behind the scenes is Showworks. Tom Germain and his group helping put together all the equipment yesterday that has helped create this successful live stream today. Everybody you've seen go over so far and who will go over later today, 98 people total. That's an all-time record for Special Olympics Delaware in its 12th year for this event. Every one of them raised at least $1,100 to rappel 17 stories. That's 222 feet down the side of one of Wilmington's tallest buildings. This event is one of many that Over the Edge does throughout North America for Special Olympics. They've done 272 events to benefit Special Olympics. They also do them to benefit other nonprofits, but 272 of them for Special Olympics. They've had more than 10,000 people go over the edge in those events and raised $25.5 million for those nonprofits. Here in Delaware, we've done 12. $1.6 million has been raised, and 852 people leading in to today have done this event. And that means basically we are going to be at the 950 mark, because 852 plus 98 that will go over today is 950. 60 of those folks today are first-time edgers. As you look at Trista Jester coming down along with Megan Hicks. Trista Jester wanted to thank Terry Kreiser and Associates and GI Associates of Delaware, Dr. Nat Romani, and Dr. Ken Musana. Megan Hicks wants to thank Atlantic Maintenance Group for their generous donation, Chick-fil-A in Camden for their fundraising support, and a very kind anonymous donor. Her family and friends for their donations, and finally, Lake Forest South staff, students, and families for all their contributions to Special Olympics Delaware. We've seen the Red Clay School District go over. We've seen the Caesar Rodney School District go over, and Megan and Trista are the first two of several Lake Forest School Districts personnel who will go over the edge. And just a tremendous effort by those districts to not only raise the money required to go over the edge, but above and beyond that. And we'll look forward to talking to Trista and Megan, both first-timers going over the edge for Special Olympics. First-timers. And we'll talk to them once they receive their medals and get their harnesses off. Nancy Johnson from WSDW is still with us outside. Joe Allen is upstairs. Appreciate them volunteering their time. It's been an early morning for them. Of course, they're in the morning show, and so it's an early morning for them this morning, and they were generous enough to hang out with us and volunteer their time to add to this event, something we've done the past 2 years now, counting this year, where we talk to people before and after they do this event to get their immediate responses and also give them an opportunity to shout outs and stuff like that. Nancy Johnson, we are going to come out to you with Trista and Megan from the Lake Forest South Elementary School.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, you guys have quite the support team here. Now, I see from your name tags, you guys are both first year over the edgers.
Yes, first year.
How does it feel?
Great. I'm shaking a little, but it was great.
Shaking a little is good, right?
I thought it was amazing. The view up there is spectacular.
I remember I did it one year, and I was oddly freaked out a little bit by being eye level with a bird.
I didn't see any of those up there.
No, I didn't see any birds either.
No birds. All right, so the big question is, will you do something like this again?
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's so wonderful. And, I have to say, you guys are both involved in the education system. And I think there was like an anonymous donor to one of your groups, yes?
Yes, that was my account for Lake Forest. And he donated $600 just randomly. And I have no idea who he is, but I would love to thank him. It's amazing. It helped us reach our goal with his extra $600.
Well, I can say that he is here in the audience, but I don't know that if he wants to be acknowledged. But can we give a round of applause to the anonymous donor who knows who they are for such a wonderful, wonderful contribution to this group?
Yes. Thank you so much. It was really greatly appreciated.
All righty. Thank you, Nancy. From the landing area to the roof, Joe Allen, it's yours.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. Yes, we are. 17 stories up here on the roof. We got a bunch of folks here that have already gone over and done the practice run. They're getting ready to go over the edge and drop 17 stories down. I got Rebecca with me. You're from Lake Forest, Rebecca. This is your very first year. How do you get roped into something like this?
That is thanks to the crazy lady over there, Heather Hitchens. She got us into it.
Gotcha. Is there anybody that you want to shout out or say hi to or say thank you to?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to my sponsors, BRS Construction, as well as Chick Satterley, and huge shout out to Miss Yanishek's class back at Central.
Awesome. Now, you already did the practice run here a second ago. Since you've done that, how nervous are you today?
I'm about a 5. I'm excited, and I think my excitement overrides the nervousness.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here today, and good luck to you, Rebecca. I want to step over to Dorian, who's here with us. You're also from Lake Forest, correct?
Yes,
and what do you do with Lake Forest?
I teach as well.
Okay. Now, have you done anything like this in the past?
I've done some rappelling out of the second floor window with some fire school training.
Oh, so for you, this is like nothing. This is old hat for you.
I've not been over a building this high.
And this is also your first year. How nervous are you today?
Probably a 4 or 5.
Okay. Is there anybody that you would like to shout out or say thank you to?
I'd like to thank my donors and sponsors, Brass Sales. I'd like to shout out to my kids and my grandkids and Dr. Klaus's kids that are in school watching.
All right, I appreciate your time today. Dorian, Rebecca, thank you so much. Good luck to both of you today, all right?
All right, thank you, Joe. And a true pro in you managed to work in the term roped in to this. Very clever on your part. We've got Stephanie Ball, who is on the right rope, also known as the blue rope, and Rebecca Torbert on the yellow rope on the left, getting ready to go over the edge. Two more folks from the Lake Forest School District. Stephanie is a school counselor and a big part volunteer in Lake Forest involvement. She's done the polar bear plunge. She wants to thank anyone and everyone who donated and supported their Lake Forest team. Rebecca Torbert is a speech-language pathologist for the Lake Forest School District. She, again, is on your left. And she's done skydiving, rock climbing, parasailing, and surfing. And so she's done a few daredevil things, one of which I would never be doing, which is skydiving. Also done some rock climbing, where there's a little sense of daredevilness with the rock climbing because you don't have the safety components in place that we do here today. And then parasailing and surfing in the water. So Stephanie Ball and Rebecca Torbert, the third and fourth members of this Lake Forest School District team, which just did an incredible job of raising funds. And we'll talk about some of their fundraisers and supporters that they did throughout this, probably the last 2 to 3 to 4 months they started this. And they really have sent a template of ways you can raise money. I believe they have 12 people going over, and they exceeded the total amount raised for that by $3,000 or $4,000. And so just an incredible job by Lake Forest School District, headed up by a teacher by the name of Heather Hitchens, who will be going over the edge herself here in a couple people from now. And the Lake Forest School District has, in a few short years, has gone from being, let's get started doing Special Olympics, to one of the role models, for lack of a better term, on how to be involved in the Unified Champion School program.
And what have you heard from the schools, like through that process? What have they kind of said to you guys about increased involvement?
Well, they love a couple things about it. One thing is the cause, obviously. All the schools that you've heard us talk about who have done Over the Edge today have a Special Olympics team. And that team may be 4 people, or that team may be 140 people. But they understand the importance of the Unified Champion School program in their district, in their school. And that makes rallying around a teacher or teachers or staff members or administrators even simpler for that school when they see firsthand. And we say that about a lot of things that we do in Special Olympics, is that we're one of the organizations, and we all know there's 1,000 of wonderful nonprofit organizations out there, but Special Olympics is one of the one where you can go and watch an event and you can see where your money goes. You can see the athletes compete. You can see them win. In some cases, you see them lose. And you see smiles. In some cases, you see tears and disappointment. That's just the reality of sports.
Yep.
And so for schools, when they rally around it, that's one of the things they love about it, is they're rallying around their own students and an organization that supports them. The second thing is the fact that the school is rallying around them.
Yep.
You know, we would like to think there's wonderful relationships among staff and students in every school. That's not always the case, but we've heard stories of where an event like this, where you're rallying around someone, or in some of these cases, Lake Forest South being one of them, 2 people who are going over the edge to benefit a program that benefits their students, and all of a sudden everybody's on board, everybody's cheering. We know that they're watching this back at Lake Forest School District. They're watching their teachers, their staff members, their administrators go over the edge. And so for the kids who are watching, the students, they need to realize how important they are to these teachers, because as I tell people, being part of Special Olympics in the schools is a volunteer opportunity. It adds something to the teacher's plate that they don't have to do and aren't being paid to do. They do it because they believe in the mission. They do this going over the edge because they believe in the mission.
Yeah, and I mean, the schools have endless clubs and varsity teams and JV teams and freshman teams and after school, during school things, and there's so much on their plate already. And this is as you're saying, there's a whole lot of things. It's not just a single Special Olympics representative. There's a lot of places and things you can do, hats you can wear in regard to your school's involvement in Special Olympics.
And that's just it. Some of the people you see going over today are, head coaches at their schools. Some of them are assistant coaches. Some of them help out with the paperwork. And some of them chip in other ways so that the folks doing the work are able to do the work by themselves with the help of by themselves and with the help of others. And so we can see Stephanie Ball and Rebecca Torbert have landed and getting ready to land. All right, we're going to go up to Joe Allen, and he's going to chat to two people getting ready to go over. Then we'll head back down and talk to Stephanie and Rebecca, who just finished their first ever rappels. Joe Allen, to you.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. Yes, we are up here, 17 stories in the air. I'm with Kim from Lake Forest School District. This is your very first year. What on earth gets you involved in something like this?
Supporting our students and advocating for our staff.
Fantastic. Now, when I signed up, I did this a couple of years ago myself, and I was fine when everyone told me about it and I expected what to do. When I came up and stood on the roof and I was up here on the top of this building in the city of Wilmington, I felt a little bit differently about what I was about to do. How are you feeling right now?
Yes, now I'm good. I think when I get over there and stand up, I think it'll all hit me.
Right on the edge of the building, that's when it comes to you. Is there anybody that you want to say thank you to or shout out this morning?
Absolutely. The Lake Forest School District for supporting students with special needs in Special Olympics, my whole staff, students, especially Lake Forest Central Elementary, and my husband for being a strong advocate for our school.
All right, well, good luck to you today. Thank you so much. And I got Melissa, you're also with Lake Forest. Now, this is your second year doing this. Yes. So you came and you did this one time and you rappelled down 17 stories, and then you decided to do it again. Why?
Yeah, I decided I had so much fun the first time. It was a great adrenaline rush, and our students love seeing us go outside the box, so we're going to do it again.
Have you done anything else like this before, like as crazy as rappelling down 17 stories?
Probably not as crazy as rappelling down 17 stories. I've done a little rock climbing, but that was many moons ago. So,
is there anybody that you would like to thank today?
Absolutely. Our district has been wonderful with helping support our special education program. I've got a great crew at my building that's here with me today, and a couple special students that are near and dear to our hearts, as well as the student population back at Central cheering us on.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time, and you're next in line, so good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joe. From the roof to the ground, where a celebratory siren parade just went by you, Nancy.
You're not kidding. I think a celebration is in store here for Rebecca Torbert and Stephanie Ball. Now, Stephanie, you're the school counselor at Lake Forest School District, and Rebecca, you are the speech-language pathologist, also at Lake Forest School District. That is a mouthful to say. Now, this is your first year for both of you, right?
Yep.
All right. Now, I will say, one of you had a big smile on your face when you landed, and somebody not so much. Are we gonna? Does it rhyme with Bethany Mall? But seriously, though, I mean, how did it feel?
Awkward. Awkward. Yeah, it was definitely awkward.
Well, you know what, though? You did it, and now you can check it off your list, and now you can show your support from the ground from here on in.
Absolutely.
And are you going to do it again, Rebecca?
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly. I like it. Opportunist.
I kind of wish we could have like seen going down. Like you can't really like see down as you're going. So
right, because you're focused on being safe and getting on the ground.
Yeah, right. Yep. 2 feet on the ground is better. Yeah.
Well, you just got to go back to this YouTube channel, and then you can see everything live and local.
Right on.
Well, thank you guys for what you did for this wonderful cause for Special Olympics of Delaware.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Stephanie and Rebecca. Numbers 3 and 4 from the Lake Forest School District. We've got Rebecca Gregg up next. If you're looking at the side of the building, Rebecca is on the right side, and Dorian Klaus is on the left. 2 more folks from the Lake Forest School District. Rebecca works at Lake Forest Central Elementary School. She coached their bocce and soccer teams. Bocce is a fall sport for our schools. Soccer is a spring sport. She would like to thank BRS Consulting Incorporated and Chicks Discount Saddlery for supporting her cause. Again, she is on the right and has already started her descent. Dorian Klaus is on the left, also a teacher at Lake Forest Central Elementary School. She's participated in the truck convoy for several years with the Carlisle Fire Company. She drives the truck during the truck convoy and hosted riders, which are her students in school who are part of Special Olympics. This is her first year participating with the students at Lake Forest in such events as bocce and soccer. And like a lot of our volunteers, they get hooked doing one thing and they end up coaching and being part of the organization as another. Her daring things is, as a volunteer firefighter, she's actually had to bail out from a second-floor window on a hose line, of all things, using a rope and upside down out the window onto a ladder. And so life-saving training in Dorian's case. A lot of people do thrill things for the thrill. She does it to save lives. She's also climbed a 110-foot ladder truck. That's about half the distance of this building you see on your screen or are looking up at if you are outside. Her sponsors include Justin Conzi from Brass Sales in Felton, Dana Yurkanin, Christine Foxwell, Caden Kenton, Laurie Thomas, Estella Koisman, Terry McMillan, Heather Kraus, and Charlie Stevenson. So Dorian Klaus on your left and Rebecca Gregg on your right, rappelling 17 stories, 222 feet for Special Olympics Delaware. Don't forget to comment on the YouTube channel, or if you're on Twitter, tweet us at #SODelaware. And if we see your tweet, we'll read it so that when these rappellers get to the bottom and listen and watch to the broadcast later on tonight, they will hear your support. Something you might be interested in next year, doing this yourself, you can register today at the website SODE.org, and you can be part of this event next year. You deposit $50, sign up, and you start raising money like this. The teachers here at the Lake Forest School District have done, both through individual supporters, businesses, companies, etc. Want to volunteer at the Summer Games? It's June 9th and 10th at the University of Delaware. The website, SODE.org. 6 sports offered, so lots of volunteer opportunities, lots of needs, all day Friday, all day Saturday, June 9th and 10th at the University of Delaware. So if you are interested in volunteering, head to that site for the Summer Games, or just volunteering in general, same thing. Same site, SODE.org. As Rebecca Gregg is finishing up her first rappel, as is Dorian Klaus, first-timers for the Lake Forest School District.
So approaching 4 hours on the air now, over 1,500 views. We know lots of watch parties. Comments have been pretty great with people checking in, supporting different school districts, thanking sponsors, cheering on edgers that are on the ropes now or to come. So this has been a great broadcast so far in terms of engagements and viewership.
Perfect weather.
Oh, perfect weather, yeah.
As Dorian and Rebecca make their way. down the side of the building. If you're just tuning in, I want to give you a rundown of who has not gone over yet. We're a little off time-wise. Behind schedule is not the correct term. We just had to change up the order of people for vest purposes and having the correct size for the right people. So still to come, if you're tuning in and think, geez, I hope I didn't miss her because it's at 11:40. Melissa Dalgowitz hasn't gone over yet, but is on deck, as is Kim Marquise, Amy Calhoun, and Heather Hitchens. So if you're watching this in a Lake Forest School District school or administration office, you still have 4 teachers left to go. Melissa Dalgowitz, Kim Marquise, Amy Calhoun, and Heather Hitchens to go. And then after them, the next 4 up are Ryan Hart, Cassie Cannon, I should say, Kenny Hollenbaugh, and Jacqueline Lukachevitz will be up as well. So we're pretty much, I think, right on time for the most part, just a little bit out of order. So we are rolling along, almost halfway through. While the 2 at the bottom get unharnessed, we're going to send it up top to Joe Allen.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are up on top of the roof here. I'm with Heather Hitchens. This is your second year doing this.
It is.
I always want to know, like when you do it once and you get through it and you face that fear, why on earth would you want to do it again?
Because it was exciting and adrenaline, and I didn't do a great job last year, so this year I came to do better.
Well, I mean, you're alive and you're here, so what do you mean when you say you didn't do a great job?
I was on the wall a little too long last year. I was a little nervous. So this year I'm going to do it faster.
We're going for speed this year.
Yes.
All right. Is there anything that you want to, or anybody rather, that you'd like to shout out or say hi to or say thank you to?
Yes, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. We had a great group of sponsors this year that donated to our team. I'd like to thank all my personal donors as well as our admin for kissing a pig for us to be here. So
oh my gosh.
Pretty awesome. Yes, we love them. And just our Lake Forest School District for supporting us.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you today. Thank you so much. And Amy, also from Lake Forest, this is your second year also. So same question for you. What brings you back?
It was a great time. It's a great cause, and I got to the bottom and was like, I'm doing this again.
Oh my gosh. Have you done anything else like this before?
I mean, I've been ziplining through the jungle and cliff jumping, stuff like that. So, I mean...
Oh my God, that sounds pretty... So you like adventure. You're into this sort of thing.
I think I might be a little bit of an adrenaline junkie.
Good for you. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out today?
I'd like to say hi to my class back at Central Elementary. I know they're watching. They've been super excited for this day. They've been counting down. So, hi, guys.
Awesome. Well, congrats to both of you, and good luck to both of you today.
From takeoff on the roof to landing on the ground, Nancy Johnson, it's all yours.
This is my favorite spot, the ground spot. And we've got Rebecca Gregg, and you're a paraprofessional at Lake Forest Central Elementary School, and Dorian Kloss, you're a teacher at Lake Forest Central Elementary School. Now, I'm seeing it. It's your first year for both of you, right? All right, how does it feel?
Felt amazing. It was a little scary up there, but I'm excited that I did it.
And what about you, Dorian?
It was exhilarating to do.
You guys say it with such conviction. Exhilarating and exciting. Are you glad to be on the ground?
Yeah, pretty much.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much for rallying all your students and the folks in your district to show your support for this wonderful organization that is Special Olympics of Delaware. And thanks for going over the edge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we're going back up on the roof, I'm told. Oh, they're looking at the picture. Never mind. Stay on hold up there. Did want to tell you who Dorian Klaus's sponsors were. Justin Conzi from Brass Sales in Felton, Delaware. Dana Urcanon, Christine Foxwell, Caden Kenton, Laurie Thomas, Estella Koisman, Terry McMillan, Heather Kraus, and Charlie Stevenson. And again, for Rebecca BRS Consulting Incorporated and Chicks Discount Sadlery. All of these folks who go over rely on sponsors, whether individuals or businesses. Looking up there on the left is Kim Marquise, the assistant principal at Lake Forest Central Elementary, and Melissa Dalgowitz, special education coordinator at Lake Forest Central Elementary. So we've still got a couple more Lake Forest folks going over. And again, that is Kim on the left and Melissa on the right. Melissa Dalgowich volunteers for the bocce and soccer teams there at Lake Forest Central Elementary. As we've mentioned, they're one of the schools that went from doing nothing to being a banner school in a very short time period under the direction of Heather Hitchin, with the support of many of her staff there and, of course, the administration. She's done white water rafting as one of her daring things. She wants to thank Delaware Lodges, Blue Hen Construction, and Magic Giant for contributing to her $1,100 that was required to be raised. Kim Marquise, who is on the rope on the left, is the assistant principal at Lake Forest Central Elementary, and obviously a big supporter of Special Olympics, enabling her staff to be part of not only what they do here today, but the many sports that they are part of in the community. One of the things she did was kiss a pig's ear this year as part of a fundraiser. It was actually a funny video that I saw on Facebook or YouTube of the event that they had. And it was a penny fundraiser, and whichever penny jar got filled the highest, that person had to kiss the pig. And so she was part of that fundraiser. And again, just another example of people supporting different fundraisers to be part of this and for a great cause.
I need to kiss a pig, right? So it's kind of like a penny race to kiss the pig.
Yeah, so in other words, it's two people, you know, whether it's two teachers, two administrators, two students, or whatever, and they do this for a lot of different things in the schools these days. They no longer sell the dollar candy bars like you and I did way back when. Good. Or if they do, it's $4, not $1.
Right. Inflation.
So anyway, whatever jar gets filled up with the most money, that person has to kiss the pig. And so it's kind of like, if you want to see this person kiss the pig, you better throw a lot of cash, not just pennies into the jar. And so she actually said, Kim actually said, who's the assistant principal, that the principal raised more money. So apparently the kids like Kim a lot more than the principal, because they didn't want Kim to have to kiss the pig.
So is it an amount of money, or is it physically filling a container?
It's the amount of money that is in the jar.
Okay.
And so Kim graciously, and maybe why she's a favorite, still kissed the pig, even though she didn't have to. And that was a big part of it.
So the pig got 2 kisses for the price of 1.
Pig got 2 kisses for the price of 1, for whatever that's worth. So
that's the pig about
we'll see. That's right.
It's interesting, all the different ways to raise money around raising money for Special Olympics. It's been a awesome experience to hear all the different ways that people have done crazy things, and all the different ways people have raised money around this. A lot of companies sponsoring people, family, friends, students, peers, employees, employers, and everybody coming together. Again, I know some people are like, hey, we want to see you go down a building, because wouldn't that be funny? And then they also are like, yeah, we definitely want to support Special Olympics of Delaware.
Speaking of going down the building, Joe Allen's got somebody on the roof getting ready to go down this 17-story building. Up to you, Joe.
All right, John, thank you very much. Yes, I do. I've got Cassie Cannon with us this afternoon. Cassie, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
I think it's only fair that I mention that Cassie's my girlfriend, so it makes the interview a little bit different here. But what brings you here today?
Just to support a great cause.
It's your very first year. You did the practice run here a couple minutes ago. Now that you've done that, how are you feeling about it? When you look over this wall here and you see 17 stories down into Wilmington.
I'm nervous, but I'm so excited.
Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or say thank you to today?
Of course, to all of our sponsors, but I want to shout out all my kids at Lake Forest, my kids at Lake, and my Jungle Gym family and all my kids there.
Are we still on for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Awesome. Good luck to you, Cassie. Thank you so much.
Joe, something tells me dinner is going to be your treat when
I was
this
going
is
to
all
say,
said
did you
and
donate
done.
to this effort, or is that dinner tonight? Might not have.
Melissa Dalgowich on the right. Kim Marquise on the left, getting ready to come down. Joe Allen, can you hop back on the mic for a second?
Sure.
So when Cassie said she was going over the edge, was that before you committed to interviewing her on the roof, or
Interesting.
after?
Actually, I was probably around the same time, honestly, because I think after last year, I told you that I wanted to come up and do it again, and that's around the time she said I want to do it also. So I think it was probably around the same time.
Did you have any tips for her?
I have no tips for anybody. I've done it twice, John, and both times I was absolutely terrified. And that's why I like doing the interview thing, because I get to stay on the roof and then take the elevator back down. So no tips, no advice whatsoever.
Did you and Nancy plan out the who's on the top of the building, bottom of the building thing, or was that just
There was no planning. There was no planning at all. Nancy was on the ground, and that's where Nancy stays.
Yep.
Nancy, was that always the plan?
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't the plan, it would be the plan.
And I know Nancy well enough that I didn't even ask which she wanted to be on, ground or roof. We're just glad that she's here. So, Joe, did you have any advice for Cassie?
My advice is to not let the birds that are flying eye level with you intimidate you. They have wings, you don't, but don't let that, mess with your head. You're going to do just fine. I promise.
Nancy, I've been doing this. This is now the 12th event I've been part of. It's the first time I've ever heard that birds were an issue for anybody.
Well, have you met me? It wasn't that they were an issue. It's that I was eye level with one, and it wasn't on the ground.
And the last thing you wanted to have to do was swat at a bird at that point.
I was like, "Hey, bird, how you doing?"
Hey, bird, what are you doing up here?
Any
Wait a minute.
advice?
What am I doing up here?
Well, Joe, we're happy that you supported Cassie being part of this event. So you'll have stories to tell.
Oh my goodness, no, of course, such a wonderful event. It's great to be here today.
All right, so Melissa and Kim are finishing up. You can hear the cheering in the background as they get closer.
Cool picture-in-picture there of some fans and some edgers.
If you're just tuning in, we've mentioned a couple times that the people from the Over the Edge event who do these all over North America say that our building size, which is 17 stories, is pretty much a perfect size. It's just high enough where you feel like you've really accomplished something, but yet not so high that you're completely exhausted halfway down and don't enjoy the rest of the way.
Yeah, you said 50 stories in Honolulu. I've never been. Cost prohibitive. I would imagine the tallest or second tallest building in Hawaii.
Yeah, I should find that fact out, but I do believe it is the tallest.
These are.
Oh, there might be a taller building somewhere.
These are islands that were volcanoes. I don't know how much bigger you can make a building.
Yeah, no, that's true.
But 50 stories, that is...
50 stories, yep. And you see Melissa and Kim have just completed 17 stories from roof to ground. And we'll be talking to them in just a second. Part of the contingent from Lake Forest School District, which has done just a fabulous job of putting people together and raising the money to raise not only the minimum, but going beyond that to support Special Olympics. Every school in the Lake Forest School District participates in Special Olympics at some level. One of only a handful, probably 3 districts total, that have every school involved in Special Olympics. You can see Melissa and Kim receiving their medal from one of our Special Olympics athletes on hands, and we're going to go to Nancy Johnson on the ground.
Oh my gosh, I have some very enthusiastic edgers here. Melissa Dalkowitz and Kim Marquis. Oh my gosh. Now, Kim, this is your first year?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, first of all, girl, you just went over the edge. You can call me anything you want. How does it feel just going over the edge for the very first time?
It's exciting to do something different and to challenge myself, just like students have challenges every day and have to overcome them.
Wow, that was very well put. Now, what about you, Melissa? This is your second year, right?
Second year, yes, and just as excited as the first.
Will there be a third year?
Absolutely.
Well, I just want to say thanks again. Now, you've done whitewater rafting in college. How does this compare to that?
I'd have to say this is a little more outside of my box.
There's no water or a raft.
Right. I'm just hoping that rope is doing its job. So.
And I heard that you kissed a pig's ear for this.
I did. Yes, we tried to get a full-on pig kiss, but my principal got that opportunity, so I tried. It was all to raise money.
Well, I'm glad that you guys did. I'm glad you're here, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kim and Melissa from Lake Forest Central Elementary. A true example of having the entire school involved in Special Olympics, from the support of the administration to the teachers that pull it off, and of course the students that benefit from it. Cassie Cannon is up on the roof getting ready to go over. We're waiting to hear who the other person is with them. But if you're just tuning in and you think you might have missed somebody, we had to juggle the schedule a little bit just because of the size of the harnesses and what was available. Everybody has to have the exact size that they need. And so a couple names got juggled around. I can tell you, if you're just tuning in now, you have not missed. In other words, coming up, not particularly in this order, is Amy Calhoun, Heather Hitchens, Ryan Hart, Cassie Cannon, Kenny Holenbaugh, Jacqueline Lukachevitz, Sharon Kimmel, and Kurt Kimball, all coming up here in the next 45 minutes to an hour. We're maybe about 20 minutes behind schedule, but again, we have had to juggle some names, and so we're pretty sure if you tuned in to see somebody at this point, you haven't missed them yet.
Right.
And so, and maybe have tuned in thinking, oh, shucks, I did miss them. Well, that may not be the case.
So my understanding, this is Amy Calhoun and Heather Hitchens.
Oh,
Amy
okay.
On
so we heard from Cassie, from Joe.
We were one
while
ahead,
they were getting
I guess.
Harnessing up. Yeah.
So Amy is on the blue, which on the screen, as you see it right now, is the left. When we go back to the other cameras, it will be on the right. But see the blue rope on the left there, and then on the right, the yellow rope is Heather Hitchens. That will, of course, flip when we go to the cameras that are down on the ground.
And I want to spend a few minutes talking about Heather and Amy. I know they're not going to be able to hear me now, but they will eventually when they watch this on the replay, and certainly the people down at Lake Forest Central can hear them. Heather heads up the Unified Champion School program at her school. She was named the Paraprofessional of the Year in the entire state of Delaware. And part of that was because of her efforts for Special Olympics. It was basically her charity of choice, for lack of a better term, in her quest to become in that position. And Heather is the most unselfish person you will ever meet. And she did not want the notoriety for earning that prestigious award other than the fact that it put Special Olympics and the Unified Champion School program on stage for them. And so she has been the person who has taken not only Lake Forest Central Elementary, but the entire district to a different level in terms of their involvement in the Unified Champion School program. Can't say enough about her passion for her students and Special Olympics. Just what she has done and continues to do, including being part of this incredible fundraising effort by everybody who's gone over the edge in the district, getting sponsorships and everything else. And her co-captain, for lack of a better term, is Amy Calhoun, who's going down with her on the blue rope, which is on the right there. And she's a special education teacher at that school, Lake Forest Central Elementary, a coach and a volunteer. And she is willing to do anything that Heather asks of her. And so they hosted soccer tournaments for the entire district to let more people be involved. They hosted a bocce tournament across the street at Lake Forest High School that they headed up to get more people involved. And they went so far above and beyond the expectations of both of those events, it's hard to even describe. And so I just want folks to know what Heather Hitchens has done at Lake Forest Central Elementary, and with the help of Amy Calhoun and everybody else at that school and that district who have been part of that. It's never just one person, and Heather would be the first person to tell you that. But she is the captain, so to speak, of the district's involvement. And what she has done has only encouraged others to do more and get more involved. So you can see both of them up there now. Heather Hitchens is on the left. Amy Calhoun is on the right. I imagine the students back at Lake Forest Central Elementary are cheering them on. And give her a big round of applause. See how loud you can cheer, and see if Miss Hitchens and Miss Calhoun can hear you up here in Wilmington, Delaware, on top of that building. As they begin their descent, I want to tell you that some of the things Amy Calhoun has done: zip lining through the jungle of Belize and the Smoky Mountains, snorkeling, swimming with the dolphins and manatees, and cliff jumping. Heather has done whitewater rafting over the edge. She's a second-timer, as is Amy, a second-timer, and the polar bear plunge, and is a big part of the district's efforts in all of those events. A couple sponsors Amy Calhoun wanted to thank: Chris Lovenguth, Millman Napa Auto Parts, Wilson's Auction, and Shawnee Woods Farm, and a whole host of sponsors for Heather Hitchens: Expert Wire, the Parker Group, Scott Schwartz, Independent Order of Odd Fellows Charity Lodge 27, Centerville Lodge 37, Harrington Lodge and the Felton Lodge, Surf Bagel, school psychologist Miss Beecham for her sponsorship, and Mike Reynolds for his advocacy for the program, the Lake Forest School District for supporting all the fundraisers, and the administration for supporting the team and their willingness to kiss a pig, as we just talked about, to help fund their team. So again, two of the biggest champions of Special Olympics in the Lake Forest School District coming down the building right now: Heather Hitchens and Amy Calhoun.
Approaching 4 hours here on the air. About 1,600 views so far. That's not viewers. We know that there's watch parties going on at, seems like, every single school in the state of Delaware, and many employers and other organizations up and down the state. Again, right now this is Heather Hitchens, Amy Calhoun, Cassie Cannon, Ryan Hartz, Kenny Holenbaugh, Curtin Sharon Kimmel to come, as we'll probably be here until about 5 o'clock, I would say. Getting 90, a record so far for Special Olympics, 90 edgers, 90 plus, is my understanding. Edgers this year, unbelievable growth in one of the big fundraisers. Obviously, there's polar plunge, which brings a lot of people. A little bit easier barrier of entry to jump into cold water. This one a little bit more difficult to get people behind. And obviously you can go 2 at a time, that's it. But always an unbelievable day. Whoever orders the weather on the second Thursday of May is consistently getting it correct, and that makes it enjoyable for everybody. Creates a nice atmosphere down there on the ground for when people hit it, or land safely, I should say.
All righty, we've got somebody who's getting ready to go over the edge. To the roof with Joe Allen from WSDW.
Hi, thank you very much, Sean. Yes, I'm up here with Ryan, who just went through the training just a second ago. How you feeling?
Feeling okay. Feeling a little nervous, but all right.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. You seem pretty calm, pretty chill as we stand up here 17 stories in the air and look around and see the city. How did you get involved with this?
You know what? I work across the street. I've been working in Wilmington here for a couple years, and I've seen it every year you guys have been doing it, and it looked awesome. And I'm always on the lookout to find a new way to scare my family, so it just kind of fit. And it's a great opportunity, great organization to support. So,
have you done anything like this before?
Not rappelling off an office building. I've been skydiving, I've done paragliding, but this is a new one.
I went skydiving a few years ago. I've also rappelled down the building here, and to me, this was scarier than the skydiving. I think mainly because it's so slow, like you're dangling in the air.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that, but we'll find out.
Is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out today?
Yeah, my friends and family that supported, my colleagues. I really appreciate you guys.
All right, Ryan, good luck to you today. Thank you very much.
Take care.
All righty. Thank you, Joe. As Ryan Hart gets ready, you see Heather Hitchens and Amy Calhoun coming down. That is Amy Calhoun on the right, Heather on the left. Both of them have done this before. This is their second year. High repeat customer rate here in Delaware for the Over the Edge event. In fact, one of the highest, if not the highest, in the country. But we do have 60 new people doing it this year, which is an all-time high, as is the total of 98 people who will have done this when all is said and done at the end of the day. If you're just tuning in, I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith, President and owner of the digital team that has put on this live stream that's gotten bigger and better every year since we started. We've lost track of how many years it's been. This is the 12th Over the Edge event. We know we didn't do it the first couple of years.
9,
and that would make sense
with COVID. It's either 8 or 9.
Yeah.
I started at the University of Delaware in 2011. I know it was not the first year, and I don't believe it was the second, but I believe by the third year, my time at Delaware in 13 would have been the first year. And so that would make this 10, and I think maybe with COVID, we lost one, obviously, so 9.
Yeah, and it's probably...
That's my thought. I mean, it's...
No, and that's probably...
Every year is exciting and new. It's not old hat. It's, like I said earlier, I'll be back as long as you'll have me and you have it.
And we will, trust me. Sponsors of this event have been the same from the start. TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, who manages the building here, and Newcastle County Fire Service. Supporting sponsors are Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheraton Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and Delaware Rock Gym. Showworks behind the scenes, setting up all the equipment, the wiring, the cameras, providing all of that so that when Jimmy gets here, everything's good to go. So we appreciate their support. This morning we had Sean Green from WDEL on the ground doing the interviews. Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio up on the roof. Currently we have Nancy Johnson on the ground and Joe Allen on the roof from WSTW, the Wake Up Crew. They're going to be with us for about another 15 minutes. And then we're going to flip the reporters. Matt Janis from ESPN, among other stations that he broadcasts for, is here. And Mike Lang, a sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports, will be up on the roof. So we appreciate these on-air personalities taking time out of their busy schedules to come and be on the air with us, completely volunteering their time. Your camera crew is Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, and Will Ansley. They've done a super job managing this production, of course, and Jimmy Smith is the producer of the production here. All of these participants raised $1,100 at least for the opportunity to do this 17-story rappel. It's 222 feet, and this is one of Wilmington's largest buildings. As you watch Amy Calhoun and Heather Hitchens to come down, it looks like they might be trying to level themselves out and make the descent together, which is only fitting. They share a classroom during the day and a wall here in Wilmington this afternoon.
Yeah, you could tell when they're meant to be together and when they're racing, because the racing gets a little heated there towards the end. Well, maybe this is a race after all.
Ready, set, go.
Take that back. She's like, all right, I've been with you enough, and I'm out of here. Bye. She had that all ready to go. She was ready. She figured out how the controls worked.
Amy touching down. And
so if I remember correctly, it's in a locked position. You have to squeeze it to let yourself down.
You know, not the other way I'm going to be honest, I forget, other than I had to do it a couple times. But, yeah, to let yourself down.
I would imagine that it doesn't just, To let yourself down, you have to squeeze. Because if not, you would just
sit there.
You would just kind of go. So, and that's a squeeze. It's quite a squeeze.
And it's
right?
a pull.
So you have to pull. It's a pullback. Okay.
Yeah. And that's the difference. It used to be a squeeze. And that's where you heard Sean Green earlier talk about his forearm exploding. That's what that was from.
So it was more wristy. Now it's forearm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, hey.
Good points there.
Still not going to do it. Doesn't matter.
Heather and Amy, they're together at the bottom. And we'll talk
I hope
to them
nothing comes of
in a
this,
minute.
but they're trying to get her hair out of one of the ropes. Oh, they got it. All free. Hey, these are professionals here, folks. Hair retrieval unit there.
There they go, folks. Heather Hitchens and Amy Calhoun. What they've done in the Lake Forest Central Elementary and the Lake Forest School District really is remarkable. We're going to send it down and out to Nancy Johnson, who's got Amy Calhoun, and Heather Hitchens.
Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm among celebrities here. You've got quite the cheering section. How are you guys feeling?
Amazing. I almost lost all my hair, but hey, they saved it. So
But you were almost on the ground, so it was okay.
absolutely, absolutely.
And how are you feeling?
I'm good. I think I'm a little tired from cheering her on up there.
Now, this is your second time, Heather, right? Now, there was a lot of folks that were on the ground that were saying you weren't going fast enough for their liking.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get faster each year, every year.
Girl, you take all the time you need. You get on the ground safely. That's all we care about. But thank you guys so much for all that you've done for Over the Edge and Special Olympics of Delaware. I know you guys are big rally monkeys that bring the whole state together, and you have such a support system. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Every day we ask our students to step outside the box and push themselves. And just last week, we had a student that we pushed and pushed and pushed, and she conquered so much that I told her I was going to go down faster. And you know what? Next year, I'm going to do it even faster for her. So that's what we're here for.
Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, we are going to send it up to Joe Allen on the roof. All yours, Joe.
All right, thank you very much, John. I'm with Jacqueline. Jacqueline, say your last name for me.
Lukashevitz.
All right, now this is your 4th year doing this.
Yes, it is. My 4th year going over the edge.
What keeps bringing you back year after year?
Special Olympics. I love the athletes. I have a son with autism, and I think he's on the ground today. He's a little afraid of heights and the tall buildings, so hopefully he's down there waiting for me. But it's a great cause, so I come out every year to do it, and what a beautiful day we have for it.
I was going to say, you've had years in the past where it's not been quite as nice, but the sun, man, it came out for you. It's warm today. There's a nice breeze going. It's just perfect. How are you feeling? Are you 100% confident? Are you a little nervous at all? Or?
I'm confident right now. I'm not going to lie. When I get to the wall, I get a little nervous when I first stand up. But then once I'm in position, it's just a joy all the way down.
We were just talking a minute ago. I've done this twice, and I said I feel pretty good after doing this 2 years in a row. I could take a little break from it. And you were saying, well, you're so tall that I can practically walk down the building. But you can't do that.
No, my legs are too short, so I actually can't put my feet flat on the glass. So I end up in a sitting position, kind of just coming down.
Just hanging from the wire there. I like to wave to the people as you go down in all the offices.
I did. Last year I stopped and I waved at a woman who was working. And then, of course, the 10th floor is always fun. So Special Olympics puts on a great job.
Is there anybody you'd like to say thank you to or shout out today?
I just want to say thank you to all of the people who support me and my employer. They support me for today, and everyone who donated. I really appreciate all their support.
Awesome. Jacqueline, good luck to you. Thank you so very much.
Thanks very much.
All righty. Thank you, Joe, very much. And thank you to Ryan and Cassie, Jacqueline and Kenny, who are getting ready to over the edge. Ryan and Cassie are on the roof. Ryan is on the blue rope. Cassie is on the yellow rope to the left. Both going over for the first time. Cassie Ryan going down on the yellow. She's a pediatric physical therapist assistant, and she sees many of the Special Olympics athletes for physical therapy who participate at Lake Forest in the school district there, and appreciates all of them so much.
We're getting those two cool clouds.
Try to, yes. Yeah, zoom out, get both of them. Taking away Dan.
Yep.
Dan's out. Lauren, keep zooming on, zone off both.
do lowers when I can, but I don't want to cover her.
That's Cassie just going over there.
Correct. Cassie's on the left. Yep. Lowers are up while I can.
Lower thirds are up. Lower thirds are up.
Yep, all right. And floor, and then you'll meet Joe Allen. He'll give you this sheet. It's kind of like a bio thing. Just for you to have to look at. All right. All right, thanks, Mike.
Getting ready for lower thirds out.
And that's actually a correction. Ryan Hart, who is halfway down the building. And Cassie Cannon is up. She's taking that step back that everyone talks about. We call it the postcard photo when they take that first step back. Ryan about halfway down, probably. He's an attorney with Wilson Sonsini. Skydiving and paragliding. You heard him mention that in his pre-descent interview upstairs with Joe Allen. And he wanted to thank his family, friends, and coworkers for making their donations. And so 2 first-timers on the ropes getting ready to head down. And when they land, Nancy Johnson will interview them, and then we will say thank you and goodbye to Nancy as she will head out of here after she does those final 2 interviews. And again, we can't thank the roving reporters enough for being here today, volunteering their time. In Nancy and Joe's case, after an early morning and a 4-hour shift this morning at WSDW, and in other people's cases, heading from here to work.
Yeah.
As
It's
Nick
got to feel like
Alessandrini
midnight
did.
right now for them, right? Something like that.
And so we appreciate everybody who's come out today and supported this event in some way, volunteers and others. Ryan is in the last stages. Cassie getting ready to go up there. She's on that first little shelf, we call it, where you go from the cement of the building to the window. And Ryan has landed, completing his first rappel. Will be interesting to hear maybe if he can compare it to the skydiving and paragliding, where he wasn't secured to a building by a rope. You're watching the 2023 live stream of the Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. This is the 12th event here in Delaware. $1.6 million has been raised over those years. 852 participants. After the 98 people go today, that number will be up to 950. If you want to help us get over 1,000 next year, you can sign up today. Go to SODE.org to sign up to be part of this wonderful event that grows year after year. And we are going to send it down to Nancy Johnson with Ryan Hart.
My goodness. You made it look so easy, Ryan.
It wasn't that easy. It was pretty terrifying, but...
It's like pretty terrifying. Oh. You're a lawyer for Wilson Sonsini, and so this is your first time. You've skydived and paraglided. How did this compare to that?
This is more unique. You don't get to rappel down the side of a building all that often. We can go skydiving today, probably, if we wanted to. But you can't do this any day. So it was fun, very unique.
You have a very unique perspective, which we all appreciate. But look, we know you're here for a wonderful cause. Now, the big question is, will you do this again?
Oh, absolutely. I'll be here next year.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's what we like to hear. Thanks for all of your support for Special Olympics of Delaware and being an edger.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Nancy, I think that was an invitation to go skydiving, Nancy Johnson. I think Ryan just gave you an invitation to go skydiving.
That's nice. I get invitations for things all the time.
Not something I would do either. Can't blame you at all there. Nancy, we're going to ask you to hang out for just a couple more minutes to interview Cassie.
Of course.
Who was on her way down.
Yeah, I'm not missing this one.
And you probably want to say some things about your co-host, Joe Allen, to her while you have the opportunity anyway. So
anytime I have a chance.
we'll let you do that, and then we'll bid you adieu after that and appreciate you being here.
Sounds good.
All right, folks. Cassie Cannon is on her way down. And we have an interview up on the roof. Joe Allen, it's yours.
Kurt and Sharon Kimmel today. You guys look like professionals. I got to be honest with you. You got the GoPro camera on your head like you've done this a million times. But I see it's your first year. How did you guys get involved?
Well, a friend of ours from church did it last year.
And I said, well, if she can do it, I can do it. And then my wife said, well, if you can do it, I'm going to do it. So that's how we got involved.
So you got just kind of roped into it because your husband said he's going to do this thing.
Well, yeah.
Have you done anything like this before? Have you done anything adventurous or wild or?
We've done the
indoor skydiving.
We did indoor skydiving and zip lining at Lumps Pond. Go 8.
The Go 8.
But that's about it.
Yeah.
Are you guys nervous at all today?
I don't think I feel too nervous right now.
You seem really calm and cool and collected. Both of you do.
I know it's frightening me a little bit.
How calm you are. The scariest part is when you get up here and you stand on the edge. Once you start to lean back, that's when it really gets to you. That you're up 17 stories in the air.
Scream, it'll be me.
Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or say hi to today?
We'd just like to thank all the friends and family that have sponsored us. Our Lions Club, we're representing them. And I'm involved with Special Olympics, so this is going for all the athletes.
All right, so if this goes well, do you think you'll do it again next year?
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely.
All right, well, thank you so much to you, Kurt and Sharon. Good luck to both of you. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Joe, for that interview.
You can see that grip strength. You see shaking the hand out. Pain is temporary, Cassie. Temporary.
Here she comes. Cassie Cannon finishing her first rappel. Hey, Joe Allen, Mike Lang.
And back on Earth. As Cassie gets untethered there, she'll head over for a fun interview.
Although you can't see Joe Allen from outside, we'd like you to cheer as loud as you can to thank him for being up on the roof. He's now heading down. Joe Allen from WSDW. And Nancy is going to interview Cassie Cannon for her last interview of the day. Nancy Johnson, out to you.
All right. Well, first of all, darling, let's stand over here. This is Cassie Cannon, right there. The camera's right there. She likes to do this. Hi, I'm Cassie. I just rappelled. So I know that last year you were like super intrigued by it. How does it feel now that you did it?
Oh my gosh, it was so exciting. So exciting. I only looked down once though, and that was not a good idea.
But you did, like, you came down very fast.
It felt fast.
Well, let's put, in comparison to me, everybody's fast. But no, you did great, and you look like you were confident. And did you make eye contact with any birds?
No, no birds.
Are you sure?
Maybe some birds.
Maybe some birds. All right. Well, I want to say, now, first of all, on your list of things that you've done, like, have you done anything scary or fun or outrageous? And you have on here none.
Well, I mean, dating Joe Allen, that's a little scary and outrageous.
Well, now you can put dating Joe Allen and you've rappelled. Way to go. Congratulations.
Thank you, Nancy.
All right. Thank you, Cassie Cannon. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have a big round of applause for Nancy Johnson from WSTW for being with us today.
Nancy.
And Nancy, we bid you adieu. We can't thank you enough for being part of this for the second straight year. As the reporter on the ground, we hope to see you and Joe next year.
Yeah, baby.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're going to turn it over to Matt Janis from ESPN, who is with us. Matt, also the voice of the University of Delaware Blue Hens women's basketball team, and does for the Big East and the CAA conference, does broadcast for them as well. So one of the more decorated sports announcers in the state of Delaware. Welcome Matt Janis on the ground to do the interviews moving forward. And as I mentioned, Joe Allen, Nancy's co-host, is on his way down to join Cassie, who just finished his rappel, and Nancy. Mike Lang from Delaware Live Sports, or Delaware Sports Live, I should say, is going to be upstairs on the roof for the next couple of hours. And coming down right now, we have Jacqueline Lukashevitz.
I think this is Kenny Hollenbaugh.
Oh, it's Kenny
who's just
Hollenbaugh, my fault.
Flying down. This is the world record, I think. Going for a world record here, Kenny.
And this was the first time for
And
Kenny.
Almost there. Almost there. Tie. No. Feet on the ground. Tie. Well done.
And so Kenny has landed to finish his first rappel. And Jacqueline Lukashevitz is up top, harnessed in, and getting ready to go. This is her fourth rappel. She's the business control manager. And her son, Alex, is a Special Olympics athlete. She's done some zip lining and cliff jumping.
So we heard Jackie earlier talking to Joe Allen about her legs being short, where she cannot touch the windows
Right.
and is just going to dangle,
kind of dangle down
as she goes.
Well, we've talked about how safe this event is, and one of the safety features is if you don't want to rappel yourself down at any point, the rope handlers will rappel you the rest of the way. And so, again, just another reason to do this event if you've always wanted to rappel down the side of a building is the safety features that are installed and in place. 100% safety things. And we are going to head out to Matt Janis from ESPN, who's with Kenny Hollenbaugh.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Kenny, what was that experience like for you coming down that building?
Fun, exciting, exhilarating. The view's awesome. It's awesome.
I hear you catching your breath. What was it like when you first stepped over?
What have I got talked into doing from her? It was awesome. It felt good. It was pretty high. But once you get going, it's very relaxing.
Once you get going, Kenny, you set a world record.
Oh, well,
No, I'm kidding. I have no idea if you did. But
Was that one of your goals? You wanted to do it fast?
No, I just wanted to come down to my family safely.
Well, they're here to support you. You did a great job. You're going to do it again?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
We'd love to hear it. Thank you so much for your support of Special Olympics.
Oh, thank you. That was awesome. Thank you so much.
Kenny, congratulations. Back to you guys.
All righty, thank you, Matt. And again, that's Jacqueline Lukashevitz up on the roof. There's the pose, the postcard moment, as we call it. Leaning over, arms out, ready to go. Want to thank our volunteer photographers who are here today, catching all the action. Everybody who participates receives not only a vest, a real nice over-the-edge vest for participating, but they also get pictures of themselves coming down. And obviously, these are pictures that mom and dad and relatives and friends can't take. So we appreciate the volunteers that are with us taking care of photos today. John Busby along with Jimmy Smith. This is the live stream of the 2023 Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. We've got some reporters on the roof. We've got Matt Janis on the ground. Mike Lane from Delaware Live Sports is heading up onto the roof, and we will have him on the air once he gets up there and settled. And so heading into the second half of the day.
Yep.
I think we're a little more than halfway through the rappellers. 98 total will be going.
So that was Kenny that went down quickly. And Jackie now here solo. Tracy Gilmore, Jimmy Weller, Aaron Bonnewell, Tara Troyce, Carol Percy, Amy Stapleford. If you're here for them, they are all to come.
Interested in volunteering for Special Olympics Delaware, go to SODE.org. Need volunteers for summer games on June 9th and 10th at the University of Delaware. Variety of roles, variety of sports, variety of opportunities on both days. Or if you want to be a coach for Special Olympics or volunteer for something other than summer games, you can go to the same website, SODE.org. And if you're out there listening, you're watching and seeing all these school districts and teachers from the different schools go over the edge and want to get something started at your school to do something similar. You don't have to have a Special Olympics program at your school. If you're a private school, parochial school, vote tech school, charter school, and you want to get your school involved in this wonderful event, make it a team building or school building event, certainly reach out and let us know. We can help you get started. That's Jacqueline Lukachevitz taking her 4th trip down the side of this 300 Delaware Avenue building here in Wilmington, managed by Brandywine Realty Trust, who along with TD Bank and Newcastle County Fire Services are the 3 major sponsors of this event. Supporters are Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheraton Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and Delaware Rock Gym, which graciously opens its doors to any of our edgers who would like to go to their gym and experience rappelling a few stories along the rock wall to get ready for this 17-story rappel. Perfect weather outside. We've had a variety of weather over the years. I can't ever remember a time where we actually delayed the event within the event for anything. No. They do rappel in rain unless it becomes dangerous, you know, lightning, obviously, wind, that type of thing. They have measurement tools that they use on the roof, on the ground, to determine if it were ever to be too windy, that kind of thing.
Never wind, never sun or heat.
It's actually one of the warmer days we've had.
Yeah, I was looking at it on the weather, and it's like, oh, boy, that's going to be the hot day.
Yep. And Jackie gives a wave to the crowd. Jacqueline, wave to the crowd as she makes her way down.
There we go. Keep helping her down. Come on, Jackie. Come on now. There we go. Now we're zooming. There we go. Welcome back to Earth. So we'll get her untethered here and have her join Matt Janis and hear what that was like. What an experience. Now getting meddled up. And then a little photo opportunity. And then right on TV. Matt Janis, let's hear it.
All right, thanks a lot, Jimmy. We're here with Jacqueline Lukachevitz. You were taking your time coming down here. I know you're a veteran. You've done this before. Was it old hat for you up there?
No, not at the beginning. It's a little nervous. I mean, you're standing 17 stories above Wilmington. That's a little nerve-wracking no matter how many times you do it.
Just looking up at you is a little nerve-wracking, I'm not going to lie, but I'm watching you. You're waving to the family and friends that came out to support you. What was that process like as you're rappelling down a building and still taking time to acknowledge the people down here?
You got to enjoy the ride. The first step over the edge is scary, but once you're there, and you just got to take your time and really just take it all in.
As being at your 4th year doing this, what's the biggest lesson you've learned over the years doing this?
Patience.
Well, you showed patience on full display. I know this event means a lot to you. You have a child that is an athlete in Special Olympics. You do this for him?
I do. I have a son who is an athlete, and I have a son who also is a coach. So this is a family affair. It's very important to me. And I think my son is here somewhere. Oh, he is. He is. Hi, buddy. Hi. He doesn't like tall buildings, so we didn't know if he'd make it today or not, but he's here, so I'm really pleased that he got to come out.
We're really pleased, too. That's what it's all about. Let's hear it for Alex. And for you, thank you so much for all your support.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All righty, from the ground to the roof, we want to welcome Mike Lang, a sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports. Michael, thank you for being here today. Who you got up there with you?
Hey, John, glad to be here. I know last year I couldn't make it, but we have some flying friends. We have some flying friends, and we were joined by Brielle Hannafin. She is in her second year going over the edge. And Brielle, why are you back?
I guess I'm just crazy. No, I'm kidding. It was a lot of fun last year. It was terrifying, but it's a great event, great cause, and happy to be back volunteering and going over.
So I don't really have any information. What do you do when you're not jumping over the edges of buildings?
So I am a social worker, and I live right here in Wilmington, Delaware. So yeah.
So last year was the first time. You kind of know what to expect. For somebody who hasn't done this like me, what's that feeling like going over the edge?
Honestly, I think the worst part is up here. Once you start going, you're just in your zone, and you get down, and you're like, wow, that was fun. I actually want to go again. But it's the top and getting over that really is scary.
And
but it's so much fun and worth it.
So you are ready to go. And next up, apparently over the side of the building here. And what's your family think about all this?
I'm crazy.
All right, we're here with crazy Brielle Hannafin. Brielle, enjoy your time going over the edge, and thank you from Special Olympics Delaware.
Yeah, and thank you everyone that donated. We're here representing Team DAP. Thank you, Delaware Association of Police, and again, everyone that donated.
Awesome. All right, Brielle, thanks, and good luck.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
All right,
Appreciate
John.
it very much. Kurt Kimmel is coming down the yellow rope. He's a retired staff sergeant for the U.S. Air Force. He supported Special Olympics over the years, and he's a unified partner for the Newark Dragons softball and volleyball teams. A unified partner is a peer without a disability that plays on the same team as our Special Olympics athletes. If you are interested in being a unified partner, you sign up as a volunteer, and you go from there. Kurt's done some zip lining at Go Ape and also some indoor skydiving. Wants to thank all his friends and family who supported him and his team. He's coming down with Sharon Kimmel, who's a volunteer at Summer Games through the Lions Club. And she's getting ready to take that little backwards squat seat, as we call it, over the edge and coming down there. As we enter the 1 o'clock hour here, coming on the air at 8:30 this morning. That's half an hour earlier than we've ever started before, and that's because of the 98 people, a sold-out field of people rappelling down the side of the building. If you want to join that group next year, just go to SODE.org, and the sign-ups for that is right there. There you see Sharon Kimmel getting ready to go. She's already taken that first step backwards, which many people will tell you once they've done that. A great close-up there by our camera crew. You can see how she's kind of pulling on the rope to get herself moving. It's no longer a squeeze. Hasn't been for several years, but it's no longer a squeeze, and it's more of a pull, which makes it a much easier descent. I can tell you from doing it several years ago when we had the squeeze that it does take a lot out of your forearm on the way down. But with the new technology, it's now just a pulling effort and takes a lot less effort, as you see Sharon there with a postcard moment of leaning back, arms out. Coming up after the Kimmels, we have Brielle Hannafin, Dawn Severance, Michael Coe, Megan McGuire, James Weller, Tracy Gilmore. Running a little bit behind schedule, but not too bad. About 20 minutes or so behind schedule. We do have one more rope check that we will do, and then it will be smooth sailing to our last rappellers scheduled to go over at 4:50. Again, want to thank all the supporters. If you're here and you're watching, or you're tuned in, watching and listening, you've probably supported someone going over the edge. Every dollar raised stays right here in the state of Delaware to support more than 4,200 athletes of all ages who compete in 16 sports year-round for completely zero cost. Only state in the country and only state or group in the world that can say that there literally is no cost to be part of Special Olympics Delaware. Fundraisers like this take care of equipment, uniforms, training facilities, competition facilities, any expense that you can imagine and have probably had yourself raising kids in sports is taken care of by Special Olympics Delaware. If you care to donate, go to sode.org, click on the donation button, and you can do so. And it's not too late still to donate to any of these folks who are rappelling. They've set up fundraising pages, and you can get that information from them if you've been inspired to make a donation on their behalf. And so Sharon and Kurt Kimmel are on the way down. That is Kurt on the left, Sharon on the right, as they make their descent. If you're on Twitter and you want to give a shout out to somebody who's going down, please use hashtag #SODelaware. You can also comment on the YouTubes. We're told everybody watches themselves after they've done this. And so they would love to hear your shout out or see it. Whether it's a watch party with a group of family and friends, as we've heard goes on, or somebody just watches it themselves. It's a great way to show your support either in the comment section. Delaware Lions, somebody's shouting out, way to go Lions. Kurt and Sharon, both members of the Lions Club of Delaware. Buster Dog 321, looking like pros. Go Kimmels. Marilyn Monroe, that's Marilyn Monroe. Go Kurt, go Sharon, you're so brave. Emily Pedante, Abuela and Papa, bravest grandparents out there. Timothy Essler, yay, Kimmels. Kim Bergmuller, here go the Leaping Lions. Sharon and Kurt Kimmel from the Newcastle Lions Club. Ernie Bailey, congrats to Kurt and Shar. Marilyn Monroe, go Kurt and Sharon, cheering for you. Emily Pedante again, yay, Sharon and Kurt. So lots of supporters for the Kimmels making their first trip down the side of the building. The Lions Club is part of the Healthy Athletes program that Special Olympics Delaware offers, where the athletes receive free glasses if they are needed and eye exams through the Opening Eyes program, and the Lions Club have been a big part of that over the years. So a couple Lions members going down over the edge today, Sharon and Kurt, two of the originals. Sharon and Kurt Kimmel about halfway down. If you're outside, if you start cheering real loud, this is about the point where we are told most people can hear you. And you can see them kind of stalling there at the 10th floor. For those of you that have never done this, the 10th floor is where people check in. And it's an opportunity for you to go up and look down and then realize you're a little more than halfway farther up than you're going. And that's when the enormity of just how tall this building is starts to sink in when you look down from up there. Again, 17 stories, 222 feet, so not quite a football field, but sort of gives you that perspective. Everyone that's coming down the side of the building does a practice rappel at the top on the roof. There's a one-story, not even one-story structure where they get a chance to see how the equipment works, that kind of thing. And so from there, that's when you've heard the interviews. If you're outside or if you're on the line stream, you've seen the interviews from the roof. That is after the training that they get, and then they go over and get harnessed up and ready to go. Let's put your hands together for the Kimmels, Sharon and Kurt, completing their first ever rappel down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. Jerry Foskey and Matt Montgomery handing out the medals to the Kimmels, and now we're going to go to Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot, John. We are standing by with Kurt and Sharon. I heard up top, I think you said that your husband roped you into this a little bit. What are you feeling as you get down to the bottom?
Oh, I would do that again in a heartbeat. It was so fun.
How about you, Kurt?
Oh, relief. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, there's no question I'll do this again.
You guys were so slow and so deliberate. It looked like you didn't have a care in the world as you're coming down. Was that actually how you were feeling?
I felt pretty comfortable. I mean, every once in a while I would start to sway a bit, but, you know, it was fine. I felt confident in my equipment.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I came down sometimes a little faster than I thought I should, but yeah, I was under control, so that's what mattered.
As couples activities go, Was this one that brought you together?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're both very competitive.
No, yeah, we are, but
Is this something that you will do again?
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
All right. You hear it. They'll be back next year. Great job. Thank you so much for all you do for Special Olympics. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Sharon and Kurt Kimmel, coming back next year, like more than 30% of the first-timers do. 60 first-timers today, part of 98 participants, a sold-out crowd, largest crowd of rappellers we've ever had in the 12-year history of this event. Very excited for the 98 people, 60 first-timers going over the edge, and excited to come back and do it again next year. And if you're watching the live stream or if you're sitting outside in the bleachers and want to sign up for next year's event, go to SODE.org. The link is there. You just put a $50 deposit down, and then you have the rest of the year to raise the additional $1,050. And lots of ways to do that, as you've heard us talk about. People making personal donations, having organizations donate, having companies, small businesses, real estate agents. The list goes on and on of the number of people who are willing to donate if you just tell them you're rappelling 17 stories, and then you add on to that all the money that is raised goes to Special Olympics Delaware, and usually people are willing to open their wallets. So don't let the $1,100 scare you. Most people tell us that when they tell people what they're getting ready to do, it's an easy sell, and they're ready to go. We have Brielle Hannafin,
yes, and Megan McGuire
coming up next. Second time for Brielle, first time for Megan McGuire, who is a polar bear plunger, and that's probably how she found out about this event.
So, Brielle on the yellow rope and Megan on the blue. As we get some clouds continuing to roll in over here. Some light and easy clouds. No big puffies here today, or at least I can't see. I shouldn't say that. I can't see the full sky. But a great day. Not too hot. Not too windy. Nothing in the rain department.
Mike Lang, can you get ready to answer a question about the weather up there if I come to you?
As again, Megan and Brielle getting ready to head on down.
All right, haven't had a weather report from up on the roof. Jimmy's talking about the weather outside while he's in the comforts of the production
making it
room.
up. I have no
It's
idea.
air conditioned. We can't see the sun or the clouds other than on the camera. But let's get a real weather report from up on the roof. Mike Lang from Delaware Live Sports. What's the weather like up there?
John, I'm not a real weatherman, but I can give you the weather. There are a lot of little happy clouds out here. It's beautiful, about 75 degrees. Great view of the surrounding area. I can see Nemours Hospital and I-95 and across to New Jersey. It's just sunshiny, a little hazy. I think it's a great day to be jumping off the edge of a building.
We don't use the word jump, Mike,
jump.
in this event.
Rappelling down the building.
Safely rappel.
Not a weatherman, but
nobody's jumping. They're being gently escorted over the side.
So there you see two people coming down. On the blue rope on the right is Megan McGuire, and on the left is Brielle Hannafin making their way down. Again, it's Brielle's second rappel, Megan's first. We haven't mentioned in a while the speed with which people come down the side of the building. There's no rules. There's at no point where we tell you have to hurry up or slow down. There is a safety mechanism built in if you go too fast. And the ropes will lock up if you go too fast, and then it's a quick fix, and you continue the rest of the way down. But again, there's no rules about how fast or slow you need to go. So if you're considering whether you might want to do this or not and afraid it would take you too long to get down, there's no such thing as too long to get down.
No, I mean, it's a good bit of money, so take your time, right? You raised good money. You supported the organization. Take your time.
And you hear people say over and over again the second time they go down, they still get nervous, as anybody would who's going to rappel down the side of a building, but they enjoy it more because they know what they're getting into, they know what it's like, and they also, what I've been told, is they tend to look around more and check out the sights around them.
Yeah, so it's almost like doing it a whole new time, right?
Right.
Like you never did in the first place.
And so Tara has landed. Brielle getting ready to come down.
So now 5 hours into the broadcast here, about 1,600 views so far. And again, we know there's tons and tons of watch parties all over the school districts, entire classrooms watching earlier this morning. I think we may have more schools coming up, but we had some.
The Milford School District's coming
man,
up, I know for sure.
just the big school districts all day.
Alrighty, we've got somebody on the ground.
She was trying to get out of that interview. No, look at that. Where are you?
And sometimes they don't want to interview, and that's fine.
dice, that's
we
fine.
appreciate Megan's efforts. Let's give Megan a big hand for coming down and supporting Special Olympics Delaware. And Brielle is next, coming out of the landing area there. She'll get her medal. And once she does, we are going to send it down to Matt Janis with
She's
Brielle.
trying to get her back in there. Oh, no.
All right, Brielle is trying to sell
look,
Meg
solo
on
now.
coming over and talk to us. It's going to be Brielle, though. It sounds like, what was it like? You were looking at your hands after you came down.
Yeah, I was flying down, so I could feel like the burn in my gloves.
You were going so fast, we had to let people know that there was a safety mechanism. If you got going too fast, it would slow it down. There was nothing to worry about. What was the view like? Did you take time to look?
Mm-mm. No, if I looked down, I would have froze. It was just get down there.
This your second time doing it? Was it easier this time around?
Yeah, I would say so. It's just really being at the top, but it's a lot of fun. And then once you find your groove, it's pretty smooth sailing.
What is your motivation behind doing this?
Raising money and just volunteering. It's such a fun event. Can't wait to keep coming back.
People like you certainly are special. We thank you for everything you did, and that was fun to watch. You might have set the record for the day.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Alrighty, thank you, Matt. Michael Coe is on the blue route up top. You can see him starting to make his way over the edge of the building. If you're just tuning in, we're a little bit behind schedule, so you haven't missed the following people. They still have yet to go. Dawn Severance, Michael Coe, who is up there, James Weller, Tracy Gilmore, and Tara Trouse, Aaron Bonnewell, all on schedule to be going over the edge. If you are tuning in to see somebody after 1 o'clock, as we mentioned, we're a little bit behind schedule, but typically what happens is they make up the time. Sometimes we get repellers that go down quickly, which makes up some of the time. And
We're running out of time to make up that time, though, you know? But no, please enjoy yourself and take your time, whether it's 3 minutes or 33 minutes.
We want to thank TD Bank outside hosting a little get-together out there, back like they did before COVID, so it's fun to have them back involved. I know they had some hot dogs they were giving away earlier, and so appreciate them not only being one of the 3 sponsors, but hosting us in their bank, which is at the base of this building. And if you haven't seen it yet, there is a TV located inside the building that you can see from the outside, where you would see the shots that we get up on the roof. A lot of you, if you've never seen the live stream or you've never actually done this, you don't get a chance to see what goes on the roof before they go over, but you can watching the live stream on that TV. You can't see it from the bleachers. As you see Michael Coe heading over there. And we're still waiting to find out who is coming down on that other rope.
Looks like they're doing some training up top with a bigger group than normal as we take a look picture in picture here while Michael stays on the rope. Yeah, this is normally it's 2, 3, 4, 5 at the most. This is, as we're hearing from Mike up top, about a dozen up there getting ready to get caught up. So we see plenty going on up there. And training pretty quick, but everybody gets a chance on the rope. And then everybody will get a chance on the main rope. As Michael continues to make his way down on the blue rope. Get someone in the YouTube chat there. Maybe I should follow in their footsteps and try this. Talking about the Kimmels, I'll have to ask Curtis about this later. Government Agent 762, I think you will. You will have to follow up and learn more about 2024's event, the second Thursday in May. Always, you can go ahead and put that on your calendar now and start raising the money.
That's Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team. I'm John Busby, here for the broadcast of the 2020 live stream for the Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. 12th event. It's raised more than $1.6 million for the 4,200 athletes plus here in the state of Delaware. 852 people have gone over the edge the previous 11 years. We're going to add 98 to that, which makes the math easy. We'll be able to say 950 people have participated in this event in its 12-year history. And so we are excited about that. And once again, appreciate the support that you most likely have given somebody. If you've bothered to tune in on the live stream, like thousands of people around the country, potentially around the world, or if you're here in person watching somebody, you probably have supported them and helped them raise that $1,100. And as Jimmy mentioned, if you want to do it next year, now's the time to sign up. Reserve your spot. Sold out this year. Would love to have a sellout next year, but want you to be part of that. And so now is the time that you can sign up. Go to SODE.org. You just put down a $50 deposit, and you have the rest of the year to raise the rest of that balance. If you're wondering where the person on the other rope is, they are upstairs being trained. Again, a situation where they like to send 2 people down at a time, but they're not going to hold up one person if that second person is not ready to go, meaning if they arrive late or are held up in the training. And so they're training folks up on the roof. Safety, always the #1 priority. They take 0 shortcuts in this event. We're running a little bit behind schedule, and it was for safety reasons. Not that there was a problem, but just there wasn't enough vests in a certain size, so we had to hold up a few people. But again, safety always the top priority in this event, no matter what. And Michael Coe making his way down here. Let's give him a big round of applause as he's certainly within hearing range of all of you. And he's in the last couple of floors. Volunteers pulling him out over that last ledge, and that's when you know you're home safe and sound here at the bottom. And again, we want to thank the folks that you see here on the ground in the blue shirts and the orange helmets are all volunteers today. Let's give them a big round of applause. Also see a couple orange shirts down there. All volunteers spending the day with us today, spent half the day with us yesterday for the training. And again, we're told time and time again by people who do this that all of the volunteers and the over-the-edge technicians make people feel as comfortable as can possibly be. And Michael is going to get his medal, and we're going to send it outside to Matt Janis.
All right, we're with Michael Coe. First time, you were all the way up there all by yourself. Normally there's somebody with you. When you looked over, everybody was staring you down, cheering you on. You're not somebody that necessarily likes the limelight. What was that like?
It was actually interesting. Being up there and barely hearing people's voices, and as you get to speak correctly, everybody gets louder and louder. So, I mean, it felt good.
At what point did you start to hear everybody, and how did that help you get down the rest of the way?
Probably around the 10th floor. Then it was just like, okay, I should be close. And I'm like, no, I still got 10 more floors.
First time, right? Was it everything you thought it would be?
Yeah. Yeah. It was definitely a little anxiety when you're sitting up there, but it goes away once you start.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see you do it again, and thank you so much for doing it.
Thank you.
All right, Michael Coe, back to you guys.
Thank you, Matt. We're going to get ready to head it up on the roof. Aaron Bonnewell, Mike Lang, up to you.
All right, thanks, John. Welcome to Aaron Bonnewell. Aaron, a first-timer here. Yep. What made you go over the edge?
My counterpart in the agency that I work for, he did it a few years ago, and I participate in the torch run and several other things Special Olympic-wise, and I thought this would be a great opportunity to donate and rappel down the wall.
It says here you are a police officer. Which agency are you with?
Delaware Division of Alcohol Tobacco Enforcement. I'm a lieutenant with them. Yep.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been on now for 15 years.
Awesome. So what's surprising about you? You say not a whole lot. So you're just pretty.
A lot of outdoorsy stuff: hunting, fishing, camping. I have parasailed one time. I forgot about that, but that's about the closest I would have to say that I've gotten to.
This is pretty outdoorsy. What do you think
Absolutely.
of the view up here?
Beautiful up here. Beautiful.
Are you ready
Great
to go?
weather.
Are you nervous at all? I imagine your
Yes.
job. This is not going to make you nervous.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, I'm excited to get over that edge and take my time going down the wall.
Awesome. Well, on behalf of Special Olympics, thank you very much. Enjoy going over the edge.
Thank you.
All right, Aaron Bonnewell heading over, and they're ready for him, I think.
All righty. Thank you, Mike. Matt Janis, out to you.
Hey, John, I was talking to somebody when I got here earlier today, and it was lunch break time when I took over my shift down here, and they were looking up at the building, mouth wide open, and they walked up to me and they asked, what's the deal with this, and explained Special Olympics, and their immediate question was, how much do you pay these people to rappel down this building? And had to explain, no, they go out and raise money for the opportunity, and he was just shocked. But then he looked at me and he said, boy, there's a lot of good people out in the world. So I thought that was pretty cool, but it is still remarkable as we get a little bit past lunchtime now, just to see people walk by and stare up at the building, stare what's going on. So much of Wilmington understands what's going on today, but you forget a lot of people are like, what in the world is this? And it's just always fun to watch people's faces.
Yeah, it's funny. You know, I relate it to the polar bear plunge, which I think everybody in the world would probably know about. And we're out on the boardwalk the morning of the plunge, and people are wondering what's going on there today. You know, we've had that sign on the building for a couple days, and this event has been in this building all 12 years, always the same Thursday, second one and Thursday, and still amazed how many people don't know what's going on. And so it's fun to see the people out there and see the crowd and how it builds out throughout the day. And, you know, this morning, basically the people that were here were the early morning commuters, and then it grows and grows as the day goes on and word gets out around the country. And, Matt, your sister did this last year, correct?
She did. Katie Sweetman, and actually was talking to her about it this week. I was a little disappointed in her. I said, where are you this year? And she said, actually, with school, there was a little bit of a commitment, but she wants to come back. I still say she's crazy, but she just absolutely loved every part of it. She said Special Olympics took such great care of her. They made everything so easy. And, you know, it is amazing. You get the chance to talk to these people. They've been through something that is electric. I mean, you can feel it, the shake in their voice a little bit as they're coming down. But they can't talk enough about how great it is once the experience is done. And I guess at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Janice, we're going to go up to the roof to Mike Lang.
All right, thanks, John. We're here with Kimberly Corbett. She's the principal of Lewis Elementary School. Kimberly, this is a long drive to go over the side of a building. What made you do it?
Our kids, just so we can feel the uncomfortableness they do. Two of my teachers brought it to me, so I said, I'll do it with you.
Not too many buildings in Lewis this tall. What's it like being up here?
It's a little bit, you're thinking twice about it, yeah. It's a nice view.
Did your students contribute to your school contribute to the Special Olympics, to your cause?
Yep, school, family, friends, anyone who was willing contributed. And they're all out there now. Hi, Lewis Elementary.
I know they're tuned into the live stream to watch it. Are you ready to go or nervous? All of the above?
All of the above.
Awesome. Well, Kimberly's another first-year attendee, John, and you said we have 60 of them this year. She's ready to go. She's got the blue helmet, and she's all set. The Lewis, which shirt's that?
This is the Be United.
The Be United shirt's a Special Olympics shirt, John. She wore it just for you.
Yep.
Alrighty, thank you, Mike, and thank you, Kimberly. Lewis Elementary participating in Special Olympics from a sports standpoint for the first time this past fall at a bocce event that was held in the Cape Henlopen School District, hosted by Cape Henlopen High School. Every single school in the district attended, and so an example of the fever of Special Olympics and unified sports going through the district. Every school in the district participated in it, and they've already committed to hosting that event again next year. So if you're watching this live stream and your child's school is not involved in Special Olympics in any way, might want to ask the question why and how they become involved. Doesn't matter whether it's elementary, middle, preschool, high school, private, VOTEC, charter school. There's an opportunity for your child's school to be part of Special Olympics. And so we've got our next person up on the rope. And the next two coming down are going to be Tara Trouse and Aaron Bonnewell. And is that Aaron up there on the ropes?
Aaron on the, was that the yellow rope? Oh, blue, I'm sorry, the blue rope. Aaron on the blue rope, already making his way down, and Tara is ready for...
Alrighty, and we're going to go back up on the rope. We'll keep the one shot of them coming down, but Mike Lang has somebody getting ready to go over the edge up on the roof.
Thanks, John. I'm here with an old friend of yours, Carol Percy. She's done this. This is the 7th year. Carol, how crazy are you?
Must be pretty crazy, but I enjoy it.
Obviously, coming back year after year, Special Olympics must be a cause you really believe in. Talk about the work that Special Olympics does and why you do this.
I am a teacher in the Meadowwood program, and all our students participate in Special Olympics. I got involved when I first started teaching 20-some years ago, and Mary Moore was one of my mentors and one of the best people ever, and still involved in Special Olympics.
So does it ever, do you ever get used to going over the edge, or is there always that little moment where you have the adrenaline rush?
You always have that little adrenaline rush, but it's more excitement than fear.
So you're ready to go? Beautiful day, and who's watching you go down this year?
Well, we may have to watch the replay tomorrow, but family, friends, people at McCain High School, they supported me well.
Awesome. Go Highlanders. All right, John. We'll send it back to you.
Alrighty, Mike, thank you. And yes, Carol Percy, a long time volunteer at Special Olympics through the school systems at Red Clay. She's been going to events for decades, not just years, and a big supporter of this Over the Edge event. We've got Tara Trouse on the yellow rope on your left, Aaron Bonnewell on the right.
His gift of God.
Tara is a teacher in the Indian River School District. She has been skydiving and parasailing, so not the only daring thing that she has done. She would like to thank Jean Morris, her mother, for supporting her here. And she is doing this in honor of her children, Vincent and Liam Trouse. Aaron Bonowell is a police officer with the Delaware Alcohol and Tobacco Enforcement Division, as you heard on the rooftop interview that Mike Lang had just a few minutes ago. And he supports Special Olympics through his involvement in law enforcement. Hasn't done a whole lot of daring things, but would like to thank his family and friends for the support. So we have Tara Trouse coming down on the left and Aaron Bonowell on the right. Again, if you're just tuning in, here's the next several people that will be coming down the side of the building. Dawn Severance, James Weller, Tracy Gilmore, Amy Stapleford, Carol Percy, who you just heard from, and Kimberly Corbridge and Devin Reber. And that would take us to the 1:30 mark. As we said, we're a little bit behind schedule here for a variety of reasons out of our control, but the good news is we will get everybody in and everybody in safely, and we're going to head back up on the roof to Mike Lang.
All right, John, thanks. We are here with Tracy Gilmore, another first-timer. Tracy, you're a retired Air Force veteran. Is that how you ended up here in Delaware?
No, actually it was not. But I'm representing Team G, and Jimmy and I are actually going over because my son is in Special Olympics.
Okay.
And
Jimmy, come on over here.
And we've gotten a lot of support from the community. We live down in Kent, Sussex County, and Weller does Delmarva. People there, listening to them, really, really made a difference for our team, for sure.
This is James Weller, another first-timer here with Tracy today. And James, how are you feeling? Ready to go over the edge?
Oh, I'm psyched. I'm ready.
Have you done anything like this? I'm just looking at your list here. You did the polar bear plunge. That's a little different weather than this, and you're not going over the side of a building. How excited are you guys to get that first step in?
Oh, ready. Ready.
We're ready.
And Tracy just says here you've done zip lining and skydiving, so you're used to this, huh?
It doesn't make it any easier to go over the edge.
But you were in the Air Force, so you're used to being up in the air.
Yes, but still doesn't make it any easier going over the edge.
All right, John, they're excited. Still a little nervous, but we'll send it back down to you.
All right, thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. And you can see they're getting their way down the building. Tara Trouse and Aaron Bonowell. People use different strategies coming down the building. Some push themselves away from the building, and some like to inch their way down step by step along the building.
I don't know if I'd want it to go faster or slower. I think it depends on kind of how the groove is going,
Yeah.
right? Like as you get into one and you feel better about what you're doing, you feel good about the equipment, and you know how everything is advancing.
Right.
You may stay and you may hang. If you're not all about it, you may start moving a little bit. Yeah, we've had quite a few that have been split quite a bit.
Yes.
You know, one land
Yep.
and then, minutes later.
And it seems to be
Which is fine.
different every year. You know, some years we do this event and it's always two coming down almost identical, and then other years it's almost like they're taking turns, but they're not taking turns.
Right,
and it's a constant flow. And there are some people that like to do it with somebody specifically, and the ropes crews always tried to accommodate that whenever possible. And we're going to go outside with Matt Janis.
With Aaron Bonowell, who just made the rappel down. You said before this you haven't done a whole lot of crazy stuff, and yet you look like a seasoned vet up there. Maybe there's some more daredevil in you than you thought?
Maybe. Yeah. Just got to do it. Yeah.
What was it like when you stepped over?
Exhilarating. That was amazing. Yeah.
You have a huge smile on your face. Talk to a lot of people when they come down. There's normally two schools of thought. There's the ear-to-ear grin. There's the sigh of relief. When you came in, did you think you'd be an ear-to-ear guy, or did you think you'd be a sigh of relief?
Both. Yeah. Sigh of relief, but excited, happy. Yeah. Accomplished. Yep.
Accomplished is the perfect word. It looks like maybe this is something you'll do again?
Absolutely.
Well, we loved having you. We really appreciate it. And, boy, did you look good out there doing it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Back to you guys.
All right, another satisfied customer makes his landing and verbally at least commits to coming back next year. As I've mentioned, we have a very high repeat percentage rate. Two people who have signed up and paid to do it every single year. Danny Hall, who went over this morning, as did Marianne Evans, who went over this morning. Danny, a law enforcement officer, longtime volunteer, and Marianne Evans, the parent of a Special Olympics athlete and a volunteer as well. This is Tara Trouse, who is making her way down, a member of the Indian River School District, first person from that district to go down the building today. Not sure if there are others to follow, but a different school district. And so that brings a total of 4 districts out of the 19 in Delaware who have somebody going down. We know there's a 5th crew from the Milford School District that are going down. And if there are others, that is wonderful. So again, a great opportunity to get your school involved, your child's school involved in this event, a way to create awareness about the ability of people with disabilities in the school systems and promoting inclusion, which I think everybody agrees is one of the most important accomplishments we can do in the educational system.
I think you got to get somebody with a clipboard right when they hit the earth again. They're talking about doing it again. We get the verbal agreement. We're going to need that next step. Hey, if you want to take the next step.
And you can do that at SODE.org, whether you're sitting outside hearing us or watching on the live stream at home. SODE.org, as Tara makes her way down. And we've got a couple people up top who are getting harnessed in. Somebody leaning over, ready to come over. And next up, it's going to be James Weller and Tracy Gilmore. And that's James Weller to the right on the blue rope. He's a salesperson on Weller's Utility Trailers. Done the polar bear plunge, as you heard Mike Lang ask the questions, and he appreciates all his supporters that helped him raise the $1,100. And we're going to head up to Mike Lang on the roof. He's got somebody who's preparing to do this 17-story rappel. Mike, it's all yours.
Thanks, John. We're here with Devin. Is it?
Yeah, I am. I'm ready.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Devin. Good luck today with all you and your Lewis Elementary colleagues, and thanks for doing this today.
Thank you.
All right, John, back to you.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, we've had a couple people swim with sharks, and one of the questions, I think it was Jimmy asked, was what kind of sharks were they? And I'm not sure why that would matter. If it's a shark, it's a shark, and you're still swimming
matters.
with them.
There's little sharks. You can grab them with your hands.
No, thank you.
I'm cool with that. Sea life. Now there's a shark limit. I'll have to eyeball it and let you know. But
if you can't grab it with one hand,
I can't grab it with a hand. I'm not part of it.
And we're going to go out to Matt Janis.
All right, we're standing by with Tara Trouse, who has skydived in her past, and we always like to ask people, what is more intimidating, rappelling down this building or skydiving? What's your answer?
Probably rappelling down the building.
Really? Really? So the thought of going out of the airplane, you were good with that, coming down the building much harder?
I think it took more physical effort getting down the building, but it was beautiful to stop.
Well, that makes complete sense. That's the first time anybody's ever explained it like that. Now I'm starting to understand it a little bit better. You have children that are involved in Special Olympics. I know this is very meaningful to you. Was that the motivation for this?
Absolutely. I have 2 10-year-olds that are involved in Sussex County, part of Sussex Riptides. They play tennis and soccer.
Was the experience everything that you thought it would be outside of the physical energy you had to put out there?
Absolutely amazing. I would completely do it again.
Well, we love to hear that. We hope to see you back next year. Congratulations, though. You made it look easy.
Thank you.
Tara Trouse, back to you guys.
James Weller making his way down the building, more than halfway down. And Tracy Gilmore preparing to come down.
Give Mr. Weller a round of applause. Oh, on the back, all the way. Great pose there by
and
the
we're going to head
signage.
outside to Matt Janis, who is with James Weller.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. We're standing by with James Weller. You're a salesperson by trade, correct?
Salesperson.
What was the sales pitch to get you to do this?
That I get to climb down a building.
You were grinning ear to ear. You were posing for pictures as soon as you hit the ground. At what point did you realize not hard at all?
I'd say maybe about a quarter of the way.
As a salesperson, what's your best pitch to people that are out there watching about whether they should do it in the future?
It's great calls. Absolutely do it.
You are a pretty good salesperson. I can see it already. Thank you so much for doing it. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
James Weller, he made it look easy. Back to you guys.
Sell the rappel for us. Well done.
There you go. Good jingle there. Tracy Gilmore's up top, getting ready to come over. Still on deck, if you're just tuning in, is Dawn Severance, Amy Stapleford, Carol Percy, Kimberly Corbidge, Devin Reber. And then we go to the 130 crew, Ben Ashby and Ryan Blakeman. So running about 45 minutes or so behind schedule if you're keeping track at home. Again, as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, the pace, you know, they set the schedule based on a pace of the people that are going down.
A 10-minute per pace.
And that
we'll
pace
say.
sometimes is faster, sometimes slower. Today it just happens that people are going a little bit slower than that 10-minute pace. Nothing wrong with it. No. Nothing we can do about it.
No, 12 years of doing it, you kind of figure out what those windows are.
Yep.
And you have 60 new people, which in most years is more than you had total.
And and that's a great point. Usually it's maybe 30 new people
Right.
who are going to inch their way down
Correct.
slowly.
And not
again,
60
nothing wrong with that.
repellers total. You have
Correct.
60 new and only, 38 that are returning in one way or another, whether it be last year or previous years. So now that doesn't mean necessarily that because you've done it once already or twice or 7 times that you're going to blaze down. It just means that you've done it.
That's
Some
right.
people get right into the rhythm and they figure it out. And
our next
some people
person
don't.
is on top of the roof, and that's Carol Percy. She's going to be coming down on the blue rope, which will be the rope on your right. As Tracy Gilmore is getting ready to make her way down. Tracy Gilmore up there up top on the yellow rope, starting to make her way down. Let's see if we can cheer loud enough that she can hear us, encouraging her to go down.
Tracy, 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 Tracy. Come on, I don't hear you guys. The YouTube chat is cheering on Tracy.
We're getting close to 2,000 viewers. All right. As we watch Tracy begin to make her descent, Carol Percy is being harnessed up top. And speaking of up top, we're going to go to Mike Lang.
All righty, we are here with Ryan Blakeman. I had to make sure I got the name right, Ryan. Ryan is another member of the Lewis Elementary crew who's here today, and another first-timer. But you've done the polar bear plunge closer to home. What was it like to come up here today and get ready to go over?
It's a little scary, but I have climbed before, so it's a little easier. It's a little easier than a polar bear plunge.
Now, what do you do at Lewis Elementary?
So I'm a third grade special ed.
And what are your students thinking when you told them you were doing this?
Some were nervous, some were pretty happy and wanted to join me. So that would have been cool.
And what do you think about the work Special Olympics does? Obviously, you're here supporting Special Olympics.
I always support Special Olympics. I've been doing the polar plunge for about 20 years now. My 20th year was this past February. So I'm always excited to support them and the students. Absolutely.
So you have the ladies here. Are you the only guy from Lewis Elementary to come up?
We have our little our gym teacher here is joining us as well. So he's on it. Yeah.
All right, we got a big crew from Lewis Elementary. So, hey, Sussex County's here. We have people from Indian River and Milford. So a lot of people from downstate coming up. This is awesome. Good luck and have fun.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Ryan. John, back to you.
All right, we've got Tracy Gilmore making her way down. She's done some zip lining and skydiving, as you heard when she was interviewed up on the roof. Almost halfway down. Carol Percy is making her way down. She's a 6-year veteran going down her 7th time. She works in the Red Clay School District, a long-time teacher in the Red Clay School District and supporter of Special Olympics through the Meadowood program. She now is in the McCain High School, where the Meadowood program is for the high schoolers, and those are the folks she wanted to thank for supporting her rappel today.
John, I got a question for you real quick from down here on the ground. You guys were talking about the speed debate of who goes fast, who goes slow. First timers, you say, tend to go a little bit slower. That runs counterintuitive to my mind. Now, granted, I have told you I will do this for the rest of my life, but I will never go to the top of that building. So I'm probably the wrong person to talk about it. But I would think if I was a little bit nervous, I'd be like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. I'd be trying to get to the ground as fast as possible. Why do you think first-timers, as somebody that's done it before, tend to go a little bit slower?
I mean...
Well, I know what I was thinking, and I wasn't scared of heights. I wasn't afraid to be going. But they do tell you as part of the training that if you go too fast, your rope does lock up. And it's an easy fix. It's a safety thing. It happens probably to just about everybody at least once. And I know I wanted to try to get down without locking up. If for no other reason, I guess in my mind, again, doing it for the first time when I did it, was that I'm going to be that person that gets halfway down, locks up, and I'm not going to be able to get it unlocked. As coordinated as I think I am.
Yeah, so getting locked up, going quickly sounds like the thing you don't want to do. That sounds like the way they bill it to you. Yeah. So, Matt, I agree. I'm kind of a toss-up. Quick or slow. Quick sounds more dangerous to me, though. I get doing it and being a part of it longer, being in the harness longer, but I think slower is how probably how I would do it.
See, again, I could be completely talking out of my backside. I'm never going up there, but it just seems to me,
me too.
Any fear whatsoever, I'm trying to get it done with as fast as possible. I just love the people that are sitting there taking the time to wave to the crowd as they're coming down. That's a different type of bravery in my mind.
You got to think you get kind of settled in at some point, right? And you start feeling good. And
I feel like it's easy to say that when you are on the ground.
Well,
Jimmy.
I mean,
Yeah, coming from the two of you.
I have been on the roof one time, and I've been on the 10th floor one time. So I don't go any higher than the first floor. First door on the left, baby. That's where I stay.
And you can see Tracy Gilmore and Carol Percy both making their way down, each at their own respective paces. All right, we're going to go back up on the roof. Mike Lang, it's all yours.
We are here with Ben Ashby. Ben, these guys told me you're the phys ed teacher here at Lewis Elementary. I guess it was natural that you would be here today. Are you going to set the example for them to go first?
Well, I was planning to, but somehow they got the slot time before us, so I'm going to have to be the second one to go down.
Are you, it says you're the first time doing this. You haven't done anything crazy like this before?
No. The only thing crazy would be like riding roller coasters or like that slingshot ride. Nothing like this.
I imagine phys ed class can get a little crazy sometimes. Would you work with the elementary school students?
Yes, sir.
What kind of crazy things would you do in gym class?
Well, you know, we got to make it safe, so it's not too crazy. You know, got to keep a nice, safe environment. But honestly, anything can happen with those kids. You never know. You got to keep your eyes ready.
And are you ready to head over the edge?
Oh, I'm ready to head over. I'm ready to get this ball on the roll.
Ben doesn't seem nervous at all. He's ready to go. Ben, good luck and thanks for doing this today.
I'm very nervous.
He's very nervous, John. Never mind.
All right, thank you, Mike. Ben Ashby, one of the key people to get Lewis Elementary involved in Special Olympics. The two people coming down the side are on the ground. Matt Janis, we go to you.
I will start with Carol Percy, who's done this now 7 times. Can you believe it? Does it get easier?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
What is the part about it that keeps bringing you back year after year after year?
My students, I work for Meadowwood program. I am located in the high school at McCain High School, and we are very active in Special Olympics, and so I do it for them.
The thing that I love about that is, you know, a lot of people are willing to be active in Special Olympics. Not everybody is willing to go down the side of a building. When they first talked you into this, was it an easy sell? And now is it something that you look forward to every year?
Yeah, actually, I do enjoy it. I do look forward to it.
I think there's a lot of people out here that look forward to you being a part of it for years to come. Thank you so much for all you do for Special Olympics.
Thank you.
All right, Carol Percy, as she has made her way down, we're going to also welcome in Tracy here as she comes over. Tracy, I know you have military training in your background. You work for the Air Force. Did the military training prepare you for that in any way, shape, or form?
Nope. No.
So what, I could hear it in your voice, a little bit of trepidation before you came down. What was the first thought when you made your way over the edge? And at what point did it start to get a little bit easier at least?
When I got to the ground.
You
I literally held on to that thing like a death grip, that line, like they tell you not to do, but that's exactly what I did. Because
You know, it's funny that you say that because you couldn't tell at all from the ground. You look so smooth in doing it. Might be that poker face that you have coming down, right?
it must be. It must be.
Well, we'll let you catch your breath, but you think it might be something you'd be willing to do again?
Oh, no. No, but I'm grateful for the people that helped me up there because they had to come up with a different way to get me over the edge.
Well, they are the best at it. Thank you so much for doing it.
Thank you.
As Tracy, back to you guys.
Let's hear it for Tracy Gilmore, a first-timer and a one-timer, and there's nothing wrong with that. We appreciate her support of Special Olympics from the landing area to the roof. Mike, up to you.
Thanks, John. We are here with Sherry Gray. I'm sorry, Sherry Gary. I'm sorry. I messed that up. A first-timer. Sherry, you're an accountant. This is not really something you would associate with accountants. What made you come up here to do this?
So I've actually worked with Special Olympics as a unified partner since 2004, and I don't like cold. So I said, I'm not going to do the plunge, but I'll try this. I think I can do this.
It says right here that you have a niece who was played unified basketball at John Busby's high school at Paquinimic. That must be a lot of excitement for you.
It was. They won the championship this year, so it was very exciting to see Sam and the Jags bring home that trophy. So congratulations to them.
And you know, John was out on the floor for that one, and that's a great event, the Unified Partners. What are your thoughts when you were coming up here today about going over the edge?
I'm just ready to do this. I'm excited, and I know I can do it.
Awesome. Well, Sherry, sorry I messed up your last name, but I hope you have a good time going over the edge. Thanks for your support of Special Olympics. All right, John, thanks. Back to you.
All righty. Thank you, Mike. The state championship that she alluded to was part of the Unified Champion Schools being involved in the Delaware Interscholastic Athletic Association, playing varsity unified flag football, varsity basketball, and varsity track and field. Smyrna was named the state champions in track and field just last weekend, and the top athletes in track and field across the state will participate in the state track and field championships next Saturday, not this Saturday, but next Saturday at Dover High School. So a tremendous partnership between Delaware Interscholastic Athletic Association and Special Olympics Delaware. The next two coming down are going to be Amy Stapleford and Devin Reber.
Amy will be on the blue, Devin on the yellow. So right now on your screen, Amy is on the far side on the blue rope, and Devin Reber on the near side, the yellow. Of course, that will flip around when they come down the building.
Amy's the coordinator of Savage Services and a supporter of Special Olympics. Devin teaches at Lewis Elementary School, and I'm sure was involved in their involvement in the bocce event at Cape Henlopen High School back in the fall. She's another one that has swam with sharks and done numerous obstacle course races. She'd like to thank the Lewis Elementary School families and her own family and friends that donated to support the great cause of Special Olympics Delaware. So Amy Stapleford will be on the right as you look at the building right now, and Devin Reber is on the left as they've taken that seated position where you feel like, all right, we're at the point of no return, and you are completely at the hands of the ropes and in very safe and good hands, as people who will tell you who come down at the end. There's the arms out, postcard pose.
Such a cool shot with the reflection of the building. It's kind of a silhouette here with the very bright sky. Very cool. I love this style. The broadcast has kind of evolved over the years. We kind of, lack of a better term, it's like a telethon. You know, we're not answering phones and whatever that, but just like the long form broadcast, in and out interviews. You know, kind of community feel. People coming in, people coming out of the broadcast. We're approaching 2,000 views on the day. The record for views during a broadcast, 2880. So when we get to 2881. We'll set a record, and I think we're probably going to get there. So make sure, do your part, share this with your friends. If you're watching for somebody and you think of somebody that should be watching, don't assume they are. Copy that link, send it in a text, send it in an email, put it in the company's Slack, Messenger, get it on Facebook, tweet it out, but make sure everybody that you think should know that X, Y, or Z person is rappelling down a building. I mean, this is a life-changing thing. Make sure that everybody that should know knows about it.
We appreciate everybody that's tuned in, especially at the schools, the teachers who have put their learning on halt to be able to watch their teacher or somebody in the building to go through. But really it is an educational experience, because when you start talking about what the cause is, all of a sudden it's a learning experience for those students to understand the purpose and the meaning that this is all for Special Olympics. More than 4,000 athletes competing in 16 sports year-round and in more than 150 schools across the state of Delaware. So if your child or your school is not involved in Special Olympics, ask the question why. We promise there's a way they can be. And if you want to volunteer for our area programs as a coach, an assistant coach, or at an event, go to sode.org and you can get involved. Hours and everything depends on what exactly you want to do, but it's very rare where we can't find something where you can make a difference and feel good about it. On the left there on that rope is Devin Reber, and on the right is Amy Stapleford. making their way down. Amy about halfway. Devin probably about a quarter of the way of this 17-story building here in Wilmington. Kimberly Corbridge is yet to go on deck. Ben Ashby, Ryan Blakeman, Jeff Gary, Shari Gary, Lindsay Dietz, and Ted River. That will take us up to the 2 o'clock hour. So we're about 25, 30 minutes behind schedule for a variety of reasons. Again, as Jimmy pointed out, we have 60 first-timers. And first-timers, as he and Matt and I discussed, tend to go a little bit slower than the veterans. And this is more people going over than we have ever had go over. After these two that are coming down, we're going to have a rope check. It's going to be probably a 5-minute halt. So they check the ropes just like they did this morning, and then they will continue, and it will be the last rope check.
I was going to say, they only had one more scheduled. So
it'll be smooth sailing from here once this final rope check is taken. But we're not going to leave until these two get on the ground and we get a chance to talk to them with Matt Janis. And then we'll take a 3 or 4 minute commercial break where we'll show you some stories of Special Olympics athletes and where the money goes and what a great cause this is and why these people do this. Today's event will raise more than $100,000 easily. Over the 11 years, it's already raised $1.6 million, so that will take that number up closer to $1.8 million. All the money stays right here in the state of Delaware to allow people to participate completely free of charge. Free equipment, free facilities, free uniforms, free competition facilities, everything you need to be able to showcase the talents that our Special Olympics athletes do. So we've got Amy Staperford coming down and Devin Reber will be landing. We'll talk to them outside before we take our rope check break, and then when we come back, it'll be smooth sailing from now until the end. But first, we're going to wait and watch Amy Stapleford and Devin Reber both land.
So Amy was zooming there and kind of got that safety mechanism to work and engage, and they have to undo it. Now they're going to get her back down. Somebody commented, Christine Anthony there in the YouTube chat, saying safety break works. Works every time like a charm.
And Amy Stapleford has landed. And Devin is not far behind.
So we'll have a rope check after this. We'll have some interviews actually prior to that.
Once again, this is the 12th annual Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware, sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. The digital team, headed up by Jimmy Smith, and the camera crew of Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, and Will Ansley. Showworks working behind the scenes, getting things set up and ready to go. Wires dropped off the roof, all the cameras in place, et cetera, et cetera. Big effort here to put on this live stream. Final two in the what we call the middle session before the second and final rope check. And we are going to head out to Matt Janis in the landing area.
And Amy, we're down here with Amy as we are getting ready for your second time ever doing this. You said it was a little bit different this year. What was the experience like?
This year, the handle seemed to want to go a little faster, so I got locked up there at the end, but it ended up being okay.
I wasn't sure whether you just wanted to make it like it was a roller coaster ride and get that feeling in your stomach of speed a little bit, but you did come down with a big smile on your face. Was it any easier, though, to get started the second time around?
Oh, definitely. Yes.
What brought you back? What made you want to do it again?
The adventure, helping for a good cause.
It's a great cause. I love the attitude. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, that is Amy.
All righty, thanks, Matt. We're going to wait for Devin to get over and see if she would be willing to talk about her rappel down the side of the building. First time for her. That was Amy's second time. So now we've got a rookie out to Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot. We are here with Devin. Big smile on your face. What was it like coming down? What was the hardest part? What was easier than you thought?
Getting actually just over the edge at the top, everything was trembling, so I was super scared to do that. But once I started coming down and I realized like how cool this was, it was really fun.
It seemed like you took a second to kind of look around a little bit. Were you that comfortable? Did you take a peek?
I was afraid to look when I was at the very top, so I just wanted to like take a look, and I like looked down. I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad.
Is there a certain point where you start, even though you're way above the ground, where it does kick in that, hey, I understand, I got the training, I know what I'm doing, this will be all right?
Yeah, so it was totally fine. My goal was to just not lock up, and I didn't.
We were talking about that, the debate between whether to go really fast and just try to get back on the ground or just take your time and go slow. You seem like somebody that was really comfortable taking your time. Was that a conscious decision coming in?
Yes, because when we practiced unlocking it at the top, I couldn't get it unlocked, so I couldn't lock.
Well, we didn't want to get you stuck above Wilmington for the rest of the day. Congratulations. You're going to do it again?
Absolutely.
There is a satisfied person. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All righty. Thank you, Matt. And thank you, Devin. Your first trip is a successful one. Ben Ashby is up next, along with Kimberly Corbidge. And we're going to go up top to Mike Lang.
John. All right, John, thank you. I'm here with Patrick Tiernan, who's the principal at St. Mary Magdalene School here in North Wilmington. Patrick and I have known each other for years. This is your third time doing this. Just tell us why you're here.
Well, we've done a lot with Special Olympics this year. Our 3v3 charity basketball tournament supported Special Olympics, and we have a lot of our board members, faculty that support Special Olympics. So, yeah, a little personal. And a few years ago, students challenged me to do it, and just been coming back every year ever since. So. Yeah.
If the students challenge you to do all kinds of stuff, would you do just about anything? Or
They did. Today's actually my birthday. So in the last week, I've gone into dunk tank, had my head shaved because our students read 30 million words, and then now jumping off buildings. So a little bit of everything.
You and I have matching haircuts then, Patrick. You mentioned you guys raised over $9,000 for Special Olympics year with the 3v3.
Yeah.
You've been bungee jumping off of a hotel in Las Vegas.
That's it. Yeah, the Stratosphere Hotel. It's about 900 feet up, and it's kind of an elevated descent, but it's a thrill. So it's fun.
This is not quite as high, but I imagine it's still a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's still great, and obviously that was just for fun. This is for a great cause and great community. So happy to do it. Yeah.
Couldn't drag any of your teachers to come over with you?
No, they're hopefully teaching right now, and our space students are watching. But maybe next year we'll see. We'll get a group maybe. So.
All right, Patrick, thanks for doing this. Patrick Tiernan, St. Mary Magdalene Principal, Go Bulldogs. John, back down to you.
All right, thanks, Mike. That's Kimberly Corbidge on the right. They've already completed the rope check. There was enough space between one of the rappellers on each rope that they were able to complete the rope check, so we're going to keep it right here. It's a 2:30 hour, and Kimberly Corbidge is getting ready to go over at the 1:20 mark, so we are about 50 minutes behind schedule, but if you throw in the 10 minutes that was supposed to be the rope check, it makes it 40 minutes, so we most likely, good chance we catch up here over the next couple of hours. That's Kimberly Corbidge on the right, Ben Ashby on the left. Kim is the principal at Lewis Elementary. You heard her talking upstairs on the roof. She wants to thank her families and friends of Lewis Elementary School. She's also participated in the Polar Bear Plunge. Ben Ashby, the Lewis Elementary teacher, who got his school involved in the bocce tournament at Cape Henlopen High School, and wants to thank all of his fundraising supporters as well. Ben doing this for the first time, and Kim Corbidge doing this for the first time. And again, two people who have seen the difference that Special Olympics made in their school building, both for the athletes and the unified partners and the school community as a whole, and they decided to do their part in fundraising for Special Olympics Delaware through the Over the Edge event. And so, again, that is Kim Corbidge on the right and Ben Ashby on the left. We'll let you enjoy watching them rappel 17 stories down the side of the building. This is the 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware.
What are you thinking? I'm not really sure. Hey, John,
All right, as Kim and Ben make their way down the side of the building, we're going to make our way up to the roof. Mike Lang, take it away.
We are here with Jennifer Maddox, first-timer probation and parole officer. And Jennifer, what compelled you to do this?
I got involved in the law enforcement Special Olympics torch run and thought it'd be a cool opportunity to raise awareness with my department, and it seemed like a fun experience, so gonna try it out.
Now that you're up here, second thoughts?
No second thoughts, not yet. Haven't looked over the edge yet, so we'll see.
Now you have done the Savage races. Tell me what a Savage race is.
It's about a 7-mile obstacle course race with different obstacles through it, so I figured this would be a great lead into that for this year.
Now you have a couple lined up or one lined up?
Yep, first October this year.
Also some paragliding and snowboarding. Doing this for your family and your daughter, Jordan. How old is Jordan?
Jordan is 10, and she is down at the bottom waiting for me.
Is Jordan nervous?
I don't think so. I think she's all right. She's ready to see me at the bottom.
And just tell me about the work of Special Olympics, why it's so important.
I was a para when I lived in Germany, so worked with children with special needs, and now law enforcement. Presenting the medals has been a great opportunity and experience, so thought I'd raise more awareness for it.
All right, John. Jennifer's going over the. Jordan's not going over the edge. Jennifer's going over the edge in a couple of minutes, and we're thankful that she stopped by for a minute. Good luck, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, John.
All right, thanks, Mike. So we see a couple people getting close here to the bottom. That is Kim Corbridge, principal from Lewis Elementary School. Let's hear it for Kim. And Ben Ashby is not far behind.
Okay, I mean, it's only 2:35, so no hurry.
All right, we've got one landing, one in the landing area, ready to talk to Matt Janis. Matt, take it away.
This is a big moment for me, John. I am getting an opportunity to talk to a principal, and I'm not in trouble, so I'm feeling pretty good about this. Kim Corbridge, what was it like coming down the building? Was it what you thought it would be?
It was a little scary, I'll have to admit. But yeah, so I kept going faster and kept telling myself, slow down. I kept thinking this hand was going to hold me, and that doesn't happen, but yeah.
When you're thinking to yourself what it is that you're supposed to do, how helpful is having the training and everybody working with you up there?
That's very helpful, because I kept repeating in my head what they told me to do. I'm a rule follower, so.
Well, that is good that you're a principal again. I guess that works pretty well for your occupation. You guys brought a group of people out here and are kind of doing it together. How much did that support help?
Oh, it helped a lot. I wouldn't have did it on my own. I have my group here, so yeah, that was good.
You guys think you'll be doing it again?
Oh, yeah, we'll do it again.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much for your time.
Yep, thank you.
Kim Corbridge, back to you guys.
Thank you, Matt. Quick look up top there as we continue to move along. Almost onto the second page of Edgers here. It's like 1.5 pages of names. Today, 98 total. That's a record. By nearly 20 additional Edgers this year, 60 first-timers. 60. In previous years, that was the total. So 60 new, 38 returners. As we will see Ryan and Lindsay here shortly. And we're ready for Matt Janis. Another interview. Matt, take it away.
All right, thanks a lot, Jimmy. We're down here with Ben Ashby, another part of that Lewis group. You're a physical education teacher. How physical was that ride down the building?
It was very physical. The worst part, you're going down, you get scared, your hand starts burning because you're going down fast, but you don't even want to think about the burn. You just want to get to the bottom. As quick as you can, you want to get to the bottom.
See, that's my mindset as well. If there's any apprehension, just get me back down to earth. I know I'm going to be okay on earth, but the training and all the lessons you were taught coming in, how much did that help you on your way down?
It helped show me what I'm doing, but there's nothing like doing it for real. Once you do it for real, everything changes. You're scared to pull the lever. Once you pull the lever, your hand's burning, and then don't think about anything. Just get to the bottom.
Did you think it was going to be that intimidating coming in?
Yes. Getting over the edge, I thought was going to be very intimidating. I started to shake a little bit up there. I couldn't straighten my legs up there for some reason, but we got down.
Well, we're happy to have you back on the ground. You going to do it again with your group coming back in the future?
Of course. We'll be back.
Another satisfied customer. Good to see it. Congratulations. We'll see you again next year.
Awesome. Yes. See you next year.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Ben Ashby. Started the program there at Lewis Elementary with the bocce last fall, and looking forward to see his teams doing the bocce tournament this year in the fall at Camp Henlopen High School. So thank you to both the principal and to Ben Ashby at Lewis Elementary School. We've got Ryan Blakeman on the blue rope on the right and Lindsay Dietz on the yellow rope on the left. On deck, still to come, if you're just tuning in, Jeff Gary, Sherry Gary, Patrick Tiernan, Jennifer Maddox, Tim Maloney, and Cecilia Ash. And so we're about 30 minutes behind schedule, but that includes a 10-minute rope break, which they've already completed. And so we're looking to catch up. Again, it's not a race. 60 first-timers. First-timers tend to go a little bit slower than the veterans, and that is the way it is. 98 people will have done this. This is the 12th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team. Their crew in full force here, Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, and Will Ansley, part of the all-day broadcast. We appreciate them being here from start to finish. Early arrival, late evening, here to bring you what we think is one of the best productions of Over the Edge live streams in the country, supported by Showworks, who does a lot of the behind-the-scenes work before, during, and after getting things sent up. This event is sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Services, and supported by Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheraton Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and the Delaware Rock Gym. All of the participants, all 98 of them, have raised $1,100 to benefit the more than 4,200 athletes who compete and train year-round in Special Olympics. Again, 98 edgers, 60 first-timers. Ryan Blakeman and Lindsay Dietz are coming down the side of the building, or will be the next two coming down the side of the building, all to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. And while we have people coming down the building, we got somebody on the top getting ready to go down. It's a veteran getting ready to make his 10th rappel from the Lions Club, Ted River. Up to you, Mike.
All right, Ted River, I said your name, and John Busby knew exactly who you were. 10th time doing this out of 12. What keeps bringing you back?
Hey, it's exciting, and it's such a good cause. Special Olympics is the best.
I looked and I only saw a few names that were had more jumps, not jumps, more rappels than you. So you are one of the veterans here. Does it ever get old?
No, it's a joy, and everybody should try it.
Well, they do have 60 first-timers out of the 98 today, so a lot of people apparently taking your advice, Ted.
Good.
What's it like going over that first step?
It's concerning, but once you get over it, you're over it.
So the people down on the street, when they see Ted coming, they'll know it's Ted. He's been here 10 years. Ted, good luck, and thanks for doing this. Thank you. All right, John.
All right, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Ted River, and good luck, veteran, coming down the side of the building. Ryan Blakeman, a first-timer, a teacher at Lewis Elementary, does the Lewis Polar Bear Plunge like a lot of folks who are down in the beach area. He wants to thank Fall Casson and the Lewis community for helping him raise the $1,100 to go over the edge. Let's give him a big round of applause as he gets set to land in the landing zone. Ryan Blakeman. Lindsay Dietz is starting to make her way down. She's from the Capital School District, so again, another school district represented We've had Capital. We've had Lake Forest. We will have Milford. We had Indian River. We had Cape Henlopen School District. We had Red Clay School District. And we had Cesar Rodney School District. So if we didn't call your school district and you're out there listening, try to get represented in this event in the future. And we also have Woodbridge coming up as well later today,
Like
and
to see
possibly
some
a
of
couple others. We'll wait and see.
Get some of the higher education involved here too. I don't know what that looks like. It's a little different than, you know, you have a classroom, you have a group of kids when you're
Right.
in elementary and middle. I do understand that,
Yeah.
but you know, maybe if it's a faculty group, you know, the business school at X, Y, or Z, you know, get them involved here moving forward. UD or Wilmington, whoever it may be.
And if you're not a school and you're a business or a small company or a big company and you've got a department in one of your companies that you want to rally around somebody to do this, that's another way to do it. It's not limited to just schools and small organizations. So anything of any size, if there's somebody who you think you could help raise the money to get them to go over the edge, that would be an opportunity to do it. And we are going to go outside to Matt Janis. Matt, take it away.
We're here with Ryan Blakeman, the conclusion of the group from Lewis. You had all the people that went first that were supporting you. Did you hear them on your way down?
I did. I heard Ben first, and then I heard Devin. Everybody else, yeah, it was good.
How great was it to do this as a group and to have that support? It's a long ride up, a lot of time to think about what you were about to do.
It was nice. It's nice to have the support of the community and even businesses and people around our community, which is really nice. And obviously the support of the teachers and the students. So it's really neat to be involved in this and work with Special Olympics. So,
what was the actual experience of rappelling like? Was it what you thought it would be?
It was a little bit different than what I've done before. So like to get a nice sweet spot coming down, like you feel like, oh, am I going too fast? And then you kind of lose it. And then you're like, oh, no. And so having to readjust was a little challenging.
Is it something that you would like to do again in the future?
Oh, we're going to do it again. Absolutely.
That is the kind of satisfaction and confidence you love to hear. Great job by you, by the entire school. We really appreciate you guys coming out.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a great.
All right, back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Ryan Blakeman, for all your efforts, not only coming down the side of the building, but for what you're doing to keep things going and active at Lewis Elementary School now that the program has started for Special Olympics. That's Lindsay Dietz up on the rope, on the yellow rope with the Capital School District. She helps coordinate their school's involvement in Special Olympics. A lot of the schools in the districts are involved, and even more are getting more involved. Dover High School has committed to running a unified bocce tournament next year at the district level, and so more schools from the Capital School District will get involved, and Lindsay Dietz has been a big part of that. If you want to get involved in Special Olympics, go to SODE.org, click on the volunteer button. We need volunteers on June 9th and 10th for the summer games at the University of Delaware. We also need volunteer coaches year-round in any of the 16 sports that we offer. You can see the list of sports on the website. Again, that's SODE.org.
Shout out there from Yolanda Washington. Some clapping hands emojis, and then, wow, this is amazing. And some eyeball emojis. Thank you for tuning in. Melissa Cook, whoop whoop Kim, her comments. And Carrie Curry saying go Lewis Elementary. As we're getting here to the back half of the broadcast. 2,133 views so far. 138 of you watching right now from all across everywhere, I'll assume. Where are you watching from? Leave it in the comments here on the broadcast.
Lindsay Dietz looks like she's about halfway down. Let's give her a big cheer. She's probably close enough she could hear you. If you're out there, give her a big round of applause. Not quite halfway, probably closer to a quarter as I see the shot screened out in here in the production room.
Great day, little breeze out there. Up into the 70s, but good shade now from the building, and see a little bit of wind there. That's cooling everybody down now that they're back on planet Earth. Seeing a great crowd here supporting everybody throughout the day. There was some free food out there earlier, courtesy of TD Bank. Yolanda Washington again on YouTube, tuning in from Chicago, Illinois. If I'm reading this correctly, is a truck driver. I hope you're being safe. She's waiting for Naisha Jenkins to head on down, scheduled at around 4:10. So thank you for tuning in. You're quite a bit early, so enjoy up until we'll have her on later.
Two folks coming to the bottom. Let's put our hands together. 222 feet, 17 stories in the books. That was Lindsay Dietz and Shari Gary coming to the bottom. Shari Gary's a CPA, he's an accountant, he's a unified partner on the Kent Wildcats softball team. And his niece Samantha just finished her first season of unified sports on the championship basketball team from Appo High School, we heard somebody else talk about. And she's done parasailing and hot air balloon ride. Appreciative of the family, friends, and clients who donated. Meant a lot to her. And so we've got Lindsay Dietz and Shari Gary who have landed, or Shari getting ready to land. And there's Lindsay getting her medal from one of the Special Olympics athletes, a photo opportunity.
Oh, I think it was a lot of fun. Once I realized that my feet didn't have to touch the windows, I was good.
Is that something you were worried about coming down? Did you think you were going to have to literally be rappelling yourself down?
A little bit. I do rock wall climbing, so in my head, there was a specific way to do it, and then once I realized what was actually going on, it was fine.
It's funny because so many people talk about the rock wall climbing and how it gives them a little bit of a taste, but obviously it's so much higher. How much different was it?
Oh, it's a lot different. It's so much different. The height is fine. That was okay.
What was the part that was difficult?
For me, it was just realizing that I could just go straight down.
Gravity is a beautiful thing. You have not stopped smiling, though, since you hit the ground. Is that happiness to be down here, happiness you did it, or a little bit of both?
Oh, definitely both. Yeah, this kind of stuff is exhilarating, and once you actually, you're psyching yourself up the whole time, and then once you're actually there, it's very rewarding, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, speaking of rewarding, all the work you're doing in the Capital School District, got to give you an opportunity to talk about that and what you guys are trying to coordinate there.
So I'm an associate principal at Kent County Community School, and we are a program for severe disabilities and autism. And Special Olympics is just near and dear to our heart. We host a lot of events and really try to stay involved with Special Olympics. So this is just our part in giving back.
Well, we appreciate you doing it. We'll hope to see you out here again.
You will.
All right. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Lindsay Dietz, for all you do, not only going over the edge, but your efforts to get more and more schools in the Capital School District involved in Special Olympics Delaware. Got a few people up top waiting to go over. Keep things moving along here. Still to go. Jeff Gary, Ted River, Patrick Tiernan, Jennifer Maddox, Tim Maloney, Cecilia Ash. And that will take us up to 2:30, and then we have the last quarter of the groups to go after that. Last person scheduled to go over at 4:50. We should be right on or around in that area. If you look up in the sky or on the live stream from home, that's Jeff Gary on the yellow rope. Jeff Gary, don't have any biological information or on him, or biography, I should say, information on him. And he is making his step down on his way down. I can tell you this is his first time going over. If you're just tuning in for the last couple hours of the Over the Edge event, I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith and the crew from the digital team. We've got Nick Halliday, who is now on the roof, sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports. And Matt Janis is on the ground with us for a couple more minutes, when we will then turn it over to Mike Rossi. But before we do that, we are going to send it up to Nick Halliday up on the roof. Who you got, Nick?
Hey, we're here with Timothy Maloney right now. He is a police officer and sergeant for Milford Police Department. And what are you going over the edge for today?
Just a sports Special Olympics. I've been the last several years part of, with Special Olympics Delaware for the law enforcement side of stuff. So I assist with like the torch run and like the truck convoy, and this is another area that they threw me into.
Nice, nice. So this is your first time?
Yes, it is.
Have you done anything like this before?
No, not at all.
So you're ready then. This is the first time and you're ready to go, no jitters?
A little bit of jitters, but nothing too horrendous as at the moment.
All right. Well, Tim will be going down in a couple of minutes as we're getting ready to get a couple people ahead of him on. But thank you for taking time out with us for today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, gents. We'll have another interview in a minute.
All right, thank you. Nick Halliday reporting from up on the roof, sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports. This is Jeff Gary making his way down on the yellow rope. Ted River is on deck along with Today's event is sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. We are here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building where we've been since early this morning. First repeller went over at 8:30. It's been nonstop action since then. Alrighty, as we watch Gary come down the last couple stories, we're going to head it up to Nick Halliday. Nick, take it away.
All right, we're up here with another Milford law enforcement agent worker, Cecilia Ash, and you're ready to go. We just talked about it. You've done at least parasailing where, Tim didn't do anything before this, so at least you did something a little, reckless.
I've gone out there before, yeah, a little more reckless than Tim.
So what are you doing over the edge for today?
Just to make awareness to the importance of the training and the athletes here with Special Olympics. I mean, just amazing individuals and the courage and character that they show with the challenges that they face.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great. I heard my ear loud. it's a great thing to support, right? And that's what we're all here for.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Any jitters at all?
No, just really glad that we've done our promotional list, and that's done in case Tim and I don't make it down to the bottom. At least I'll be able to make promotions tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Milford might get a few promotions by going over the edge today, but I believe you're going to be fine. So I hope you enjoy your trip down and have a good one.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go. Some Milford law enforcement going in ready to go over the edge, supporting Special Olympics. So we'll send it back down. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Nick, real quick before you go, what's the weather like up there right now?
We need a little bit more breeze, but they don't want breeze going down, so they're happy with it. But for me, the sun's a little bit on me, so, but no, it's perfect weather to be going over the edge today, to be honest with you.
All right, great. Yeah, we've had a lot of people tell us that. A lot of the veterans say it's as nice as it's been, and so we appreciate that. Jeff Gary has landed. And so we're going to see if Matt Janis can catch up with him. Jeff getting his medals from the Special Olympics athletes. And we're going to send it outside. Matt Janis, take it away.
All right, thanks a lot. We are here with Jeff Gary. It was a nice, easy trip down. It seemed like for you, this is your first time doing it. What was it like?
Yeah, it was my first time. It was fun. Got about halfway, and it was a little bit more physical than I was expecting. But overall, it was fun. Really enjoyed it.
What was the feeling like as you went over the edge? You hear everybody talk about it. Was it what you expected it to be, and what was the first thought that crossed into your mind?
So it actually wasn't too bad. I was there. I tried not to look down, but I did. And so you see it, and originally riding the elevator up there, sitting on the floor waiting room area, thought it was going to be a lot higher. But once you were up there, I saw it and was like, all right, this isn't too bad. I can do it.
You are the first person today that has downplayed how high the building is. I'll say that for sure. Did you give yourself a little pep talk before you came?
No, not really. I just decided I was going to come fly by the seat of my pants and really enjoyed it.
You going to come back next year?
We'll see. A year out is a little bit far to plan, but if I'm able to, I'd love to do it again.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much for your time and support of Special Olympics.
Thank you.
All right, that will do it for us. Back to you guys.
All right, Matt Janis, we're going to say goodbye to you. We appreciate you being here. Second year in a row that we've done reporting. We hope you'll be willing to come back next year. Hope you had a good time. I know you're happy to be on the ground, and I promise that's where we'll have you next year again.
I'll be here as long as I get to stay 2 feet on the earth. I'm happy to be here.
Always, no problem at all. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, from ESPN, the Big East Conference, and CAA sportscaster Matt Janis. Put your hands together for Matt. And it's now our pleasure outside to introduce from WJBR, the midday on-air personality, Mr. Mike Rossi. And Mike will be with us the rest of the day. And Ted River is on the yellow rope. And once the blue rope is back in action, it'll be Pat Tiernan on that. Ted River is going down for the 10th time. He's a member of the Lions Club of Delaware, a big supporter of Special Olympics year-round. The Lions Club, as we mentioned earlier, our big volunteer group at Summer Games, the Opening Eyes program, where they help distribute free glasses to any Special Olympics athlete who needs it. And so the Healthy Athletes program has become a big part of the Special Olympics Delaware Summer Games. And so Ted slowly making his way down. A veteran, as we mentioned. So we've got Ted River on the yellow. Patrick Tiernan will get set to go down on the blue. And that will be followed up by Jennifer Maddox, Tim Maloney, Cecilia Ash, Jimmy Jarrell, and John Tucker. Running a little bit behind schedule for a variety of reasons. As we talked about earlier, we have 60 people doing this for the first time. And as you might imagine, the first-timers tend to do it a little bit slower than the veterans. And that's just the way it is. And so we're running a little bit behind schedule. But safety, the number one priority at all times. And so they're not going to speed anybody up who isn't comfortable going any faster or slower than what they want to do. As you see Ted make that arms out post guard pose, as we call it. Speaking of that, thank you to our volunteer photographers who are here today with us, and all the volunteers who have been part of this event from setup at 6 a.m. this morning throughout the event, and will be here helping us clean up when it's all said and done.
Right when you said it, the one popped right into the shot and getting a great picture right there.
And so Ted is getting ready to make that step, and you can see, and I can tell you from the first, as a first-timer years ago, that first step over that ledge, once you make that, you feel much more comfortable, because then it's an even ride down until you get within a story of the building. And then they actually pull you away from the building, so that that last story is a much easier trip down as they guide you down. And so Ted River is on his way down. If you've tuned in to see Patrick Tiernan, he will be next. Ted River has reached the 10th floor mark. Let's give him a big hand. This is his 10th time going over the edge for Special Olympics. That means he himself has raised at least $11,000 for Special Olympics Delaware. Every dollar stays right here in the state to support more than 4,200 athletes who compete in 16 sports year-round. Summer Games is coming up. Track and field, tennis, bocce, swimming, softball, powerlifting, tennis, 6 sports, 2 days, June 9th and 10th. Volunteers are needed. The link is up on the website, sode.org. If you've got some time on the 9th or the 10th, doesn't have to be an all-day commitment. I believe the shifts are 4 hours, morning, afternoon, and evening. Can use your help. Let your friends know. Great way for high school kids to get community service if they need it. And so would love to have you supporting Special Olympics on June 9th and 10th. As Ted River makes the last stretch on his way down, almost to that point where they pull him away from the building so that he can safely make that last trip. And Ted River has landed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put your hands together for Ted River. Rappel number 10, $11,000 at least raised for Special Olympics Delaware. And up next on the roof is going to be Pat Tiernan. And he'll be on the yellow rope also. Ted's going to head over and get a medal from our Special Olympics athletes who are on hand. Appreciate them being here today. All righty, Ted River getting his medal from one of the Special Olympics athletes out there. And now coming over, Mike Rossi from WJBR. We're going to send it out to you to talk to Ted River about his experience rappelling for the 10th time in his rappelling history.
10 times, amazing. Ted, congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So tell us, you're one of the old vets here coming over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware. What advice do you have for first-timers?
I'm not old, I'm only 79.
Okay, all right.
Hey, first-timers, try it. You'll love it.
And how about multiple over-the-edgers? Because I've done it once, but I would love to try it again. What would you suggest to people who have tried it just the one time?
Sign up early for next year. That way you get to choose the time you go over.
Ted, you have raised at least $11,000, as John Busby was reporting, for Over the Edge over your 10 Over the Edge trips. So thank you so much for that. You're representing Lions Club. Can you tell us about their contribution?
Well, Lions have a partnership with Special Olympics. Matter of fact, I'm wearing this shirt that says Opening Eyes. It's a program we have with the Summer Olympics that an athlete can come into our tent, be screened. If necessary, he gets seen by an optical professional, and he can leave the tent with glasses.
Excellent work. That's a great, great effort on your part. Ted, thank you. We'll see you on your 11th climb next year.
Okay.
All right. There's Ted River down on the ground at 300 Delaware Avenue. Back to you, John.
Thanks, Mike. Congratulations, Ted. Thanks for all you do for Special Olympics. I'm sure we'll see you at the Healthy Athletes tent, the Opening Eyes tent at Summer Games on Saturday, June 10th. That's Patrick Tiernan coming down now. He's the principal at St. Mary Magdalene School. We've had a few principals come down today, some teachers, some support staff, some administrators, a couple of school district board members. So another example of schools rallying around somebody to send them over the edge. He's done some bungee jumping, and that included jumping off the Strat Hotel in Las Vegas, 829 feet. So this building is 222 feet, so 4 times longer bungee jumping than rappelling down. That's got to be.
This is easy.
This would be easy, I would think. Will take him a little bit longer than when he jumped 829 feet, but he's still coming down at a good pace, about halfway down. He wants to thank the entire St. Mary Magdalene community for their 3-on-3 basketball charity event, which raised over $9,000 for Special Olympics Delaware this year. So St. Mary Magdalene coming through as a school to support Special Olympics, and that $9,000 going toward Special Olympics Delaware's this year. So Patrick Tiernan, the principal at St. Mary Magdalene, making his way down. This is the 3rd year he has supported this event and been part of the program. So will be interesting to, when Mike Rossi talks to him, to find out what keeps him coming back year after year.
And Deborah Ford wishing him a happy birthday. I don't know if that's an inside joke or if it's really actually your birthday, but we'll find out here in a couple minutes when he gets undone. If it is, that's quite a birthday.
So Patrick Tiernan has landed. We'll have Mike Rossi talk to him in just a couple minutes. Jennifer Maddox is next up on the yellow rope. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're about an hour behind schedule for a variety of reasons, including being limited to just this one rope that got tangled up around one of the person's hair in the landing area. So nothing dangerous, just an unfortunate situation where it was tied up in the rope area. And so that's why we're using just one rope at this time. Of course, the people outside have seen it, but those of you tuned in wondering why all of a sudden we've gone to one rope, that's why. They're going to remedy that, drop a new rope, and we'll be continuing on with 2 for the rest of the way down. So fortunately, not an issue that caused any injury or any type, but just some hair that got caught up in the rope mechanism at the landing area. So anyway, they're going to be, we'll be adding that second rope back in soon here and move along. But we've got not Ted River, we got Patrick Tiernan, the principal at St. Mary Magdalene. He's being taken out of his vest now. And once he is, that we will go outside to Mike Rossi to interview him. And Jennifer Maddox is next up on the yellow rope up top. Once the landing area gets cleared, she will make her way down. All right, we're going to head out to Mike Rossi, who's got Patrick Tiernan, the principal at St. Mary Magdalene School.
Thank you very much, John. Yep, Patrick, you've done it again. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, so it's your 3rd time down, but I'm understanding that you've come a long way down from a hotel in Las Vegas bungee jumping, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of I don't know what they call it, like a delayed descent, but it's still 900 feet. 900 feet's 900 feet, so.
Yeah, that's a ways down, no doubt about it. Well, congratulations, too. St. Mary Magdalene's been doing some wonderful work for Special Olympics, right?
Yeah, we're very excited. We had our 3v3 charity tournament in March, and Special Olympics was the beneficiary of it, and we raised just under $10,000 for it, so very excited about it.
Excellent. And I'm looking forward to coming over a week from tomorrow. It's career day there, right?
It is. That's right. Yeah, we're having our first annual career day. People from all kinds of professions for all the students. So great introduction for our students about what's next. So.
Excellent. So, yeah, perhaps someone will be from St. Mary Magdalene's doing these interviews next year. Who knows? Patrick, I hope you're among the over the edgers next year, too.
Hope to be back.
Very good. Thanks for coming out.
Hey, Patrick, am I reading correctly? It's your birthday.
That's what they tell me, yes.
All right, everybody,
All right.
let's sing him happy birthday.
How about it? Happy birthday to Patrick here. Can we do it?
Happy birthday to, come on, I can't hear you.
Happy birthday. I hear it. I hear it. There you go, sir. All right,
I got it.
John.
Sorry, I was punching.
Happy birthday, Patrick. Thank you for spending your special day climbing down, or I should say rappelling down, the side of the building. Jennifer Maddox is up next. You can see her leaning over, getting ready to take her first couple steps. She is a first-time rappeller. She presents medals for law enforcement for Special Olympics Delaware. She's in probation and parole officer. She has done some savage races, some paragliding, and some snowboarding. So done a few things that are a little daredevilish. She would like to thank her family and her daughter Jordan and her co-workers for the encouragement and support to become more involved in Special Olympics Delaware. If you would like to become involved, go to the website sode.org. You can be a coach. You can help out at events like this. You can help out at sporting events, including summer games, June 9th and 10th at the University of Delaware. Just click on the link on the website and you can sign up for the day and the time that you want, June 9th and 10th, or for another position that goes on year-round. Always looking for coaches who have at least experience playing the sport that they'd like to coach. And so lots of opportunities statewide to become part of Special Olympics. Jennifer Maddox has gone from the cement part of the first story to the window part as she makes her way down. Cecilia Ash will be coming down on the blue rope. They've got that back up and moving now, so it'll be Jennifer Maddox and Cecilia Ash coming down. If you're just tuning in, the following are on deck to go. Not sure the exact order, but it'll be Tim Maloney, Jimmy Jarrell, John Tucker, Stacy Dedinas, and Steve Kaysen are all on deck to go over the edge. The 12th annual event for Special Olympics Delaware. Over the Edge globally has put on 272 events, including 14 in Hawaii, 14 in North Carolina, 13 in Massachusetts, 12 here in Delaware and Connecticut, 10 in Phoenix, and 3 in Maryland. So 272 events, almost 2 decades worth for some of those states, as Special Olympics Delaware in its second decade of offering this event as well. More than 10,000 people have participated. More than $25 million has been raised through the Over the Edge events. Here in Delaware, $1.6 million raised heading into today's event. 852 participants. You add the 98 who are going over the edge today. That will bring the total to 950, which means next year we're going to go over 1,000 participants in this event. If you want to be one of them, go to the website sode.org and sign up for next year. 60 first-timers today, many who have told us they will be back next year. This event sold out for the first time in the 12 years that we've been doing it here in Delaware, and we are very excited about that. Once again, you've got Jennifer Maddox coming down on the yellow, and you've got Cecilia Ash on the blue. She is also a law enforcement officer with the city of Milford. She's done some parasailing, and she would like to thank her donors, Monroe Hudson, the commissioner for the Department of Corrections, and Sergeant Tim Maloney. So 2 law enforcement officers coming down. Up on top, we've got Nick Halliday. Nick, it's all yours.
All right, well, you talked about it on some of those first-timers. We have 2 of the first-timers here. It is John Tucker and Jim Durrell from TD Bank. And they wanted to wave to their credit card division over here, the TD Bank back behind us. They can see some of their supporters. But tell me about your first time and why.
So I bequeathed my Hummel figurine collect. Oh, I'm sorry. What were we doing? John Tucker, I'm co-chair of the Individuals with Diverse Abilities Committee for TD Bank in the Mid-Atlantic. You know, we're proud and excited to be here partnering with Special Olympics. And as I said to you earlier, I'm really here because I have poor decision-making skills. I don't know about Jimmy.
So there's there's like 60 people here that bad poor decision. Jim, you?
I'm here, similar reasons, you know, big supporter of Special Olympics. TD Bank's a big sponsor of this event. I'm really proud to represent the bank and represent a great cause and support this fantastic organization.
So tell me, though, there's nothing on my sheet, but what have you done that correlates to rappelling down a building?
Rush hour traffic on the DC Beltway. I think that's...
Nothing's correlated to this.
So we really have some first-timers then, right, gentlemen? All right, well, you guys are up next. You ready to go?
I'm
excited. Yep, I'm ready.
All right, well, they're waiting for you, so we're going to send them over. First-timers getting ready to go.
All right, thank you, Nick. On the side of the building, that's Jennifer Maddox getting ready to complete her first ever 17-story rappel down the side of the 300 building here on Delaware Avenue. This is the 2023 Over the Edge event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service, the 12th annual here in Delaware, as Jennifer gets pulled away from the building to make the final descent the rest of the way. And not far behind her is Cecilia Ash, making her way down as well. Tip Maloney will be coming down on the yellow rope next. Put your hands together for Cecilia Ash as she makes her final descent. First time rappeller, one of 60 first timers today. All right, we're going to send it out to Mike Rossi, who is with Jennifer Maddox.
Hi, Jennifer. How are you?
Great.
Boy, so tell us about that moment, because they have you come all the way down and your bottom actually hits the ground. How's that feeling?
It's a sigh of relief to have my feet on the ground. But it was a great experience. So
you are a probation and parole officer, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you got up to the top of the building, did you look around the city and make sure everyone was behaving?
No, I just kept my eyes on the building the whole time. I didn't
Okay.
at all.
All right, so work was way off in the distance, the furthest thing from your mind. I understand your family and your daughter doing some special things for Special Olympics, right?
Yes. We have been a part of it for a while, so it's been a lot of fun.
And you've always wanted to do this?
It's an experience. I like thrilling activities, so I thought this would be a fun one to do.
All right, how does it compare to some of the other extreme activities you've done?
It's right up there with the paragliding. So.
Exciting, very good. Well, congratulations. First timer, it's in the books now, and you've done some great things for Special Olympics Delaware. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, John?
One first timer completed, and now Cecilia Ash has finished up her first descent as well, and we'll go out to Mike in just a minute to talk to her as well. And Tim Maloney will be coming down on the yellow rope next, another police officer with the Milford Police Department. You can see the excitement there in the shots of the family members when they get reunited, family members and friends. And there you see Cecilia Ash getting her medal. And we're going to go outside to Mike Rossi.
With Cecilia Ash. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Very excited.
So tell me about the moments up at the very top of the building as you're looking down the first time. Or did you even look down?
No, I'm not silly like that. I'm not going to look to where I'm going to fall.
Wait a minute. That's not happening. Come on now.
No, it's great experience, and I think it gives us a sense of what these young men and women face day in and day out, and the challenges that they face being Special Olympic athletes.
Excellent. Well said. Thank you, Cecilia. Appreciate you coming out from the city of Milford. There she is. Cecilia's done it. She's going over the edge. Back to you, John.
All righty, Mike, from the landing area, we look up top now, and we've got Tim Maloney, who has taken that first sit back and going to work his way down the upper cement level there, making his way down. A first-timer also, as I mentioned, a sergeant in the Milford Police Department. He's a member of the Law Enforcement for Special Olympics State Committee here in Delaware. Hasn't really done anything daring, according to the bio that he gave us. He would like to thank his sponsors, Houston Oil Company, Midstate Insurance, Benvenuto LLC, Delaware Tang Soo Do Academy, Delmarva Prosthodontics, family, friends, and co-workers. So we have Tim Maloney on yellow. John Tucker is going to be coming down on the blue, one of two employees at TD Bank, one of the three sponsors of the event who will be going over the edge today or have gone over. Good picture there of John Tucker getting put into the harness. He'll be coming down on the blue rope his first time. His place of employment is right here at the bottom of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. TD Bank, not sure exactly if he works inside that building, but works for the TD Bank company. Making their way down there, and you also see Tim Maloney on the yellow rope. Tim Maloney's about a third of the way down. Got Tim Maloney almost at the bottom. Let's give him a big round of applause. Finishing up his first rappel.
You don't need the building. Relax. Relax. You don't need the building. Just relax and rappel. There you go. You're doing fine. You're about 20 feet up. Twelve. 10 feet. Nice job. Keep coming. Let's go all the way to the ground.
Tim Maloney has landed. John Tucker is making his way down. Up next on the yellow rope, once they get ready to send the next person down, will be John Tucker's colleague at TD Bank, Jimmy Jarrell.
You don't need the building. Continue to rappel. There you go.
John Tucker has landed. All right, we're going to send it outside to Mike Rossi.
Sergeant Maloney here from Milford, and how'd it go?
Oh, it was interesting for sure.
Interesting's an interesting word, sir. Tell me more.
It was fun. It was definitely a different feeling that you're just not used to.
Oh yeah, I mean you're coming down from 200 some odd feet from the top of the building, and getting down here is the tricky part, right? As you come out just a little bit, that was you were just getting used to it, and then something else gets thrown at you.
Yes, very much so.
So overall, you want to do it again?
We'll see.
All right, but you're doing some great things for Special Olympics Delaware. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, very good. Tim Maloney has made it over the edge from the Milford Police Department. Excellent work. We've got another over-the-edger just getting out of his gear. We'll be talking again with one of our rappellers in just a moment. Back to you, John.
All righty, we're going to go up top with Nick Halliday. He's got somebody getting ready to go over the edge.
Hi, I'm here with Carly Phillips. She's actually out of Lulu Ross Milford Elementary. So tell me about the shirt. Unfortunately, we didn't get to get Carly, who just is on the thing getting ready to go. But Lindsay. Sorry, you are Carly. We didn't get to get Lindsay. I was right. Tell me about the outfit, the skirt and the shirt and everything that goes along.
Yeah, we are self-contained teachers at Lulu Ross Elementary School. Every year during Autism Awareness Week, we sponsor a good cause by having some T-shirts and some different designs and things. So this year we're wearing our Be a Kind Soul shirt, and this was from a couple of years ago. So we always have different cool designs that we pick out to wear to sponsor Autism Week at our school.
That's awesome. So what made you do this first year? What was it that said, I want to rappel?
I'm kind of a risk taker a little bit. I've never done anything like this, so we want to do something that is going to challenge us, just like our students get challenged every day in our classroom. So I'm horrified of heights, so I figured why not do something a little bit out of the box.
So tackle it. Put it on the check it off the bucket list.
Yes, I'm going to check it off the bucket list. My daughter climbed to the top of the Chick-fil-A play place a couple of weeks ago, and I had to get her down off of the 4th level, and I was a little bit scared at the top there, and I said, how am I going to go off of a building if I can't make it down from the top of the Chick-fil-A play place? So hopefully it's not too hard.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that's kind of like a real good correlation there, the Chick-fil-A playground versus the big building we're about to go off. So you should be okay.
I guess so, yeah. If I can make it down from the play place, I guess I can do this.
Well, thank you, and good luck. You're about to get set up over there. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right.
All right, that'll do it. We got a couple people coming up, but
thanks, Nick. We're going to go from the roof to the landing area. Mike Rossi.
Hi, we're with John Tucker from TD Bank. John, first timer, congratulations.
Thank you. I am glad I am here.
Here on the ground at 300 Delaware Avenue, downtown Wilmington. John, you have a special role at TD Bank.
Yeah, so I serve as co-chair of the Individuals with Diverse Abilities Committee at TD Bank in the Mid-Atlantic, and we're excited to be here partnering with Special Olympics Delaware. And it's a fantastic event, and it's a lot of fun.
Excellent, and the folks that you're bringing into TD Bank are absolutely exceptional, right?
That's right. We have a wonderful team here from the stores, from commercial. You can hear them cheering. My buddy, Jimmy Jarrell, my partner in crime, he is slowly making his way down to the ground, and it has been a wonderful time, and everybody's been just fantastic.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on getting down on the ground here at Delaware Avenue and for all the great work that you and TD Bank are doing.
Thank you very much.
All right, John Tucker is over the edge. Now back to you, John.
All right, thank you, Mike. Jimmy Jarrell, John's colleague, making his way down the building. Coming up in the next several minutes, Stacy Dedinas, Steve Kaysen, Lindsay Gruel, Carly Phillips, Kate Lynch, Sabata Malay, and Andrew Layton. So some Milford School District teachers and a Woodbridge School District teacher among them. So that's Jimmy Jarrell you're watching make his way down. All right, as we watch Jimmy Jarrell come down the side of the building, we're going to send it outside to Mike Rossi.
Doing great. Keep coming. You're about 20 feet off the ground. Yes, sir. About 15, 10. Keep going all the way down. Put your butt on the ground. We'll pick you up.
Back down on the ground, 300 Delaware Avenue. I'm Mike Rossi from Mix 99.5 WJBR. Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to send it up top to Nick Halliday. He's got a couple people getting ready, a couple veterans who are going over the edge.
I was about to say that, John. You said we had a lot of first-timers. Well, not between Stacy and Steve here. You got Stacy's been 9 and Steve's been 6 times. So what makes you keep coming back?
Really just want to support the athletes. We've been volunteering for a lot of years, and we like watching them compete, and they have fun, and we have fun working with them.
Yeah, exactly. We want to raise awareness, and also it is just a super amount of fun.
So I see on here that you were picnicking along the Luangwa River in Zambia with elephants. How does that correlate to going over the edge?
Well, I am afraid of heights. So I would say, it's just about challenging yourself to see if you can do things that maybe you don't get to do every day, and see if you can push yourself to try something new and be brave.
Yeah, I saw the elephant thing, and I was like, I don't know how this correlates, but we got to find out, right? So, Steve, you also did the plunge in Antarctica?
Yes.
What kind of water temperature was that?
About 27 degrees. So it was cold, but
Yeah.
you're in and out fast. So.
I would be too. I'm sure it'd have been like Richard Pryor, with the piranhas running across the top of the water. All right, well, we won't hold you up. Good luck going down, and thanks again for supporting Over the Edge for so many years.
Great.
Thank you.
Glad to do it.
All right, they got some veterans about to go down.
All right.
We'll see how they do.
From the roof to the landing area. Let's take it outside to Mike Rossi.
Thank you, John. Yep, Jimmy Jarrell of TD Bank, just getting his medal as he has gone over the edge. Let's say hi to Jimmy. Congratulations. It just happened, huh?
It's happened. I made it.
Now, let me ask you, you're in cahoots with John Tucker, who we just interviewed from TD Bank, right?
Yeah, I'll have to admit it, yes.
So tell me, at what point in a meeting did the two of you say, yeah, we should do this?
Right away.
Yeah?
We were in all the time.
All right, fair enough. So that was a no-brainer, if you will.
Sure.
All right, and John's told me about the great program that you're involved in TD Bank.
Yeah, we're super proud to sponsor this event and be a big supporter of this organization. So,
all right, and your bank headquarters here nearby, so I would imagine you'll be doing this again next year?
Sign me up.
All right, how about it? He's coming back. Jimmy from TD Bank. There you go, John, back to you.
All righty, thank you, Mike. Thank you to both TD Bank Repellers for being part of the event that TD Bank sponsors here, along with Newcastle County Fire Service and Brandywine Realty Trust. Carly Phillips and Lindsay Gruel. One of them has made it down. The other one is on the way down, I believe. And Mike is going to be with one of them in just a second. That's Lindsay Gruel from the Milford School District. Is on the ground. She may have set an all-time record getting down the side of the building. We captured the whole thing on the live stream, but didn't get a chance to talk with her. We were doing interviews up top. So we're going to get ready to interview her as soon as she gets out of her harness. And
the pace has picked up
it has.
a tad.
It has.
Which is good.
Which is good. And part of that is we've got some people who are veterans that are coming down, including Stacy Dodinas and Steve Kaysen.
Steve and Stacy, get your stopwatches out.
And so Lindsay is getting her picture taken there with a couple of people, and then we'll bring her over to Mike Rossi, a member of the Milford School District. one of the most active districts, one of a couple districts in the state that has every single school involved in Special Olympics. So, Mike, we will turn it over to you.
Congratulations, Lindsay.
Oh,
How'd it go?
It was wonderful.
I have to say, probably the one and only time I'll say it on a live microphone, she had to get out of her harness and back into her tutu.
This is true, yes.
All right, so you came down very colorfully and quickly.
Yes, yeah, it was fun.
You know, the one and only time I came down, I thought to myself afterward, boy, I should have slowed down and really enjoyed that.
I know it was hard to go slow though without being like go stop, go stop, go stop. So and then my feet couldn't touch, so I just decided to enjoy the ride.
All right, so you've ridden down all the way to 300 Delaware Avenue and the ground floor, and you've done some great work for Special Olympics. Thank you, and tell us about what's going on in Milford School District.
We actually just had our soccer unified event yesterday at Milford High School. I'm one of the elementary school self-contained teachers, so my whole class participates as unified athletes, and it was a great day. It was really successful. We have 2 leveled sides, lots of turnout, a lot of positive feedback from Milford, and our students all had a blast.
Excellent. Thanks for all the great work you're doing for Special Olympics Delaware.
You're welcome. Thank you guys for being here.
Lindsay from the Milford School District over the edge. Back to you, John.
All right, thank you, Mike. Covering the landing area, back up top on the roof to Nick Halliday.
All right, I'm up here with Katie Lynch and Sabta Melee. And Melee is actually a first-timer, and she's actually a Milford senior. And you ready to go?
Kind of.
Well, she's got to get back by a certain time to get a honors award. Oh, okay.
Cord ceremony.
Okay. All right. Katie, you've done this a few times, though, so you brought Sabta along this time. Tell me why you keep coming back.
Because I have the opportunity to, and why not? No, I love Special Olympics. I love the cause. I love the fundraising opportunity. And why not climb down a building?
Yeah, just why not? Why not climb down a building? Is that the same way you feel about it, Sabta?
More so that I would regret it later on if I didn't. So that's why I'm here.
Awesome. Well, good luck. So they got a ceremony to get to in a little bit, so we're going to let them go. But thank you for joining us, and good luck going down.
Thank you.
All right, John. Yeah, we're going to get them lined
All righty.
up as we get back on track up here.
Kate Lynch was the person that helped coordinate that soccer event that you heard Lindsay Gruel talk about. A great effort by her involving the elementary schools and having the high schools and the middle school help run it and also participate in it. Carly Phillips coming down on the yellow rope. Stacy Dedinis is going to be next up on the blue rope. As we approach the 3 o'clock rappellers, so making up a little bit of time here. We were actually down a rope for about half an hour. Again, safety always the #1 priority. And so nobody's going any faster than they would have been otherwise. Part of what's happening that has allowed it to speed up a little bit is we have some veteran people who tend to go down a little bit faster than the 60 people who are going for the first time. It's not a criticism of anybody, it's just a reality that first-timers tend to go a little bit slower than the veterans. Safety always remains a #1 priority here. And again, want to thank all the volunteers that are out here today, making sure that it's a good experience for everyone who is involved. And on the ropes, again, we have Stacy Dedinis on the blue rope and Carly Phillips on the yellow rope. As we watch Stacy and Carly come down, we're going to go back out to Mike Rossi, who is going to interview somebody who did this last year and talk to her about the experience of that and being a spectator this year compared to having to go down inside the building.
All right, thank you, John. Yes, with Deanna Marie from Deanna and Justin in the Morning from Mix 99.5 WJBR on before me every day. And, well, you happened to be in downtown Wilmington, huh?
Yeah, we're spending a little time down here this afternoon. We have an event nearby later on tonight, so I figured I would stop by and see what's going on.
So, You are reminiscing about your trip down the building last year, huh?
Reminiscing is all I'm doing this year, Mike. It was a great experience. I'm not going to lie, I had a ton of fun. But I think for me, once was enough. I'll volunteer my time in other ways, donate. I'll still support Special Olympics of Delaware, absolutely. Great organization. But I think I'm done rappelling.
All right. Well, I can understand that. One time is enough for plenty of folks. I get that. But it is once in a lifetime experience, no doubt.
It really is. I give a lot of credit to the people who do it every single year, too, because they're very brave, much braver than I.
Well, you know, maybe a little courage will come back to you someday, soon.
Maybe one day.
All right, let's see how it goes. Deanna Marie from Deanna Adjusted in the Morning on Mix 99.5 WJBR. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, so Deanna has tried it last year, and she's getting up into the grandstand now, just below all the climbers here on Delaware Avenue, taking it all in. And we have a couple more feet about to hit the floor. Here we go.
All right, that's Stacy Dedinas, a longtime volunteer for Special Olympics, getting ready to complete her 9th rappel down the side of the building. You heard Nick upstairs talking about how she had a picnic with some elephants in Zambia. Wants to thank her friends and family, and especially her dad, for being a multi-year supporter and cheerleader. Carly Phillips is making the final steps on her way down. Steve Kaysen, who is Stacy's husband, he is going to be harnessed into the same rope she was and will be heading down shortly. Let's put our hands together for Carly Phillips as she's getting close to the end.
Carly, you do not need the building.
All right, while we are waiting for Stacy to get unharnessed, we're going to go up top to Nick Halliday.
All right, John, we're here with 3 more first-timers. It's Mr. Andrew Layton, Paige Cook, and Caitlin Slater. All right, all from Woodbridge. Coming up here, I mean, that's a long drive to come up here to go 17 stories down.
Absolutely. It was worth it, though. We're excited. We're looking forward to it. We keep checking our heart rate on our watch. It's steadily climbing as we get closer, so we're excited. It's going to be well worth the trip up.
Excited for your first time, ladies?
I am a little nervous, but it's okay. Same, yeah.
All right, so you guys help when you coach with the Unified. And we do a lot of the Unified streaming, which we love. John gets us involved, but it's a great thing to be part of, and it's one of the funnest things of the day when we go to those state championships. So just talk about why you guys do it and how you got involved.
Yeah, so we started our Unified program about 6 or 7 years ago. Started with track, went to flag football, moved into basketball. And it's such an amazing experience, not only for the students that are in our life skills classroom and for our Special Olympic athletes, but for all of our partners as well. And we're really seeing a culture shift within our building, and we're seeing this more inclusive environment, and that's what it's really all about. It's allowing all of our students to have the opportunity to play a varsity sport, participate, and really enjoy some of the aspects that a lot of us have enjoyed in terms of being a varsity athlete. And it's given those opportunities that years ago wasn't there for us. So
I agree. I think it's probably one of the greatest things that we've done around here in a long time. But so talk about what made you get involved for rappelling. And Paige, I'm going to go to you for this one.
So we've talked about it for the last 4 years. Our kids have kind of been like, oh, you'll never do it, you'll never do it. So it's kind of I looked at him this year and I was like, no, this is it. This is going to be the year we're going to do it. Now, getting up to this point's been a little hard, and our kids were giving us a really hard time today, but it's all the more reason to do it.
I was just about to say, that's even more the reason. So you need to go, when you go back, are you going to be like, yeah, hey, we did it. How about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, to the kids back at Woodbridge and everybody watching,
we're not there yet, but we're going to.
They're almost there. All right. Well, thank you. You guys someone's getting called over. Good luck and have a good trip.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yep, have a good one.
All right, 3 first-timers getting ready to go. A veteran of 9 years now, outside with Mike Rossi in the landing area.
Thank you, John. Yep, Stacy, 9 times you've done this.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about each and every time. Is this about the nicest weather?
I think it is, in fact, the nicest weather we've had in all the times I've done it, yeah. I've been here in wind, rain, cold. This is the best.
And how about different techniques? Flying down maybe some years, taking it easy, or do you have the same technique every year?
Definitely, it's different every year. I am really afraid of heights.
What?
Yeah, it never gets any easier. Today, I knew we were a little bit behind, and so I was going to wait for my husband. He's on the rope now, but I just decided, hey, I'll see you on the ground. So.
Excellent. And you have the support of your family each and every year, right?
I sure do. Family and friends around the country, actually around the world, have been supporting me for 9 years now to do this.
Excellent. And they're helping you overcome your fear of heights?
Right. Challenging myself, trying to be brave, just like the athletes who inspire me every day.
All right, I'm going to hold you up as an example to my friend Deanna Marie, who said once last year that was plenty. 9 years. 9 years, Deanna Marie. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, very good.
Thank you, Stacy. Your husband, Steve, coming down the building now. We're going to talk to Carly Phillips in just a minute as she gets unharnessed, as she has finished her first ever rappel down the side of the building. She's a teacher at Lulu Ross Elementary in Milford and coaches the Special Olympics athletes at her school. She's done some snorkeling and parasailing, but never anything this daring. She'd like to thank the Sons of the American Legion Post 16, Laurel, Mama Maria Restaurant in Milford, and families and friends who supported her.
Steve making his way down, nice and easy. I wonder if he was up there with Stacy, they'd be going a little quicker. Now he's taking it in, it seems.
Trying to keep up. He's retired. This is his sixth rappel. He's a board member for Special Olympics Delaware, a longtime volunteer, does a little bit of everything, and anything we ask him, we know it gets done. He wants to thank his father-in-law, Bob Dodinas, and his friend, Bob Payanosa, and Howard Scholl for their support. And we see Carly is getting her picture taken outside, and then we'll send it out to Mike Rossi. Mike, out to you.
I was absolutely wrong about only saying it one time on the live microphone. Out of her harness and back into her tutu. Here's Carly. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so Lindsay was just down and just as colorful as you are as far as your attire is concerned, and you're doing great work at Milford School District.
Thank you.
Tell us about what you do day to day.
We are self-contained teachers in the Autism ABA program. We have kids with lots of significant needs, and our goal is to promote independence and just a sense of well-being within our school community.
Great work there, and so much support for the Special Olympics Delaware here today. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
All right, Carly and her tutu.
Thank you, Carly,
over the
very
edge.
much. Steve Kaysen on the way down. On your right, Kate Lynch, another member of the Milford School District. She's a counselor at the high school. Helped run a Special Olympics event yesterday for the entire district. Appreciative of all that she does. She'll be heading down on the yellow rope. Steve Kaysen about halfway down. Let's cheer him on as he gets the second half of his rappel, the 6th time he's done this. Steve Kaysen has landed. We're going to send it outside to Steve Kaysen and Mike Rossi. Mike, take it away.
All right, thank you, John. Steve's not even going to get out of his gear yet. He wants to say hi. How are you? Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so the bio information tells me you've been all over the world. You've polar plunged in the Antarctic, which is unbelievable to me. And yet, you know, this thrill still is in your book, right? 6 times.
Exactly. It's a good cause.
Excellent. Yes, indeed. And that we appreciate you coming out for the great cause. So day to day, what's the next adventure? What's next on your list, man?
Probably just some travel and scuba diving. So, yeah.
And hopefully another run next year over the edge.
Absolutely.
Thanks for all the help for Special Olympics Delaware. Thank you. There's Steven going to get out of his gear. He is on the ground here at 300 Delaware Avenue in downtown Wilmington. John, back to you.
Back up top, our man, Nick Halliday's up top with some interviews. Nick, take it away in the sunshine.
A little breezy up here, too. Feels kind of good up here, doesn't it?
Feels great.
So this isn't your first rodeo. You guys have both done it 3 times and 2 times. 5. I'm sorry, 5 and 3. I'm looking at the wrong numbers. I'm sorry there. So, but you guys do it because you have something very near and dear, close to your heart, right?
Yep. My daughter's a Special Olympics athlete.
And your sister? Yes. Yep. So why do you keep coming back? We already know, right? No questions. We already know why.
It's just a lot of fun.
You were talking to me downstairs. You were like, I know you're trying to convince me to do it, but I say that's why I work it. Hey, John, I'm going to keep working it. That way, you know. No, I don't know. Maybe we'll think about it one time. Yeah, somebody cancels, right? So, but tell me why somebody else should do it. You got. I mean, we have 60 first timers. You know, what do you think and why so many?
It's a great organization. It's a nice fundraiser, and you get to do fun stuff. How can you beat that?
Yeah, no, I mean, exactly that. And I mean, face your fears.
That's that's exactly it. I mean, I think facing your fears is one of the big things that are reason a lot of these people.
Are we supposed to be afraid?
No, actually, if you're not afraid, I think a lot of the newcomers behind you will have an enjoyable time. So, but get you guys sent over there. Thank you for doing it again. Thank you for all your support, and God bless you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. As we are moving right along here. Heading on to the ropes here. As we get a couple more interviews ready. It's fun to talk to them before and then after to kind of see how they're vibe has changed, if you will. About 20 more to go over the edge here from 300 Delaware Avenue, downtown Wilmington. 17-story building. Something you never thought you'd ever do, huh? But here you are, going over the edge. John Busby, next year, 1,000 edgers in the books, 950 by the time we're done here today.
Yeah, just an incredible event. One of what Special Olympics Delaware likes to call its unique fundraising events. The Polar Bear Plunge, of course, one of them also. The Ride to the Tide, which happened a few weeks ago, a motorcycle ride. Reindeer Run 5K, sounds like a normal 5K, except it's at night in the dark on the University of Delaware campus. And the Truck Convoy, another unique event as well. And for the golfers out there, an opportunity to play the Bitterman Golf Course. Anybody who knows the sport of golf in Delaware knows it is the most exclusive course to try to get on. And you have an opportunity to do it. Benefit Special Olympics Delaware. For more information, go to our website at sode.org.
You going to make it through this today, my friend? I hear you struggling over there. I really...
Voice is struggling.
I know.
We're going here. I'm going to keep going. We're ready to head outside with Mike Rossi, who's with Kate Lynch.
Kate Lynch is over the edger number 75 in your program, but it has been your 4th year. I want to ask you, you seem to be the veteran over the edger from everyone in Milford School District. Are you the ringleader? Are you the one that said, hey, we can all do this?
I think yes, the peer pressure is my strong suit. So
All right, so you started it.
Maybe.
And that's a great thing because we had so many people from the school district come and volunteer and, of course, raise funds for Special Olympics Delaware. So you're doing great work.
Thank you.
So tell us about all that's going on in Milford School District.
Well, we have programming in all of our schools now at this point. Our pre-K building all the way up through the high school. Yesterday, we just ran our district-wide soccer event. Yes. 5 schools, 250 athletes and partners all in one place at one time, and it went flawlessly. I think everybody had a really good time.
Excellent, and thanks for bringing so many people up with you to go over the edge.
Sure.
All right, there's Kate. She is over the edge at 300 Delaware Avenue, downtown Wilmington. John?
Alrighty, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Kate, for all you do for Special Olympics and all the people you've reeled in to not only be part of Special Olympics in Milford, but here at 300 Delaware Avenue. On the blue rope on your right is Sabada Malay, another member of the Milford School District, and representing the Woodbridge School District on the yellow rope is Andrew Layton, a member of the Unified Sports Committee with the Delaware Interscholastic Athletic Association, a longtime volunteer and supporter of Special Olympics. He is on the yellow rope on your left.
So we're back going 2x2s here again, hopefully to finish out the rest of the way. And I'm hearing we have a potential interview up top. We're going to go ahead and get ourselves set up top for an interview with Nick Halliday. And I'm seeing Nick. I'm seeing him all the way up on top of the building. Nick Halliday, take it away.
We're up top, and we are here with Kim Bergmuller. Bergmuller, that's right. And you are part of the what group?
Newcastle 100 Lions Club.
And what are they called?
Newcastle 100 Lions Club. Oh, we're part of the Leaping Lions.
Ah, there it is. She's got a shirt on. I was trying to get her to come into it. So the Leaping Lions, and this is your 2nd year. Tell us why you're back.
I love supporting Special Olympics. I do some volunteer work through the Lions with them, and a couple of friends have athletes in the program, and my husband's a unified partner, and he does umpiring, and I just says there's not enough you can do for Special Olympics.
That's awesome. So what made you come back, though? What made you say, I want to go back and rappel again?
I wanted to go back up last year, so.
Right after?
I was like, I want to go back. So, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go next year.
So already, so there you go. We already got another participant coming back. But you told me the first year you didn't really take your hands off, and now this year you're like, I got another picture. Are you gonna, take the hands off and get a cool picture before you go down?
I'm not making any promises, but I'm gonna try to let go. I thought I was holding myself up.
All right. Well, thank you. Good luck going down, and we'll see you at the bottom. Yeah.
All right, Nick, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Once again, Andrew Layton on the yellow, Sabata Malay on the blue, making their way down, not quite halfway. As we are approaching the home stretch of the 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. When it's all said and done, 98 people will have rappelled, 60 of them for the first time. A lot of them saying they'll be back next year.
Well, we're going to try to hold them to that to the best of our ability, as we've had 2,600 views so far here. That's not people, that's views, of course, but we know of plenty. Plenty classrooms, offices, home watch parties, people across the country watching in groups. It's hard to quantify, really, but with the amount of school districts involved, I mean, you've got to think that thousands of people have watched and will watch, because this will continue to live on, available, I believe it's almost right away to watch on YouTube. It may go through some sort of transcoding or something YouTube will do, but either way, by tonight, you'll be able to rewatch this, and I know a lot of people have mentioned today we're going to go rewatch it, or we have rewatched it. So share this link with anybody and everybody related to the people going down the edge or going over the edge. Maybe it's a peer, somebody you work with. Share that link. Put it in the group Slack. Put it in the group text. Email it. But make sure you distribute that and get it to everybody. We want to break our record. We're about 250 views away from doing that. We're going to do it pretty easily. But we need your help. Make sure we smash the record. All the records being broken. Number of edgers, number of new edgers, money raised, live views. Let's do it all.
Once again, the sponsors of today's event, TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, who manages the building that we're in, couldn't do it without them. They've been a partner from the beginning. And Newcastle County Fire Services. Supporting sponsors, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and Delaware Rock Gym. Jimmy Smith, of course, producing this, as well as chipping in on the commentary. He owns the digital team. Our camera crew, Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, Will Ansley. And, of course, Showworks also, which supports Special Olympics at a variety of events, including this one, with all the setup to prepare for the execution of the event. Andrew Layton on the way down, as well as Sabata Malay. A couple people that are on deck coming up: Paige Cook, Caitlin Slater, Paul Jungling, Sarah Jungling, Chris Kroll, and Kim Bergmuller. Not exactly sure if that will be the order, but we will keep you posted. But if you're tuning in, they will be coming up here shortly. We're about an hour behind schedule right now for several different reasons. Doesn't matter why. We're still on the air and going to keep going until the very end.
Doesn't matter. We're here. They're going to have to kick us out. You're coming down the building, whether you like it or not. 4 new feet on the ground, and we'll have some interviews with them here shortly. Get that post-game feel. And Paige and Caitlin getting ready to head down. That's Paige Cook and Caitlin Slater ready to suit up and head over the edge.
Both of them from the Woodbridge School District. Paige, a coach of the Unified Flag Football and Unified Track and Field team. So 3 members from Woodbridge High School. And Jimmy, I believe this is the first time that Woodbridge High School has had a representative in the Over the Edge event. Hopefully not the last.
Nice to have new involvement. Nice to have extensive, expansive involvements. Principals and administrators, teachers. You got your class back watching. The whole school back watching, taking a half day. Maybe they're in the cafeteria or gym watching a principal go down. What a great day.
Andrew Layton greeted by his child. Always a good feeling for both. and that is Sabada Malay getting her picture taking, and we're going to send it out to Mike Rossi.
Oh gosh.
Oh, she does not want to do this.
First of all, I want to show everyone, Tommy, if you could, let's see the side of the leg there. She says, "Just do it." That's it. I also noticed that you had your legs crossed at your ankles as you were coming down. Was that tension, or was that just being really relaxed?
I just wasn't trying to turn around.
Oh, okay. So it was technique, I guess. So you're another one of the first-timers from Milford School District, huh?
Yeah,
And?
it was okay.
Okay. We'll chalk that up as a just okay. But thanks for your effort, and we appreciate you raising funds for Special Olympics Delaware.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take care, Santa. Just do it, and she did. Congratulations. John?
All right, Mike, we'll be out back to you when Andrew Layton comes up. We'll talk to Andrew. We'll wait for him to get on harness. Up top, we've got Paige Cook on the blue rope. To your right, Caitlin Slater on the yellow rope, both from the Woodbridge School District. They are part of the 320 group, so again, about an hour behind schedule. Not a big deal. Lots of veterans coming up in this next group. And then we go back to some first-timers. 60 first-timers today.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the all-time high is for first-timers, but
I mean,
want to say it's in
you mean
the
across
40-ish.
Oh, you mean
per
for
year?
Delaware?
Yeah, for Delaware
in the past.
in
Well,
the past.
I mean, it was never 60.
Never 60, no, and I don't think it was ever over 40, to be honest with you. But all right, we're going to send it out to Mike Rossi, who's got Andrew Layton with him.
From Woodbridge, yep, Andrew, how are you?
I'm better now that I'm on ground.
Really? How'd it go?
It was a blast. It was a lot of fun. That hardest part's just taking that first step over and then just kind of riding it down nice and slow. So,
well, this guy, I understand it's a special day for him, huh?
it's his birthday, so he got to go see Daddy go down a building on his birthday. So,
Happy birthday.
Are we
Let's give
singing
him
again?
A shout out. What's his name?
Crew.
Hey, how are you, Drew? Happy birthday, buddy. And I see your family is here. You're doing great things at Woodbridge for the Special Olympics. And tell us more about the program.
Yeah, so we started a unified program 6 or 7 years ago. We started with our unified track team and then moved on to flag football, and now we have basketball. This was our first year for basketball. So it's been a huge success, and it's amazing for our athletes just to be able to participate at a varsity sport, compete at that level, and it's so competitive. It's so great to see, and I'm just really glad that we have that opportunity at Woodbridge for our guys.
Great work. Thank you for that. So the question is, you got to try this again?
I would do it again. I had a blast. It's as you get closer to the ground, it gets a little bit easier. But no, I would absolutely do it again. It's been a lot of fun, and we're thankful for Special Olympics for having us.
Andrew Layton from Woodbridge, congratulations and thank you, and happy birthday, Drew. Hey, there you go. All right, back to you, John.
All right, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Andrew, and happy birthday, Drew. We've got Paige Cook up on the roof on the right, the blue rope, and Caitlin Slater on the left on the yellow. Colleagues of Andrew Layton's with the Woodbridge School District. Coming up after them will be Paul and Sarah Jungling, Chris Kroll and Kim Bergmuller. Maybe in that order, maybe not, but if you're tuning in to watch them, you've timed it perfectly. As we are down to the last few slots here, and I shouldn't say few, probably another 12 to 15 rope slots to go here. Again, a sold-out field today. 98 people. Going to bring the total to 950. If you want to help us get over 1,000 next year, go to SODE.org and get signed up and sign somebody else up with you. We'd love to have a sold-out crowd again next year. So we've got Paige Cook and Caitlin Slater coming down representing Woodbridge High School. This is the 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. More than 4,200 athletes competing in 16 sports year-round. I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith from the digital team. We've got Mike Rossi from WJBR on the ground, Nick Halliday from Delaware Live Sports up on the roof. We want to thank Mike Lang from Delaware Live Sports, Matt Janis from ESPN, Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen from WSCW, Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio, and Sean Green from WDEL, who joined us as reporters. And speaking of reporters, Nick Halliday, we're going to head it up to you on the roof.
Yeah, I'm here with Chris Kroll. Sorry. Chris Kroll, we were just talking. we were just talking about it. You know, it's your second time back, and you do it. You know, you've been involved with Special Olympics, and so is your son for a long time, right?
Long time, almost 30 years now, and it's one of the best things in his life. It doesn't matter what the sport, what time of year, he wants to be in Special Olympics, and that's one of the great things about this organization is it allows these young men and women to have a chance to do something that they've never done before and learn a sport, learn an activity, and how good they are at it is irrelevant, really. It's just being involved, being engaged, and having the courage to do something they haven't done. And that's really what helps them so much. Just trying something they've never done.
And we also talked about it. It's building the relationships, too, and teamwork and learning to work together. Like you said, your son's now 39, and he's out in the working field. So, you know, those games and those teams that he's part of, it's growing him into a person and a man when he has to be out there working like the normal one, right?
Yeah. I mean, what I tell people is that one of the best things about Special Olympics is everybody has friends, and friends are important in their life. And for these Olympians, their friends are in Special Olympics because they are engaged in this year-round. Once one sport is done, another one is starting a week later. So for my son, he's going year-round, and when he goes, he's with his friends. So building friendships, you know, learning different sports, learning what it takes to engage and grow. It's just a great operation, a great organization that supports it, and that's why I'm on top of his building getting ready to jump off.
I was getting ready to say, what brings you back?
Not because I enjoy it, but because it supports an organization that allows these young men and women to do this for free. Everything, uniforms, coaches, everything they do is supplied by Special Olympics. Of course, that takes some money, and so you need to get some fools to climb up a building or jump in the ocean, which you should think about.
I know, I will. Well, thank you for your time. Good luck, and we'll see you at the bottom.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Kroll's been on a couple times. He's ready to go.
Member of the Board of Directors for Special Olympics, and as he mentioned, a parent of a Special Olympics athlete. He'll be up in just a few minutes as we're watching Paige Cook and Caitlin Slater make their way down. Paige is about halfway. Caitlin, probably about 2 stories behind her. We can cheer them on. They probably can hear us right now. Once again, the next Special Olympics Delaware event where they are looking for volunteers is June 9th and 10th. It's their big summer games, one of several large events they have throughout the year. Always looking for volunteers for those 2 days, Friday and Saturday, June 9th and 10th. If you are interested in learning more, go to SODE.org. And again, if you've been inclined to make a donation after watching these brave people rappel down the side of the building, you can also do that at SODE.org. All the money stays right here in Delaware, the only state in the country that provides Special Olympics completely free to everyone who is involved. All right, as Paige and Caitlin finish up, we're going to send it back up on the roof. Nick Halliday, who you got?
We are here with a couple of first-timers, right? No, I'm kidding. They're up here sauntering around like it's, like they're going to the movie theater or something. Mark Austin, Holly Fissler, and Sierra Fissler. And you guys are all veterans here, between 14 years of experience. So tell us why you keep coming back.
I just enjoy it. It's something nice to do, some adventure. You get up on the roof of a building and look around Wilmington. Have a good day.
It raises money for an awesome cause, and it's a lot of fun.
Like, because it's kind of scary. It's good. It's like adrenaline. It's fun.
So at 19, when did you start?
Well, this is my 3rd year, so I've been doing it since I was 16, I guess. Yeah, I watched him do it for quite a few years, and I wanted to try.
And that was like, all right, now I need to do it. We need to go over their heads.
I can do it. I can do it. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you guys coming back every year, and hopefully I'll get to interview you again. And any last words before you go over?
I just want to do a shout out to the Montagnoli family in New Jersey. Their mom died, and her funeral was this morning. So I just want to say, yeah, rest in peace, Mrs. M.
All right.
Yeah.
Ladies, you got last words?
So hopefully I don't fall.
All right, well, that'll do it. They're getting ready to go. You guys know what to do. I don't have to give you any more last-minute instructions, right? Enjoy your trip. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nick Halliday, up on the roof. In a minute, we'll be going downstairs and outside to Mike Rossi as we have a couple people getting ready to unharness. Next up will be the Junglings. Paul Jungling will be on the yellow rope, and Sarah, his daughter, will be on the blue rope coming down the side of the building. Paul is the father of Morgan Jungling, who is a Special Olympics athlete, and Sarah is Morgan's sister. So they will be coming down the side of the building. Paul has done it for 3 years. Sarah has done it for 5 years. And it took Sarah to convince her father to do it. And we're going to wait to get Paige Cook and Caitlin Slater together outside. Those of you looking up, that is Paul Jungling, who has made that first squat over. We're going to go outside to Mike Rossi, who's got Paige and Caitlin.
Team Woodbridge is here, and they are on the ground. Congratulations, you did it.
Yes. Fine.
Yes.
That was fun.
Yes, we did it. We did it.
Now let me ask you, because it seemed to me you were doing a coordinated effort to come down in tandem, huh?
Yeah, I was trying.
We were tag teaming. Yeah.
Were you talking to each other too?
Oh, the whole time. The whole time.
And could you let us in on the conversation a little bit, or what?
Paige, you can do it.
And slow down.
And wait for me.
All right, so a little encouragement, and that is just the key to what we do with Over the Edge. We're trying to overcome fears, and you've done wonderful work today and with the Woodbridge School District. Can you tell us about the program there?
Well,
that's all him.
Well, Andrew did a great job talking about it, but maybe you've got some more to add.
Yeah, we were just proving to our students that we could do it, and because they doubted us just a little bit, they didn't think that we could go over it, but we did. So.
Well, thanks for dropping into Wilmington for Over the Edge.
Literally. Yeah, thank you for having us.
Exactly. All right, so Woodbridge well represented here in Wilmington as we go over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware. John?
All right, thank you, Mike. Woodbridge, one of several school districts represented here today. If your school district wasn't, you could ask the question why, maybe get them involved next year. Or your business or your company, your neighborhood. Challenge somebody in the neighborhood to go over the edge. Sellout crowd today, 98 edgers and 60 first-timers. We hope to repeat that next year. Paul Jungling on the left, his daughter Sarah Jungling on the right, making their way down. Paul has done it 3 times, Sarah 5. As the Junglings come down, we go up, as in onto the roof. Nick Halliday.
All right, I'm here with Jeremy Farkas, first timer. And Jeremy, tell me what you just told me. When did you sign up for this?
May 1st.
Just heard about it and said, I want to do it.
I got to do it.
Well, I look at your resume, and you've done skydiving, parasailing, zip lines, small cliff jumps. You're just checking off the bucket list, aren't you?
Got to while I can. You know what I mean?
So, what is it about Special Olympics that you liked, and you said, I want to do this for them and raise some money and spend your own money?
Oh yeah, I love the cause. I love the excitement of doing something like this. I just think all around it's a great program and awesome.
So when we get down there and you get down to the end, we're going to find out if you're coming back next year.
Okay, absolutely. I'm sure I will be.
Well, thank you for your support and enjoy your trip.
Absolutely, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Jeremy's another first-timer. He's one of the 60 first-timers this year. So, yeah, it's a good number. So,
all right. Thank you, Nick. Paul Jungling on the left, Sarah Jungling on the right. Not wasting any time getting down the side of the building. Chris Kroll and Kim Bergmuller are posted on the schedule as the next up. We've already talked to Chris Kroll up top, so we know he's up there. Put your hands together for Paul Jungling. Rappel number 4. Up top, we have Chris Kroll, who will be on the yellow rope, and Kim Bergmahler will be on the blue. Both two-time rappellers now getting ready to head down the building for the third time. Chris Kroll leaning over the ledge, getting ready to come down on the yellow rope. We'll be joined by Kim Bergmahler in just a second on the blue. And while they begin their descent, we're going to head outside to Mike Rossi, who is with Paul and Sarah Jungling.
Yep, thank you, John. Yes, with Paul and Sarah, who have just come down, and you're supporting your sister?
Morgan, yep.
Hi, Morgan. How are you?
Good.
Good. Thank you for coming out and supporting Over the Edge Delaware, of course, and your sister.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a fantastic event. So much fun.
So have you been coming down together the last few years?
For the last 3, yeah. But I've been doing this is my 5th year.
Okay, so you corralled your dad into doing this at some point?
No, it was more like he looked at me and he was like, I want to do that. I'm doing that with you.
If she's going to have the fun, I'm going to have the fun.
Excellent. Well, you're doing it, of course, for a great cause. And thanks for doing this as a family. So, Paul and Sarah, again, thanks for going over the edge.
Absolutely. Everybody should do it.
All right. Morgan, congratulations. Great job supporting the family today. Good deal. All right, John.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Junglings. And you can see Chris Kroll about 4 stories into his descent. And Kim Bergmahler has taken that seat back, as we like to say, and she will begin her descent very shortly. As we are getting ready to enter what most likely will be the final hour of today's event. Holly and Sierra Fissler coming up soon. Mark Austin, Jeremy Farkas, Daniel Grugan, and Naisha Jenkins. Chris Grohl has landed and completed his third rappel down the building. All right, we're going to head out to Mike Rossi. Who you got?
Here's Chris Kroll here. And Chris, let me ask you about this versus the polar plunge. Different challenges. What do you like better?
Jumping off a building or jumping in the ocean?
Yeah.
I like jumping in the ocean, but I'd rather do it in the summer.
All right, but still a thrill to come down these 17 stories.
It's a thrill, obviously, but considering the level of challenge, these people that organize it are extraordinary, and they just give you a feeling that you're not going to fall. It's just you that's going to screw it up if you do something wrong with a winch and that. But it's an exhilarating experience and certainly worth it for what we're trying to do here.
Excellent. Great work. It sure looked like you were nice and smooth coming down those last 40 feet. You look like you're a veteran.
A veteran, no. A veteran, no. But it reminds you what you're doing it for. And I have a son in Special Olympics, and he's been doing it for 30 years. Our whole family's involved, and it's hard to do these things. It's hard to jump in the ocean, but Special Olympics of Delaware is a tremendous organization, and what it's done for my son and others like him over the years is incredible. So we as parents and friends have have to do what we can to keep this organization going, but because what they're doing for these individuals is unbelievable, and I'd be happy to jump off a building or into the ocean to keep it going.
Excellent. Thanks for all your contributions, Chris.
Thank you.
All right. We're down on the ground at 300 Delaware Avenue. Another over-the-edger has completed the plunge. It's back to John.
All right, thank you, Mike. We're going to go up on the roof to Nick Halliday as we watch Kim Bergmuller finish up. Nick, who do you got up top?
Camera. Yeah. You guys still with me?
You're on, Nick.
All right, I am here with Carly Thompson and Amy Wolf. And Amy, you told me why you were doing this, so tell the world.
Yeah, so my son, Levi, he's an athlete, and he goes over the edge every single day of his life, and, you know, makes it look easy with a big smile and his orneriness. So just decided to raise some money for my favorite athlete. So, hey, Levi.
He's down there, right, so he can hear you. Hopefully he's looking on the screen right now. And Carly, you're doing it really just in support of Amy.
And I love an adventure. Nobody better to do it with than Amy.
Yeah. I mean, we're all about just people having a place to belong, and who doesn't love a good game?
And you guys are both nurses, so you told me if there's any problems, you can, you know, help yourself or anyone else down there. And we've had a nice, clean day, so hopefully we don't need any nursing going on.
We're not the first to have a problem, for sure.
Yeah. We're off duty. Off duty. Nobody announced that there were any nurses here.
That's the way to do it. Well, I'll tell you, for two first-timers, you guys look like there's no fear and you're ready to go.
Yeah, we're ready. We're gonna enjoy the ride down.
All right. Well, thank you, and enjoy your trip. We'll talk to you when you get to the bottom and find out how your ride was. All right.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one. All right. We'll get back here.
All right, thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Kim Bergmuller is finishing up. She wanted to thank all the members of the Newcastle 100 Lions Club for helping her raise the $1,000.
The Leaping Lions, I'm pretty sure. Kim approaching the lip right there. Getting some shout outs on YouTube from an account called Delaware Lions. Who would have thought? As she makes it down to the ground safely. All the way down. So Kim is back there on the blue rope. And it looks like Jeremy Farkas is on the yellow now as he's taken on the yellow. As he's zooming down on the left side, about a third of the way down. Still waiting to hear who will hop onto the blue side here now that Kim is done, and Kim will join the fray. A little post-game interview here coming up shortly.
Jeremy wanted to thank Nick Farkas, Sandy Walls, Carrie Parsons, Jennifer Hollingsworth, Laura Shockley, Crystal and David Passwaters. And if you missed anybody else's, he apologizes, all supporting his rappel today.
You don't need the wall. Relax and rappel. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. Slow down a little bit. There you go. Doing great. You're about 10 feet off the ground. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. You're doing fine.
Jeremy Farkas has landed. And we're going to go out to Mike Rossi.
With Kim from the Newcastle 100 Lions Club, right?
Right, that's right. You know what 100 is?
Yes, I do. Come on now. I'm a Delaware native. I know what 100 is. Come on now. Anyway, did you get a chance to exhale?
Yeah, finally.
I saw a couple of moments of relief here as you got to the ground. How was the rappel?
Very good. It was about the same as last year, but when you get about halfway down, you don't want to go too fast, and you're holding on for dear life. It's
And then finally, there's that ledge that you have to come out. Just as you get used to being close to the building, you're then far out as you finish off. Something a little different.
Yep.
So tell us about the support you've been getting so that you could come over the edge.
Well, we had a lot of support from the Newcastle 100 Lions and a lot of people in Newcastle, and my son's in North Carolina and Luann in Montana. Or no, I'm sorry, Washington. They moved. Happy birthday, Luann.
And you got quite an ovation as you came down on the ground. You got a crew here.
That's our Lions Club. We'll be back next year.
Excellent, Kim. Thanks. Congratulations. Kim is over the edge. There you go. We've got more folks coming down. We'll see how it goes.
All right, thank you, Mike. Sierra Fissler on the yellow rope, Holly Fissler on the blue rope.
Try to sneak out of here. How you doing? Very good. Thank you.
All right, we're going to send it out to Mike Rossi. He's got somebody who just finished.
All right, with Jeremy, how are you doing?
Very good.
Yeah, pumped?
Oh, yeah, that was awesome.
You're going again then?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so on point masonry, correct?
Yes.
All right, so most of this building is steel and glass. There's a little masonry work. Did you inspect it on the way down?
Yes, I did. I wondered how they got all the pavers up on the roof.
Oh, wow, that is something up there. I did notice that. That's right. That's a pretty good project all told. You had quite a project raising funds for Special Olympics Delaware. Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah. I started on May 1st, and I did a little bit of fundraising. I did pretty good, and then whatever was left, the rest was donated by me on Point Concrete Masonry.
Congratulations. Wow, you decided to come down just 10 days ago, and here you are?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's amazing, and it's great that we could get you signed up so quickly. So congratulations, you did it. I see you're thrilled. We'll see you next year.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, there you go. Over the edge with another edger. He's done it. John, back to you.
All righty, thank you. He's also done some skydiving and parasailing. So thank you, Jeremy Farkas, for adding this to your list. Holly Fissler on the right, Sierra on the left.
Have about 10 more edgers to go. As I hear some come on Sierras. She can't hear you yet. So save it up. Oh, wait a minute. She looked. Maybe she can. It's quite a ways up there. So coming up shortly, Mark Austin, Daniel Grugan, Naisha Jenkins, Susan Walker. They are to come shortly.
All right, while they're coming down, we're going to send it up to the roof. Nick Halliday.
All right, we're sorry about that. Let's get situated. I'm up here with Nisha Jenkins. Oh, Susan Walker. I'm sorry. And then Ash Dodia.
Yep.
And first timers. So what is it and why are we here?
Well, for a good cause. It seemed like a great event. It's a little exciting, something kind of different out of the norm. But really, it's for a good cause to raise money, and that's why we're here.
Yep, that's exactly why we're here, to raise money for a good cause, and I wanted to do something exciting before I retired.
I mean, and that's what most people are. You know, they want to do it, one, because it's such a good cause, and then two, to check off something, do something different that you haven't done. Have you done anything close to this?
Some roller coasters, that's about it.
Yeah, I've done some zip lining through the jungle. I only got stuck between two trees once.
Hey, well, you know what? You're right here. That actually equivalates better than some people who have picnicked with elephants. So I guess that'll help you, right? It's a little different, right? So, are you thinking now? Would it be something you would come back for?
Absolutely, yes, and get some other folks in the office to join. We end up raising a lot of money, yeah, I think it was a great event all around.
Fundraising was a lot of fun, just getting here. So we did all the different fundraising events that we did. That was fun.
Yeah, I think the whole experience, right? It's just a fun, good experience that gets everybody on. And you guys are about to go on, so any last words or any last thoughts?
Wish me luck.
See you at the bottom.
And we will. So when you get to the bottom, you'll be able to tell our guys down there, I think it's Mike Rossi from the radio. Maybe you can, tell them how things went, and good luck on your trip and enjoy.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks much.
All right.
All right, thank you, Nick Halliday.
Getting ready to go.
The Fistlers have landed. Holly finishing her fourth rappel, and Sierra her third. Mike Rossi will talk to them in just a few minutes. Coming up, Mark Austin, Daniel Grugan, Naisha Jenkins, Ash Dodia, and Susan Walker as we are in the home stretch of the 2023 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. All right, the Fistlers are done. Holly and Sierra. Mike Rossi, out to you.
All right, so Holly and Sierra, that was an interesting rappel watching you both come down. Number one, Sierra, you were showboating a little bit.
Was I?
I thought so. Turning around, waving to the crowd. You know, how was that?
It's good. It's fun to look down and see everything. I like it.
Yeah, it is kind of fun to look around. The city looks wonderful when you're up on the side of the building. Now, Holly, how about you? Was there a moment that didn't go quite the way you wanted to today, or what?
I tried really hard not to lock up, but one time's better than the 2 years ago when I locked up about 40. So
Oh, okay.
good, I did better. I just
All right.
went fast. I don't know.
Well, it's okay to, take your time and enjoy the scenery, maybe turn and wave to people like Sierra did.
yeah, I'll do that.
It is so nice that you're doing this. It's been a number of times together, I take it?
Yeah, it has.
Excellent. Well, thank you for all your support of Special Olympics Delaware.
No worries. My younger daughter wants to do it too, but we told her 2 more years, then maybe she can do it too. And then we'll have 3 of us plus Mark. It'll be,
All right, very good. The family affair here at Over the Edge for Special Olympics Delaware. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Sierra. Appreciate it. John?
All right, thank you, Mike. Up next on the yellow rope is Mark Austin. That is the rope on the left if you're watching the live stream. And on the right, the blue rope is Joe Hayes. The rest of the rappellers are on the roof, ready to go. And so we're going to not catch up to the time, but we're certainly going to go through these next few. They are staged and ready to go. We appreciate everybody who has hung in there, all the volunteers at the event. Our camera crew, Daniel Fleming, Tommy, Tyree, Lauren, Tyree, and Will Ansley. Part of the digital team, headed up by Jimmy Smith, who's here as part of the broadcast team, but also producing today's broadcast. The Showworks folks who are here to break down what they set up yesterday and early this morning. And, of course, Mike Rossi, who is still with us on the ground, and Nick Halliday up on the roof getting some interviews for us past the time they originally thought. We appreciate their efforts. And, again, all the volunteers that are here, just as those folks are volunteers I just mentioned, the volunteers that are upstairs on the 10th floor up on the roof and outside helping this to be a great experience for everyone involved. Down to the last, I believe it's 11 rappellers, 2 that are being harnessed up, ready to go, and 9 more that are on their way. And Jimmy, so another year, what do the stats look like from a viewer standpoint?
So it looks like we are going to beat that number. We got to be strong here in the last about 45 minutes of the broadcast here, but 2,629 viewers. Looks like it's still catching up from probably the last 10 minutes or so. But a very strong day we've had. When the schools were going, we had a lot of chat comments and things like that around teachers and principals and people cheering on, administrators around schools. So always good to see that support. The returners, it's old hat for them. So the people are like, "Oh, you're doing that thing again?" I might tune in later. I don't know. But it's been very strong, and thank you, everybody, for the support. We know that this is a consistent kind of in and out type of thing. The average viewer is watching for just under about 20 minutes. So, if you're watching for more than that, you hear us say the same thing over and over again. That's why, because you got to think it's appointment viewing, right? Your person's going on at X time. Today it's been X plus 1 hour by the time we are here now. But, thank you for tuning in, supporting. Even if you were wanting to watch somebody else and then you supported in the chat and maybe even considered signing up for next year, that's exactly the goal.
It's like the morning news. You get the same information about every half an hour about the event, about the sponsors, TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, Newcastle County Fire Services, the supporters, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheraton Suites Wilmington downtown, the Delaware Rock Gym. We just ran through all the reporters that were here, the talent, the on-air personalities here, the behind-the-scenes folks that you will never see if you're watching it, but you have no idea the amount of work that goes into this broadcast. I'm looking at 5 different computers, 6 different screens, all kinds of keyboards, and things that have buttons that I wouldn't know what to do with, but Jimmy Smith and his crew have pulled off another gem here, and the best of all, he's already agreed to come back for many, many years to come.
Yeah, there's no twisting my arm here. Is that the phrase? You don't need to twist my arm. I'm coming back every single year. This means a lot. We started this thing, and I remember the first year when we did what we did after the plans we made, all the napkin drawings that we did about how this was going to work and the equipment that we had, and the feedback that we got about hey, you got a camera on the roof. That's really cool. And all the chatter about how awesome it was. And, I've yet to see anybody pull off what we're doing. And now we've only evolved it with the interviewing and the talking to people. I mean, the stories that we're hearing and the emotion and the hugs and all that, man, it's every year gets better and better and better. And now we're sold out. I mean, it's now a well-oiled machine, and it's a pretty sizable force now. A great opportunity to raise money for Special Olympics, and everybody loves it. Only opportunity to go over a building like this in the state of Delaware.
And Mark Austin and Joe Hayes have just done it in a very quick amount of time, short amount of time, and Mike Rossi will be with them shortly. And so as we are coming down to the last several rappellers here, we want to give just as much attention to the last groups as we did the earlier groups as we finish up another successful event. More than $100,000 raised, which brings the total raised in 12 events to over $1.7 million. Every dime stays right here in the state of Delaware. So Mark Austin and Joey Hayes are on the ground. We're going to go up top to Nick Halliday, who's got someone getting ready to go over the edge. Nick Halliday, take it away.
Hello, I'm here with another first-timer. It's Carly Favaroso. And Carly, you're going to give us a little bit of a rundown of why you're doing this today.
Yeah, so I hold my local title currently of Miss Cape Henlopen's Teen Delaware. So it's part of the Miss Delaware Scholarship Organization. So this year I'll be competing for Miss Delaware's teen, but you promote what's called your Community Service Initiative, your CSI. So mine's called SHINE, Strive to Help Include, Not Exclude, all about helping others support the inclusion of individuals with intellectual disabilities. So I'm very excited to be up here today, and I'm very happy to also say that as of right now, I have the most donors, and I've raised a little over $2,200 for Special Olympics Delaware.
Wow, first year, huh? That is impressive.
I'm very excited to do this today. I'm so excited.
So you did tell us you have a couple of fans down there, but they didn't want to join you today?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. They like to be 2 feet on the ground, but I'm very excited.
And who's down there?
My mom and my beach bocce.
Oh, that's awesome. I can hear them cheering, I think, down there from up here. Well, that's exciting. And what made you say you wanted to go over the edge?
So I've always been a thrill seeker. I love roller coasters. I've been parasailing. I've walked the plank on a cruise ship. So I've just always wanted to do something fun. And after I heard a few people at my mom's school, a few teachers do it last year, I was like, hey, why don't I give this a shot? And so I was super excited to come up here today and take a picture hands-free. So I'm just thrilled to come up here and try something new.
I'll tell you what, I will give you all respect for 15 years old, because I don't know at 15. I know I still probably thought I was going to live 10 lives, right? But, well, listen, congratulations. I hope you do a lot of work for your SHINE. Yes. All right, and I hope that goes well. And we hope to see you at the bottom, and you can give Mike Rossi your interview down there.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. Go over there and get ready. Have a good day.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Carly. Mike Rossi, speaking of you, who you got with you?
Here's Mark Austin, who has hit the ground for the 7th year over the edge. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Is there any better feeling than finally getting your feet on the ground here?
No, not really. It's pretty darn good.
Yep. So who do you have to thank for raising funds for Special Olympics Delaware?
My wife, Cookie, especially. She runs the front office, and she works for Richard Layton and Finger, and they do a lot for us also.
Excellent. And you have family that is involved in Special Olympics Delaware?
No, but I did have a handicapped aunt, and I do have a handicapped niece.
So thank you for your support, and we appreciate you coming down over the edge again this year.
No problem whatsoever. Hope to see you next year.
Okay, we'll count on it then. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Mark Austin is over the edge for the 7th time, raising funds for Special Olympics Delaware. John.
Thank you, Mike. All right, Daniel Grogan on the blue rope. That's the one on the right. Naisha Jenkins on the left. We're going to go back up to the roof. And Nick Halliday.
All right, we're here with a few first-timers. I mean, Ruth and Kylie, 11. We got 17 trips between the two of you. Talk about why you're back again.
It's an awesome experience. It's an awesome organization to support. My son Matthew is an athlete, her brother. We see the impact, we live the impact, and it's a thrill to do this.
And you?
Same thing, and I also coach 4 different sports. So I do basketball, track, young athletes, which I'm going to right after this. And then Soccer, if I didn't say that already.
Yeah, well, I'm with you on that athlete, the soccer and the sports and stuff. Believe me, so we get a lot of that done. But so your son and your brother play, and what sports is he in?
So Matthew does soccer, basketball, track, cycling, and long distance running. So 5 sports.
Between
her and I, we were coaching something.
So it's all year round, right? I mean, after.
It's an important thing. I mean, it's an impressive health impact for him. Socialization.
Teamwork.
He loves it. And we love it.
So coming back for round 12 and 7 next year?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you can order up this weather, it'd be even better.
Yeah, it's a little bit breezy up here. Kind of cooled off a little bit. So, but before you go over, tell me your last minute words. What are you thinking?
Have a great time. And thank you, everybody. And thanks, everybody who's done this today and supported Special Olympics.
I'm excited to have a good time, and a shout out to C24 at my school that I work at.
Oh, there you go. Everybody's.
One other shout out. It's her cousin, my niece's birthday. Happy birthday, Erin.
Awesome. Well, you guys are going to wrap up the show today, so good luck going down, and we'll talk to you at the bottom. Have a great time.
Thank you.
That'll wrap up, guys. They're the last two.
Last two roof interviews.
Last two that we have going off. So
Nick Halliday, we can't thank you enough from Delaware Live Sports. Appreciate you being here for the second year in a row and handling things up on the roof. Thank you so much.
Not a problem, John, and I was glad to get a lot more of my guys over here. You guys do a great job. I love doing this, and you can count on us for more and every year doing this with you guys.
Appreciate it, Nick. Have a safe trip home, a safe trip down, and then a safe trip home.
Yeah, I got a little bit of stories to make down.
All right, Mike Rossi coming out to you.
All right, here with Joe Hayes, 6 years you've been going over the edge.
Yes.
Now, I have to ask you about the costuming today and your traveling partner today, Joe. What is going, first of all, Tommy, if you would please, look at the socks. We got Yoda socks. We got Thanksgiving Day Parade 2021, Yoda. And of course, this guy was on your harness today. What's going on here?
Well, when Mandalorian came out, I sort of liked the character, so he's able to hang on my shoulder. When I go to Disney, I take him all the time. He's around with me all the time, so I just thought nice weather, be a good time to. If it was last week, it would have been more better because it was May the 4th, so I'm just a week late on May the 4th.
Well, I'm glad the 4th was with you today. Congratulations on making it down for the 6th time. Was he encouraging?
Yeah. The Force was with me today, so it was good.
Excellent, very good. Tell me about your motivation behind coming back year in, year out.
I refereed a soccer at the Fall Fest, so when I first found out about this, and the last few years I figured, okay, really wasn't going to come this year, but I had an issue early this year. My mom passed away, so I figured I'd do it one more time that way. We'll see what happens next year. So.
All right, well, thanks for all your support of Special Olympics Delaware. Thanks to your traveling partner as well. Hope to see you next year. Thanks, Joe. Very good. John?
All right, thank you, Mike. That's Naisha Jenkins on the left, Daniel Grugan on the right. They represent the Maples group. First time rappelling for Daniel and third time for Naisha coming down. Coming up next, who's left? Ash Dodia, Susan Walker, Carly Thompson, Amy Wolf, Carly Favaroso, and Kylie and Ruth Lavelle. So coming down the home stretch here at 300 Delaware Avenue for the 2023 Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. Daniel getting ready to plant both feet back on the ground. Naisha not far behind him. Next up, Carly's going to be on the blue rope, Amy on the yellow. Amy, a representative of the Appoquinimink School District, so another school district checked off as being here at Over the Edge. And Carly Thompson, also from Bunker Hill Elementary, both school nurses. So thrilled to have them both here. All right, Daniel and Nyasha are waiting to get unharnessed, and they're going to interview together with Mike Rossi. Again, Carly Thompson is going to be coming down on the blue rope, which is the one on your right, looking at the screen, and Amy Wolf, the yellow rope, looking at your left, both representing the Appoquinimink School District. All righty, looks like we're ready to set up the interview outside. Let's take it out to WJBR's Mike Rossi. Who you got, Mike?
All right, so I thought it was going to be Daniel and Nyasha, but she's getting a big hug right now after coming down. Hi, Daniel. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Nyasha, come on in with the interview with us, please. Yeah, oh yeah, pictures. We'll do pictures too. So tell us about the Maples Group and what had you decide to come in and do Over the Edge?
So Maples Group is a global financial services company, and our colleague who's about to come down, I guess in about 10 minutes, got us roped up into this. So, yeah.
So that's the reason you did it. Now, I see in the notes that you've done this before, right?
I did, but it was so long ago, I felt like I was long overdue for it. And to support something great. Yeah.
So this was first time for Over the Edge, but coming down the side of the building, you've done it, no problem, right?
You still get a little bit of jitters, but once you get the hang of it again, it's pretty good.
Absolute adrenaline rush, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you can call it something like that. Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right. So it looks like the Maples Group is well represented. A couple more folks coming down. We appreciate your support of Special Olympics Delaware. Go ahead and shout it out. Go ahead. All right, there you go. All right, Maples Group well represented. A couple more Over the Edgers coming down from them. John, back to you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Up there right now representing Appoquinimink School District, Amy Wolf on the left and Carly Thompson on the right, as they will make their way down. After them, if my count is right, we have 5 more people to come down to wrap up this 2023 Over the Edge event. So Carly Thompson, Amy Wolf coming down now. On deck, Ash Dodia, Susan Walker, Carly Favoroso, Kylie Lavelle, and Ruth Lavelle.
Got a junior rope assistant there, helping out with the yellow rope. That's Amy Wolf. Oh, she's got both of them. Oh, they got 2 kids. I totally missed the girl in yellow. Hey, guys. Good job. You can't see me. I can see you. Haha. Hi. A family affair here for Amy and Carly.
feed the wall, just relax and rappel.
A lot of leg swinging going on out there.
Just relax and rappel. There you go. Turn away.
At least they are brightly attired as they're swinging those legs everywhere.
Can't miss them.
Almost over the edge.
Carly Thompson and Amy Wolf. Next up is going to be Ash Dodia and Susan Walker. And we will talk to Carly and Amy once they get unharnessed. Once again, that's Ash Dodia on the right, Susan Walker on the left. As they're coming down the building, it's the opposite photo you're actually looking at if you're on the live stream right now. And in a second, we're going to go to Mike Rossi, who has Carly and Amy representing the Appoquinimink School District.
Guys.
Mike, we'll send it out to you.
All right, thank you so much, Carly and Amy. Congratulations, you did it. You got down here.
We did. Yes, we did.
Yeah. How was that trip?
Exciting. It was a lot of fun.
Okay. All right, I was going to ask you to expand on exciting a little bit.
It was super scary.
I wanted to be up there longer.
You had a moment there, Amy, where it looked like you were trying to read a memo in one of the offices up there. What was that all about?
All of a sudden, I was like, wait a second. I haven't looked at any of these yet.
And you guys have a huge cheering crowd with you, right? Tell us about who's here.
So Carly and my families are here. This is Trip, Callie, and Levi. Levi's an athlete. He's a swimmer. So we've been involved with Special Olympics, and we love to go to Polar Bear Plunge, right, buddy? And raise money for Special Olympics. Yeah.
All right, great work, and it's great to have the whole family here. Let's hear if I can hear from them. Give a cheer for Carly and Amy and the work they did. Just a couple more have gone over the edge here for Special Olympics Delaware. John?
Thank you, Mike. Ash is next, along with Susan Walker. And then we will have Carly Favaroso and Kylie and Ruth Lavelle will wrap up this 2023 Over the Edge event. Don't go anywhere yet. We still got 5 more people coming down over the edge. Ash Dodia has landed.
feel sloppy upstairs. Susan, you don't need the building, just rappel. You'll be fine. There you go. How you doing? 20 more feet, Susan. You're doing fine. Just keep it at that pace.
All right, we're going to send it to Mike Rossi.
10 more feet.
All right, thank you, Ash, and congratulations. You did it.
Thank you. Yes, it was a little nerve-wracking, but I made it.
I have to ask you about nerve-wracking. It says here you've been swimming with sharks. Nerve-wracking this compared to that? What would you say?
100% this.
Really?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I did not look down once. I just kept looking straight into these buildings.
Taking any scenery at all, or just looking right in?
No scenery at all. I just wanted to get down.
But you're doing it for a great cause, and we appreciate that.
Absolutely. That's the reason we're all out here.
And I hope maybe again next year. What do you think?
I'll help organize it. I'm not sure if I'm going to go down.
You know what the best answer to that question has been today?
No.
Depends.
Okay.
Just yeah, maybe. Congratulations. Thanks so much. All right, John.
Alrighty, thank you, Ash. Thank you, Mike. Susan Walker has landed. We'll be talking to her in just a minute. And Carly Favaroso is up on the rope. She's on the blue rope. So she will come down, and then we will see the mother-daughter tandem of Ruth and Kylie Lavelle come down. All right, Mike Rossi has Susan Walker.
And another member from the Maples group. Susan, great teamwork from everyone involved, huh?
Yay, us. Yay, us.
Yay, us. How'd it go?
It was interesting.
Tell me about interesting.
Well, I didn't feel quite in control, which I guess you're not supposed to, but I'm glad it's over.
It's all about overcoming fear and facing a challenge, and it's something that our Special Olympics Delaware athletes do all the time. So we appreciate you taking on the challenge today.
Yeah, I have a lot more admiration for them.
All right, well, thank you. It's great about being part of a team here. Everyone from Maples Group doing a great job going over the edge. John?
All right. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Susan. Carly is on the blue rope on the right. Carly Favaroso from Cape Henlopen High School. She doubled the amount of money you have to raise to go over the edge, raised $2,200. And on the yellow rope is Kylie Lavelle. She'll be getting ready to head down as well. This will be Kylie's 6th trip down the side of the building. So again, if you're watching, that's Carly Favaroso on the right and Kylie Lavelle on the left. This is Carly's first time down the side of the building, Kylie's sixth time. Kylie Lavelle lands for the sixth time. Carly Favaroso not far behind, and Ruth Lavelle on the roof, a board member for Special Olympics Delaware as we wrap up 2023. as we finish up with the next to the last person hitting the ground, I want to thank our sponsors again, TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service for being part of this event, and the supporting sponsors, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and Delaware Rock Gym. And Mike Rossi, thank you for hanging out a little bit longer than you expected. We're going to send you out for one of your final 3 interviews.
Every minute of it has been wonderful. Kylie Lavelle's with us. Number 6 for you in the books, right?
Yes, that is.
How'd it go?
It was good. It was an ab workout this year.
Oh, did you try to do different sets? Is that the way that works?
No, I think I just held the rope so tight that my abs were flexing.
All right, well, you know, maybe next year it'll be the back. I don't know, whatever it takes. But you'll be back next year, I would hope.
Yes, I will.
Tell us what.
Because my brother will be here, but he's an athlete, and I just support the organization everywhere I can.
Excellent, great work. Thank you for that. If you wouldn't mind, for the camera, show the medal that you've just been awarded. There it is. Each of our Over the Edge participants getting this medal. I see just 2 more on the table. We've almost completed our Over the Edge for 2023. Kylie, thanks for being part of it.
Thank you.
All right, John?
All right, thank you, Mike. We'll have you with Carly Favaroso here coming up in just a few minutes. And Ruth Lavelle has taken that first step off the edge, and she is going to be on her way down, the final participant of the 2023 Over the Edge event. This is her 11th time, which means she has done it all but the very first year when her husband went over the edge, and she decided after that that she would be going over to represent the family. So our final edger is on the way. Let's send it out to Mike Rossi. He's got Carly Favaroso with him.
Right, thank you. Carly, how's it going?
It's going good. It's going really good, actually.
Tell me, let's see, Ms. Kay Penlope, an outstanding team 2023. And tell me about the T-shirt. You got a lot of folks cheering you on, huh?
Yeah, so at my school, there's a lot of children and individuals who have intellectual disabilities, and I wanted to do something special and kind of bring it back to my school. So I had the self-contained teachers and then students with intellectual disabilities sign my shirt, and then to kind of go along, as part of the Miss America organization in the Miss Delaware Scholarship Organization, I hold my local title currently of Miss Kay Penlopen's Teen, and I'm working to SHINE. So that's called your Community Service Initiative. So SHINE stands for Strive to Help Include, Not Exclude. All about helping others support the inclusion of individuals with intellectual disabilities. So this June I have the chance to compete for Miss Delaware's Teen, which is super exciting.
Well, congratulations. Well earned. You brought a few dozen people down with you as far as your support was concerned coming over the edge. Congratulations. Do it again next year?
Yeah, yes, of course. That was so fun. Honestly, going over the edge was the easiest part. It was kind of midway through that when your hand starts burning, you get a little nervous. But
Hand cream, that's all we can say.
yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Carly is over the edge and getting a lot of support from the crowd here. And I do believe we have one more coming down over the edge, John.
One more, and she is halfway down. This is Ruth Lavelle, a board member for Special Olympics Delaware. She wanted to thank everybody who supported her. She's the parent of a Special Olympics athlete. You just heard from Kylie Lavelle 2 interviews ago. That is Ruth's daughter. They've rappelled together for the last several years, and so we will look forward to getting Ruth's opinion on her 11th rappel when she lands. We'll let you enjoy watching her scoot down the side of the building as the final member of the 2023 Over the Edge event for Special Olympics.
Look at you, superstar. Send Devin to the roof. Come.
Save the fastest for lastest.
Ruth Lavelle has landed. Might have been the fastest one of the day.
Unofficial time. I don't know. I don't have it, but
Yeah, I
it
don't
definitely was moving.
Definitely quick. Jimmy, want to thank you. We're still going to interview Ruth like we have everybody else. Want to thank you again for your support, and always good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hope
It's
you
so
have a
nice
safe
to
trip
continue
back.
to come back to Delaware and support things that meant a lot to me, people that were so good to me. John, I always appreciate you. I'm back next year. I'm back the year after that. Just, I don't want to say tell me when, because I know when. I'm going to put it on the calendar right now. But hey, let me know if people keep signing up. If we need to make it, if we need to make some different plans here, I'm down for whatever we need to do. This is an amazing event.
It's been a great day. Again, we appreciate everybody's help, everybody who was part of this in some way. Lasted about an hour later than we expected. A lot of people hung on with us. We appreciate that. One of those people is Mike Rossi of WJBR. He was one of several on-air personalities. Sean Green of WDEL, Nick Alessandrini of Delaware Live Sports and iHeartRadio, Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen from WSDW, Matt Janis from ESPN, Nick Halliday, and Mike Lang from Delaware Live Sports. And again, we're going to hang on here to just talk to Ruth Lavelle very quickly and get her experience, having done this now for 11 times. She's getting unharnessed, and we'll let Mike talk to her, and then we will officially sign off here in 2023. We appreciate everybody that tuned in. We know why you may not as many people are tuned in live right now. We actually peaked at over 1,000 at one point, and so we know a lot of people will watch this in the times to come. And so, again, we appreciate everyone who tuned in, and we'll get ready to go out to Mike Rossi here as he is getting set to talk to Ruth Lavelle. Ruth's getting her medal from the Special Olympics athletes. And Mike Rossi, out to you one final time.
Ruth, it has been 11 years that you've gone over the edge. And of course, you've taken care of polar bear plunge a couple of times in your book as well. Tell me about Special Olympics Delaware, what it means for you and your family.
We're all in as a family. I mean, our son, my husband Craig, and Matthew, my son. Matthew does 5 sports. We coach, we volunteer, we do wonderful things like this, and we live and breathe Special Olympics every day. The impact of the athletics, the sports, the health, and we will do anything we can to support that mission.
And so you have, doing this time and time again over the years and taking care of polar bear plunges and all of that. Your family continues to give. It's great.
I've done this much more than polar. I'd rather do this than freeze.
And it was a beautiful day for it.
It was an awesome day, yes.
Awesome day indeed. Ruth, thank you for capping it for us.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody who helped today and contributed to support the organization.
All right, thank you so much. Our thanks to the rope crew down on the ground, up above, some 17 stories up. It's been quite a day. And John Busby, thank you for inviting me to be part of it today. It was really something.
Mike Rossi, I hope you're available next year. It's a permanent invite going forward, the second Thursday of May every year. Thank you. Mike Rossi from WJBR, thanks for hanging in there with us. Again, Jimmy, thanks to you, the digital team, and a great job by our camera crew, Daniel Fleming, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, and Will Ansley. Thanks to Showworks for being here, hanging in while we ran a little overtime. Appreciate all their work. We mentioned the on-air personalities. Again, your sponsors, TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Services. 98 edgers, 60 rappelled for the first time. The 2023 Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware is in the book. I'm John Busby. Thanks for being part of this wonderful event and wonderful organization.